Good morning, everyone. I'm Tamiko Brown-Nagin, Dean of the Harvard Radcliffe Institute and Chair of the Presidential Initiative on Harvard and the Legacy of Slavery. And it is my pleasure to welcome you to this convening, telling the truth about all of this, about slavery and its legacies in higher education. The conference title is taken from Black Reconstruction in America, the path-breaking work by W.E.B. Du Bois, the first African-American to earn a PhD from Harvard. Du Bois wrote, "Nations reel and stagger on their way. They make hideous mistakes. They commit frightful wrongs. They do great and beautiful things. And shall we not best guide humanity by telling the truth about all of this?" Writing in the era of segregation, Du Bois captured America's troubled racial history, marked first by slavery, and then by equal citizenship rights promised but denied. Yet he also provided a vision for a more just future, in part through fearless pursuits of the truth, even when it's painful. His words, written nearly 90 years ago, remain powerful and relevant still today. In this fraught historical moment, profound racial injustice has been laid bare, demanding urgent remedy. Yet these challenges are long-standing and deeply rooted in history. As I've often said over the course of Harvard's reckoning with its legacies with slavery, we can't dismantle what we do not understand, and we can't understand contemporary injustice unless we reckon with our history. And we're doing just that at Harvard. As many of you will be aware, earlier this week, Harvard released a report on the university's entanglements with slavery and its lingering effects, as well as recommendations for action that our president and the Harvard Corporation accepted and allocated unprecedented resources to implement. Now, the report not only documents the history of slavery, but also the leadership and the excellence of Harvard's trailblazing Black students, despite the unwelcoming environment they often encountered on campus and, of course, beyond. When W.E.B. Du Bois first stepped through Harvard's gates in 1888, he entered an institution that, notwithstanding its well-known abolitionists and racial reformers, in fact had a history of direct financial and intellectual ties to slavery and the ideologies that justified continuing racial oppression. And the vestiges lingered. Reflecting years later on his experience of marginalization, Du Bois said, "I was in Harvard, but not of it." Nevertheless, he embodies a proud history of African-American resistance at Harvard. Du Bois would go on to co-found the Niagara Movement, which became the NAACP, the nation's oldest civil rights organization. And in his scholarship and public life, he upended prevailing notions about slavery and challenged racist ideas propagated by some Harvard faculty and presidents. He was an engaged alumnus, and he called Harvard to account for its discriminatory housing and admissions policies. Du Bois and those who followed him at Harvard and Radcliffe, people like William Monroe Trotter, Charles Hamilton Houston, Eva Beatrice Dykes, and Carolyn Bonday, made invaluable contributions to this nation. Through their intellect and their activism, these alumni helped remake America into a more perfect union. And in their experiences, we see the intertwined histories of discrimination and Black resistance within and beyond institutions of higher education. Telling the truth about all of this means telling these stories in all of their complexity. It means telling the true story of this institution that we so appreciate today, despite the bitter and painful parts. And ultimately, it means telling a more complete history of our nation and of our world. Now, Harvard is neither alone or the first in its efforts to reckon with the institution's history with slavery and its legacies. Indeed, over the past 20 years, universities north and south and around the globe have begun undertaking this work, uncovering long ignored ties to slavery. As these histories come to light, we have an opportunity and a responsibility to shape a better future. At our conference today, we pose the question, what now? What must institutions of higher education, and indeed all institutions, do to reckon with their histories? How should we approach the vital work of addressing past harms and enduring legacies? Now I want to give you a brief overview of the day ahead. In just a moment, I'll introduce Harvard University President Larry Bacow. After Larry's remarks, we'll hear a poetry reading by Tracy K. Smith, who is professor of English and of African and African American Studies in the Harvard Faculty of Arts and Sciences, and Susan S. and Kenneth L. Wallach Professor here at Harvard Radcliffe Institute. Then our first panel of the day will explore universities and their roles in repair of legacies of slavery. Our morning session will conclude with a keynote address by Prairie View A&M University President Ruth J. Simmons, who will be introduced by Harvard University Provost Alan Garber. Ruth will be joined in conversation by my distinguished colleague, Professor Henry Louis Gates, Jr. We'll then break for lunch, during which you'll have the opportunity to participate in a ceremony of remembrance and reflection. When we reconvene for our afternoon session, we'll examine legacies of slavery in spaces where people learn and explore, including libraries and museums. Our third panel of the day will focus on innovative approaches to public engagement with history, and then a roundtable discussion will explore global perspectives on reckoning and repair. Finally, Professor Ibram X. Kendi will deliver our afternoon keynote. We welcome your questions throughout the program, whether you're watching in person or online, here in person or online. You can submit questions using Slido, a link that should be behind me on the screen, and is also posted in the chat feature on Zoom. As we transition to our program, I want to sincerely thank all of our speakers and moderators for joining us today. Let me also express profound gratitude to all of the members of the Presidential Initiative on Harvard and Legacy of Slavery, the faculty committee, to the dedicated staff, and to the many members of the Harvard community whose time, energy, and expertise enabled us to undertake this work. It has been an honor to lead this effort. And I want to thank everyone at Radcliffe, and there are so many of you who contributed to our ability to do this work. Thank you so much. Special thanks as well to all of the students who contributed to our work. In fact, I want to invite those of you who are on campus to visit Harvard Yard to view a student art installation called Inclusions. This project, which was supported by the initiative in partnership with the Harvard Office of the Arts, is just one example of the creative and scholarly work that students brought to this effort. And finally, I want to thank everyone who is joining us virtually or in person today. With that, I'm pleased to give the floor to Harvard University President Larry Bacow. Larry is the 29th president of Harvard, and he launched the Presidential Initiative on Harvard and the Legacy of Slavery in 2019. Larry, thank you for your commitment to truth and meaningful change. Please join me in welcoming President Bacow to the stage.
Well, thank you very much, Tomiko. I want to begin not only by welcoming all of you who are here in person and also virtually, but also by expressing my gratitude, and not just mine, but the corporation's gratitude to you, Tomiko, for leading this effort, and to the members of the Committee on Harvard and the Legacy of Slavery. It was hard work, but it's an extraordinary gift that you have given to this institution. You've created a report, I think, of profound consequence to the university and sparing literally no effort during what was, let's face it, a very, very difficult time, a global pandemic, when it was hard for you to come together and meet. It was hard for you to get to the people that you wanted to talk to. It was hard in some cases to access the sources that you wanted to use. But you persevered. And I think your resilience and relentlessness really epitomizes your commitment to this important work, your commitment to each other, but also your commitment to the institution and to our highest ideals. So thank you for these efforts. I want to also thank the other people, though, who played a role in setting this all in motion, who gave careful attention to Harvard's entanglements with slavery and set us on a course to a fuller reckoning. And this begins, at least at Harvard, with work of some of our colleagues, Sven, thank you, but also with my predecessor, with Drew Faust, an extraordinary scholar in her own right, but also an equally extraordinary human being who convened the initial committee to ask a set of questions which launched us on this path. And I'm indebted to Drew for so many things, as we all are, but I also have to note with pride, she was, like Tomiko, also the head of the Radcliffe Institute for Advanced Studies, the founding director, so all roads sort of lead to Radcliffe. Finally, I want to thank my longtime friend and colleague, Ruth Simmons, we'll hear from in a few minutes. Ruth had the courage to act before any of the rest of us did. When she was president of Brown, she asked a series of very hard and difficult questions at a time in which it was not fashionable to do so. And in doing so, she really paved the path for many of the rest of us. I'm sorry that it took some of us as long as it has, Ruth, to follow the road that you identified for all of us. But now we are here, and we've begun the work that really you started. We are all indebted to you. Thank you, Ruth. Please join me. Since the Tuesday release of the committee's report, and my phone is blown up, you know, I've received hundreds and hundreds of messages from all sorts of people who felt that they needed to share their thoughts. And, you know, I've heard from students, I've heard from faculty, I've heard from alumni, I've heard from parents, I've heard from neighbors, I've heard from friends. In general, the reactions, I'm very, very pleased to say, have been positive. I think that a deeper understanding of Harvard is welcome. People are interested in our history, even if the cost of that understanding is difficult, is painful, and even if it at times provokes anger. I think honesty, long delayed, is always welcome. And I think humanity, though long delayed, is welcomed even more so. And in this report, we see a true expression of humanity. Now, I would be less than candid if I didn't tell you that other reactions have been far less generous. I know that will come as a great surprise to this group. Some have been sobering reminders of the times that we live in, of another one of the lasting legacies of slavery, and how they continue to stain our national life, our national conversation. Yet they too have value, because they underscore the importance of the work that we have set out for ourselves. Because echoes of slavery still live and are still reverberating in the minds and hearts of many. Then there's the group that's in between, people who were neither positive nor negative, but people who ask questions of us, questions which I think actually are deserving of thoughtful, considered answers. Why did we choose to focus on these issues, at this moment in time, when we are confronted by so many other pressing issues? And I think it's important that we answer these questions and that we continue to answer them as they are asked. My hope is that our efforts here at Harvard will be viewed as a public good, creating opportunities for action that extend far beyond our own campus, and the recommendations that we will now work to implement. I think getting to that point will require reiteration of the rigor of history, of the value of history, because as Tomiko has so eloquently stated, and I stole your words in the message which I sent to the entire 400,000 Harvard members of the Harvard community, we cannot hope to build a better future until we first reckon with our past. Now, with nearly 400 years behind us, we could be, and in some cases have been, seduced by, let's face it, a rosy view of our own history, a highly selective view of our own history when we've done it. You know, where a view of our history where we tend to privilege sort of virtue that makes us feel good about who we are and what we've done and what people who've come before us have done. And I have to confess that I've been guilty of this myself at times. I have the privilege of living in the president's house at Harvard, known as Elmwood, which is in fact featured in this report. And so if you've read the report, you know something of Elmwood's history. And when I talk to visitors to the house about where we live, you know, I'm fond of noting that it was commandeered by George Washington during the Revolutionary War, turned it into a military hospital to treat the wounded at the Battle of Bunker Hill, Breeds Hill. I talk about the fact that Elbridge Gerry lived in this house, governor of Massachusetts, signer of the Declaration of Independence, vice president of the United States, and the guy who gave us gerrymandering. You know, not everybody's perfect. I'm less inclined, although I do it, to talk about the fact that the house was built by Thomas Oliver, the colonial lieutenant governor of Massachusetts, King George's representative in the colony, who made his money in sugar plantations in Antigua and had 12 slaves who worked, 12 enslaved people who worked at Elmwood. It's, I think, easy for all of us to view history through a highly polarized lens. When we do that, though, we fail to live up to our commitment to truth, to our commitment to veritas. Now, all of us at Harvard, all of us are heirs to all that Harvard is. And we cannot claim to stand for truth if we limit our view of that past. And let me just repeat as we get started here today that the truth is that enslaved people worked on our campus, that the labor of enslaved people enriched donors and ultimately this institution, that members of our faculty promoted ideas that gave scholarly legitimacy to concepts of racial superiority, and that this university, where we all sit today, this university, which prides itself as being among the very best in the world, continued discriminatory practices long after the 13th Amendment eliminated slavery in the United States in 1865. The reality is that slavery played a significant role in our institutional history. That this truth has been obscured for so long should prompt our indignation, and it does, but more importantly, it must also prompt our action. That's our responsibility at this point, and we take that on now seriously and willingly. Slavery and its legacy included the persistence of both subtle and overt discrimination that continues to influence this nation and the world in the form of disparities in wealth, income, social mobility, education, access to justice, access to housing, and virtually every metric that one might choose to measure and assess equality. Every single metric. As we look back, no one, I would hope, would conclude that Harvard is solely responsible for where this nation finds itself at the moment, or maybe even primarily responsible. But I believe, because of our past, we bear a moral responsibility to act. This is our responsibility to try and shape a better future, to respond to practices which, candidly, we helped to perpetuate, as this report so carefully documents. You have my pledge that we will marshal this institution's resources, our intellectual resources, our reputational resources, and yes, our financial resources, to try and help repair the damage that slavery, that was caused by slavery and its legacy. We formed an implementation planning committee, which is being chaired by Martha Minow, the 300th anniversary university professor, the former dean of the Harvard Law School, someone who's written a really important book on repair herself, and also a member of Tomiko's committee. The committee has already begun to meet and will begin its work in earnest this summer after we all get through this semester. One day, all of us will be, let's face it, figures in history to the people of Harvard, heirs to the legacy that we begin to create now. My hope is that those who succeed us will look back and judge us to have been champions of veritas, to have stood for truth, and to have acted upon it. This is the role that I hope we all collectively will play in history. And, like my friend Ruth Simmons, that we will be judged to have had the fortitude that Ruth demonstrated to address injustices long obscured, injustices that continue to shape our country and this institution today. Fortunately, the Harvard that I have known in my lifetime, the Harvard which candidly I love, and I hope many of you do as well, is a community that is devoted to truth, a community that's devoted to excellence, a community that is devoted to opportunity. In releasing this report and committing ourselves to following through on its recommendation, we also uphold another Harvard tradition, that we do not shy away from difficult challenges, that we embrace them, that we do so with the intention of making meaningful change. Meaningful change is a powerful thing indeed. The work that we do begins today. Thank you all for being part of it.
Thank you, President Bacau, and thank you all for being here today. This morning, I have the high honor of introducing our next speaker, Professor Tracy K. Smith. Professor Smith is the Susan S. and Kenneth L. Bullock Professor at Harvard Radcliffe Institute and Professor of African and African American Studies here at Harvard University's Faculty of Arts and Sciences. My name is Susanna Omanuk, and I'm a student at the Divinity School, and I got introduced to this initiative by writing a poem from the point of view of Venus, one of the enslaved young women here at Harvard. She was enslaved by Benjamin Wadsworth, who was Harvard's 8th president. The words you're about to hear from Professor Smith are no ordinary words. You see, I believe that the message that she's about to impart has traveled here through the vastness of space and the evanescence of time to meet you. As a student at Harvard Divinity School, I'm trained to investigate the sacred, so I hope you will indulge my analogy when I say that the poet is often simply the vessel through which ancient truths are communicated. And even as we confront the gory nature of this institution's genesis, I invite you all to consider that perhaps that great line that splits time down the middle is not as thick as we imagine it is. Maybe right here and right now, we're all inhabiting that liminal space, sitting exactly at the boundary that separates the past from the future, night from day, and here, suspended between meter and measure, we can shatter the hourglass. And so, even while it is true that the blood of the enslaved flows like a river, beneath this very ground, the poet uses it as the scarlet-tinged ink with which they write the story of the often forgotten back into history. History as it happened, but also history as it should have happened. I am utterly fascinated by this notion of viewing the Black artist as someone with a unique ability to harness the collective imagination of the masses to paint or dance or scribble a new cosmos into existence, a world in which we too can be called beautiful. And this great undertaking of speaking into being a new universe, breath by breath and word by word, has been the theme of Professor Smith's work, from her undergraduate days here at Harvard to a permanent place at some of the world's greatest literary halls of fame. She won the Pulitzer Prize for Poetry in 2012 for her poetry collection, Life on Mars, and served as the 22nd Poet Laureate of the United States from 2017 to 2019. She has authored 4 other stunning poetry collections: The Body's Question, which won the Cave Canem Poetry Prize in 2002, Duende, which won her a James Laughlin Award and Essence Literary Award, Wade in the Water, the winner of the 2019 Anisfield World Book Award in Poetry, and her most recent collection, Such Color, New and Selected Poems, which was released in October of 2021. Such Color tells the stark truth about the injustices, old and new, that have plagued Black people in America for centuries. But she also speaks the other half of the story. And that story is that both the earliest history and the imminent future of Blackness converge in a time-defying loop of glory. And that though death and Hades tried to swallow us up, we are still here, eternal and gloriously so. Therefore, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Tracy K. Smith.
Susanna, thank you so much. I'm so moved by your words, and I'm so happy to feel the belief in language and the imagination enter the room in your voice. I am eager to share with you a few sections of a poem called I Will Tell You the Truth About This, I Will Tell You All About It, which I built from archival letters written by African Americans who served in the Union Army during the Civil War, as well as letters that their family members wrote to them and to President Lincoln. The poem also includes excerpts of deposition statements that these veterans gave after the war, as well as their widows and descendants, in an attempt to claim the pensions that as US veterans they ought to have been entitled to, and needless to say, that was often a difficult or impossible quest for many of them. I will tell you the truth about this. I will tell you all about it. Carlisle, Pennsylvania, November 21st, 1864. Mr. Abraham Lincoln, I want to know, sir, if you please, whether I can have my son released from the Army. He is all the support I have now his father is dead and his brother. That was all the help I had. He has been wounded twice. He has not had nothing to send me yet. Now I am old, and my head is blossoming for the grave. And if you do, I hope the Lord will bless you and me. They say that you will sympathize with the poor. He belonged to the 8th Regiment Colored Troops. He is a sergeant. Mart Welcome is his name. Benton Barracks Hospital, St. Louis, Missouri, September 3rd, 1864. My children, I take my pen in hand to write you a few lines to let you know that I have not forgot you. Be assured that I will have you if it cost me my life. On the 28th of the month, 800 white and 800 black soldiers expects to start up the river to Glasgow. When they come, I expect to be with them and expect to get you both in return. Your Miss Katie said that I tried to steal you. You tell her from me that if she meets me with 10,000 soldiers, she will meet her enemy. Give my love to all inquiring friends. Tell them all that we are well. Nashville, Tennessee, August 12th, 1865. Dear wife, I am earnest about you coming, and that as soon as possible. It is no use to say anything about any money, for if you come up here, which I hope you will, it will be all right as to the money matters. I want to see you and the children very bad. I can get a house at any time I will say the word, so you need not fear as to that. So come, right on, just as soon as you get this. I want you to tell me the name of the baby that was born since I left. I am your affectionate husband till death. Bel Air, Maryland, August 25th, 1864. Mr. President, it is my desire to be free, to go to see my people on the Eastern Shore. My mistress won't let me. You will please let me know if we are free and what I can do. Clarksville, Tennessee, August 28th, 1865. Dear husband, I guess you would like to know the reason why that I did not come when you wrote for, and that is because I had not the money and could not get it. And if you will send me the money or come after me, I will come. They sent out soldiers from here after old Riley, and they have got him in jail and one of his sons, and they have his brother Elias here in jail. Dear husband, if you are coming after me, I want you to come before it get too cold. Florence, Alabama, December 7th, 1866. Dear sir, I take the pleasure of writing you a few lines, hoping that I will not offend you by doing so. I was raised in your state and was sold from there when I was 31 years old, left wife, one child, mother, brothers, and sisters. My wife died about 12 years ago, and 10 years ago, I made money and went back and bought my old mother, and she lives with me. 7 years ago, I married again and commenced to buy myself and wife for $2,000. And last Christmas, I made the last payment, and I have made some little money this year, and I wish to get my kind all with me. And I will take it as a great favor if you can help me get them. I'm now delighted to invite the first panel to the stage to discuss universities and their role in the repair of legacies of slavery. And while they come and take their seats, we'll hear a brief introduction from Harvard Graduate School of Education doctoral student Chandra M. Jones.
Good morning, and thank you for joining this forum, telling the truth about all this, reckoning with slavery and its legacies at Harvard and beyond. My name is Chandra Jones, and I'm a PhD candidate at the Harvard Graduate School of Education and the Harvard Graduate School of Arts and Sciences. I'm thrilled to be with you here virtually this morning because this forum marks a moment of celebration of the scholarship that contributed to the committee's reports and recommendations after 2 years of research and engaged programming and processes. But the forum also marks a moment of deep reflection and strategic work to identify and begin to activate around a set of thoughtful and intentional next steps that really help us step into a new reality that embraces bold institutional power in the midst of a context in which we see a quickly evolving demographic shift in the US, as well as contested but continued pluralistic ideas of community on a global scale. And when I was asked to introduce this panel, I began thinking immediately about the relationship that universities and colleges have with the individuals that inhabit them. We know and have known that there is a bi-directional relationship between the institution, by which it's not only shaped by those in it, but is shaping those who enter its orbit as well. And it is that bi-directional interrelation that amplifies the need for us to do three things: to eschew ideas of institutional innocence and institutional ambiguity as relates to institutional legacies of slavery. It also encourages us and urges us to embrace new principles, to really think about the principles that will be our guiding lights as we move forward beyond the forum. Perhaps those could be principles akin to restorative justice principles, principles that recognize past wrongdoings as a violation of the people and the relationships with people. Perhaps they're principles that embrace the idea that there is contemporary residue from wrongdoings that need to not only be acknowledged, but also embraces the idea that healing and righting wrongs requires action verbs, that validation and vindication, testimony and community dialogue don't just happen. But third, that interrelation encourages us to also see this forum as a start. It's the fora like this by which advocates, such as those who've been knocking at the door for years in divestment groups, both for climate justice as well as to encourage reinvestment away from prison industrial complex institutions, but also those folks who are at the table now and those folks who've been doing work for decades to complexify ideas of student success within institutions with legacies of slavery. All of that is the start of a really necessary and rich dialogue that this forum initiates here at Harvard. And what I know for sure is that Harvard has a unique position in higher education and in education more broadly, and therefore can be a symbolic leader, really beckoning other institutions to similarly invite voices to the table and confront boldly the lack of institutional innocence and embrace their power as an actor and as a key stakeholder in repairing legacies of slavery. And it is with that I am excited to introduce this panel. We first have Jody Lynn Allen, Assistant Professor of History and Robert Francis Ing's Director of the Lemon Project, A Journey of Reconciliation at the College of William and Mary. Next, we have Adam Harris, staff writer for The Atlantic and author of The State Must Provide, Why America's Colleges Have Always Been Unequal. And finally, Kamiyawe Wapepa, doctoral student at the Harvard Graduate School of Education. And then we're joined by our illustrious moderator, Nancy Keene, James E. Robeson Professor of Business Administration at Harvard Business School. Thank you so much and welcome to this panel.
Good morning. Welcome to our first panel at this just very, very thought-provoking and very important convocation that's happening in person and virtual. I'm a historian. I study leaders, past and present, with big, worthy causes and what we can learn from them today in our own, shall we say, slightly turbulent and very, very high-stakes moment. I was privileged, underline privileged, to be a part of the committee, both because I was exposed to an astounding assortment of thoughtful people and their rigorous work, because I got to learn a lot about courageous leadership from Tomiko Brown and her amazing team, because Larry Bacco has been so supportive, and because I spent a great deal of my time studying leaders like Frederick Douglass. So let me start with Mr. Douglass. So Douglass escaped from slavery. He was born either in 1818 or 1819. He escaped from slavery when he was 21. Just a year or two after his escape and his residence with his wife and young children in New Bedford, Massachusetts, Wendell Phillips and a few other white abolitionists recruited him to be a spokesman for the Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society, which he started doing, explaining his experience. And he was a very extraordinary orator, keen intelligence, keen integrative thinker. And pretty soon he chafes under what he saw as restrictions of simply telling his story. What he wanted to talk about in the early 1840s on the speaker circuit was what he called the tentacular reach of slavery. A tentacular reach that was shared in, that was clung to by Philadelphia smokers who bought tobacco that was raised and farmed and harvested by Americans that were owned by other Americans, by enslaved black women and children. If you were a lawyer in Boston having anything to do with the shipping trade, your work and your livelihood and your family's lives depended on the trade and commodities and extraordinary connections, social, political, and economic, that had grown up around the commodities, especially cotton now gaining speed, in an economy that was dependent in many, many, today morally repugnant ways, but extraordinarily important economic ways. If you were a merchant, if you were a member of the Harvard faculty and administration in 1840, some of the money, not all of it, but a great deal of the money that flowed through Harvard was related to, as President Bacco's example of Thomas Oliver gives us, was related to people who directly benefited from or participated in all the different ways in which slavery was part and parcel of the American experience, in which Americans owned by other Americans did so very, very much in such unjust circumstances to create our nation. And so Douglass talked about this in great detail. But I kept coming back to him during the last 2 years, because what the committee's report does at a couple of levels is, one, it shows us that tentacular reach, right? Not only in the people, the 70 black Americans enslaved by members of the Harvard community, and not only in the extraordinary moments of discrimination and inequity that lots of black members of the Harvard community experienced, and not only in race science as practiced by people like Professor Louis Agassiz, but also in the money that flowed so importantly to and from Harvard, because Harvard didn't just receive contributions from men who were involved in the slave trade or directly benefited from it, people like Abbott Lawrence of textile mill fame. But also, Harvard was an enormously successful lender through much of its history, all the way into the mid-19th century, and a lot of that money went to interests and people directly involved in slavery. So the tentacular reach that Douglass saw 180 years ago, right, was incredibly important to the growth and mission and possibilities of this university. So the first thing I saw and see is the clarity of that. And the second thing, and I'll stop here, was the incredibly important and yet still largely understated social and political role and economic role that universities play in the experience and in the history and in the making of the present of our society. And so for us to be here in that moment with that kind of background and this kind of charge, because the document is about Harvard's past, but as Tomiko and Larry have said, it has to be even more about our future, right? As Mandela and C.T. Vivian and Martin Luther King and John Lewis, Diane Nash, as Brian Stevenson and Tomiko and Larry have said, if we don't understand where we came from, we can't do our true and meaningful work to make our future much more equitable, much more just, and to push the boulder of goodness forward. So here we are with universities and their role in the repair of the legacy of slavery. It's my privilege to turn the mic over to Adam Harris, who knows a great deal about this subject.
Thank you so much, and good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you all for this conversation about, as well as remembrance of the role institutions played in slavery, the lasting legacy of that involvement, and the propulsive and equitable momentum that slavery and segregation created for our higher education system and the students it serves today. The United States has long had an antagonistic relationship with Black education, to say the least, stymieing it even before the country's founding dates. South Carolina made it a crime to teach an enslaved person to read or write in 1740. Georgia followed suit 17 years later, as several other states did. And this was the environment that John G. Fee, a Presbyterian minister from Bracken County, Kentucky, had been born into. His father was an enslaver, but Fee bucked his family's tradition. He was a deeply religious man who would later write in his autobiography that when he went off to Lane Theological Seminary in Cincinnati, he was convinced that slavery ran afoul of religious doctrine, and that for him to take part in the unjust institution would be to sin himself. But his time at Lane and the spiritual conviction that it gave him provided him more ambitious ideas as well. Fee wanted to create an institution in Kentucky based on a biblical foundation. God has made of one blood all the people of the earth. Alongside others, Fee would establish the college, Berea, in the middle of the 1850s as an integrated coeducational institution, the first of its kind in the South. You see, there's this idea that people can only be judged by the standards of their time, but in a time of an explosion of higher education, there were people who were already thinking about equity. As Fee was setting up his institution, an idea had been bubbling up in the national imagination: land-grant colleges. There were places to teach the art of manslaying and to places to train lawyers and doctors, but there were not places to teach workers, to fulfill the founder's idea that higher education would be the place to build good citizens. As Justin Murrill, the legislation's champion who it would come to be named for, said, "Shall we not have schools to teach men the way to feed, clothe, and enlighten the great brotherhood of man?" But, of course, the government's definition of men who should be taught did not extend to everyone. The first Murrill Act passed in 1862 and gave states land which they could sell in order to fund a university. The first state to accept this land was Iowa, where a fledgling Iowa State University would receive the grant. Other states followed. In total, 17,430,000 acres of land, including more than 10 million acres expropriated from nearly 250 indigenous tribes, was doled out under the act. But the institutions funded with this money rarely enrolled Black students. One state, Mississippi, did decide it was best to fund a college for Black students, as faculty at the University of Mississippi said that they would rather resign and the college close than to teach one. So in 1871, the Reconstruction government in the state created Alcorn State University, providing it with a guaranteed appropriation of $50,000 a year for at least a decade. But when so-called redeemers swept back into power, ushering in a quote-unquote white revolution, that appropriation was reduced to $15,000 in 1875, and again to $5,500 in 1876. So both the state and the flagship became engines of inequality and wealth stratification. It would take nearly 30 more years and a second Morrill Act with an addendum for Iowa State to enroll its first black student, George Washington Carver. The second Morrill Act had been the result of the inadequacy of the first Morrill Act's funding. The predominantly and in most cases exclusively white institutions created by the act needed more money to fulfill their mission. States that ultimately accepted the new funding could not make a distinction of race or color in the admission of students, but there was a caveat. States could operate separate colleges for black students. So 6 years before the legal enshrinement of separate but equal, America's higher education infrastructure had already glommed onto the idea. States used a portion of the windfall to support colleges for black students, but others chose to accept black students in paltry numbers, like Iowa State, where the students were often housed in substandard conditions. Carver, for example, lived in a vacant office and took his meals in the basement because he was not allowed to eat in the dining halls. Desegregation is not integration. Carver's social isolation at Iowa's land-grant mirrored the deterioration of interracial harmony that would soon come to Berea, which was fighting to maintain funding during a national decline of interest in supporting programs that propped up interracial education or black education at all. The school had gone from being roughly 50% black and 50% white to overwhelmingly white as they sought to attract donations. Then the state decided that even that stagnant black enrollment was too much, and in 1904 passed the Day Law, which banned interracial education in Kentucky schools, both public and private. And the law was upheld by the Supreme Court in 1908. During that Jim Crow era, states continued to undercut black colleges, where a majority of the nation's black students, if they went to college, attended. You see, it would be one thing if black colleges and the students who attended them were just an afterthought, but there's evidence that time and again, states examined the issues that they had with the institutions, knew what they were doing, and blatantly looked the other way. In the second decade of the 20th century, Kentucky's superintendent of schools invited William T.B. Williams, a professor at Hampton Institute who had also taught at Tuskegee, to investigate the conditions of the Kentucky Normal and Industrial Institute. When Williams ultimately issued his report, he pulled no punches. The buildings were unfinished. The girls' dorm lacked fire escapes. The boys' dorm was literally in a mud puddle. There was no power or lighting or machinery in the electrical plant. The teachers were underpaid. The bright spot was the student body, he wrote, who were mature and of a high average of ability. But it would require radical departures from established plans and operations to bring the institution up to speed. The state was willing to pay $40,000 to do it. It was nowhere close to the amount that would be needed. By the middle of the 1940s, when President Harry Truman commissioned a Commission for Higher Education and American Democracy, the commission ultimately reported that the disparity in funding between predominantly white institutions in Kentucky and black institutions, a disparity that they had known about since the early 20th century, was among the worst in the nation at 42-1. I don't single out Kentucky because it was anomalous. Across the country, students would make some of the same complaints. Their professors were great, but their campuses were in dire need of repair. Their green spaces would flood, and they just wouldn't drain right. And to add insult to injury, they didn't have the same programs, undergraduate or graduate, that many predominantly white institutions had. So the NAACP and other groups began to challenge those situations, arguing that states at the very least had a responsibility to establish separate programs for black students. In the 1940s and early 50s, Oklahoma became the premier battleground for these fights. Two suits in particular, one involving Ada Louise Sipple Fisher, a young black woman who wanted to study at the University of Oklahoma School of Law, and another involving George McLaurin, who hoped to attend the graduate school, laid the groundwork for Brown v. Board of Education. The cases showed in great detail the lengths that states would go to maintain the facade of separate but equal. Oklahoma tried everything it could to keep Fisher out of its white law school. When the Supreme Court said that Oklahoma would have to enroll her, they rushed a law school into existence and hired its faculty in 5 days. Then when McLaurin's case leapfrogged Fisher, he became the first black student to attend the university, he was physically separated into an anteroom, looking into the classroom while his classmates learned. When a court decided that that was too much, the university placed a physical bar in the classrooms to divide black and white students. But the barriers to legal segregation did eventually come down, even if their vestiges remain. In the 1960s, predominantly white institutions began to open their doors to more black students, though in some cases, the move was somewhat self-serving, as there was now a federal penalty attached to discriminating against students based on their race. So what are we supposed to do with that history? What do we do with centuries worth of knowledge of the legacy of the donations tied to slavery, barred entry from historically white institutions for black students, underfunded institutions for black students, and a philanthropic ebb and flow that has not been reliable for black colleges? How do institutions themselves begin to make amends for that legacy? If we let history guide us, it will tell us that commitments to amends need to be sustained. The momentum that our inequitable system has built will not be blunted in a week, a year, a decade. It requires consistency from the institutions that benefited from slavery and segregation, while colleges that were serving marginalized and minoritized students were starved of funding, from the governments that cultivated and provided safe harbor for the discrimination to thrive. And it requires consistent thought about how to rebuild systems with equity at the root. We know what happens without that consistency. A $40,000 initial investment in Kentucky State to make it more like Tuskegee with little in the way of additional support couldn't prevent the state from having the worst funding disparity in the nation. It's places like Auburn University being told by a federal judge on the same day that Bo Jackson was being celebrated and named as the Heisman that it operated the most segregated institution in the state of Alabama and continuing to enroll paltry numbers of black students. Higher education, both public and private institutions, have provided time and again for white students, and now they must do the same for those who they have tried to hold back.
Thank you, Adam. That was terrific. Jody.
Good morning.
Wow.
First, I want to thank the Planning Committee for inviting me to be here with you at this very exciting moment in Harvard's history. I'm honored to be here. It's always good to be in the company of people interested in doing the reparatory work necessary to right the wrongs that have taken place for centuries in higher education. This is not easy work, but it is necessary. My task this morning is to share with you some of the work we're doing at William & Mary as we confront the legacies of slavery on campus and in the greater Williamsburg community. It's been 15 years since the Student Assembly passed a resolution calling on William & Mary to research its history as an enslaver, make that history public, and establish a memorial to the enslaved men, women, and children who stand at the very foundation of the institution. This 2008 resolution was followed by one from the Faculty Assembly. Together, these resolutions prompted the administration to invite historian Dr. Robert Ings, then on the faculty of the University of Pennsylvania, to spend a semester on campus working with graduate students and a faculty committee. Bob wrote a report that the Board of Visitors used to pass its own resolution acknowledging William & Mary's role as an enslaver and an adherent of Jim Crow policies, and being a poor neighbor in general to the African American community. The last step was to establish, the Lemon Project, a journey of reconciliation. So what is William & Mary's story? In February, the institution celebrated its 329th Charter Day. And for the first 316 years of its existence, this highly regarded institution, dubbed the alma mater of a nation, miseducated its students. Now, you may ask how I can sit here and say that and have a job on Monday. And I can say it because William & Mary is not alone. Most, if not all, institutions of higher education in this country and abroad are guilty of this practice. Generations of students have entered the hallowed halls of academia, expecting to learn what they needed to know to become successful citizens, to learn about themselves, the world they inhabit, and how and where they fit. But they've only ever, heard part of the story. Prior to the Civil War, most people understood slavery to simply be a part of life in this country, and were taught that it was the greater good for everyone, including the enslaved. After the war, they soon learned of the lost cause, a manufactured retelling of the causes and outcomes of the Civil War. In both instances, the students never learned about the contributions of Africans and African Americans, or that the land they stood on was stolen from indigenous peoples. Over the past 3 centuries, William & Mary has produced lawyers, scientists, businessmen, college professors, and perhaps most importantly, public school teachers. While not everyone will go to college or university, most children will enter the public school system where they will be taught by college-educated teachers. The bottom line is, it is the responsibility of institutions of higher education to teach teachers who then teach our children. Educators have a lot of power and a huge responsibility, and it is the responsibility of colleges and universities to prepare them, to fully prepare them. So how does the Lemon Project fit into this picture? The Lemon Project is the second university-funded endeavor of its kind. Of course, the first being Brown University, AKA the mothership, under the leadership of Dr. Ruth Simmons. Thank you, Dr. Simmons. The Lemon Project opened for business in the fall of 2010. At that time, the leadership consisted of an advisory committee and 2 co-chairs. I was hired as the coordinator, along with a fellow who was a doctoral candidate in the history department. We were responsible for the day-to-day operations of the project. That first semester, the fellow and I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what we were going to do. We were so excited when Emory University announced the first conference on slavery and the university. We attended and met lots of people trying to answer the same questions. What do we do and how do we do it? When we returned from Atlanta, we began planning our first symposium. Our goal was to hear from the local community about what they needed and wanted, and our task was to listen. Based on feedback gathered during the symposium, oral histories, listening sessions, it was clear that we had our work cut out for us. William & Mary's past interactions with the community had left scars, and the cultural memory was long and deep. As the saying goes, the Black community felt some kind of way about William & Mary. Some people saw the institution as simply a place of employment, but they knew that they were not welcome on campus after hours unless, quote, they were pushing a broom.
Oh my God.
Those who did not work there simply ignored the school. It was not a place that was going to educate them or their families, and that was okay, because they knew that for over 300 years, William & Mary had taught its students to believe in the inferiority of an entire race of people, and they stayed away to protect themselves and their children. So how do you begin to address this type of antipathy? You certainly can't do it overnight, and it couldn't be done in 8 years, the original projected length of the project. So what we did after the symposia and the listening sessions and talking in the community, we came up with 3 broad goals: to conduct the archival research necessary to tell the full story of the history of William & Mary, to work on building a bridge between the university and the greater Williamsburg African American community, and to encourage programming and events and support on campus for current students, because the problems had not gone away. In recent years, we have added a 4th goal, which is to support and collaborate with other institutions during this work through the University Studying Slavery Consortium. So working to achieve this goal, these goals, we've been quite busy over the last decade or so. And while I don't have time to cover all of our initiatives, I will highlight a few. First, teaching, of course, it's very, very important. That's what we're there to do. And we make our research available to faculty on campus. All of the classes I teach we incorporate our findings in the archives. We also recently, in the last 2 years, started a genealogy initiative. We'd heard from the beginning that there were people in the Black community who felt they were descended from people enslaved by William and Mary. And many just wanted to learn to do their own genealogy. They just wanted to know their history. And we didn't have the bandwidth for a long time, but recently, William and Mary received a Mellon grant, and our portion of that grant was a doctoral fellow who focuses on who's developed an amazing genealogy program, and the community has responded no holds barred. They're really enjoying it and very appreciative of it. Lastly, I want to tell you about our memorial to the enslaved. If you remember back, I mentioned that the third request as part of the student resolution was a memorial to the enslaved. In these last few minutes, I'm delighted to tell you that on May 7th, we will dedicate the Hearth Memorial to the Enslaved. It will include the names of 199 individuals, 94 of whom we have names, and the remainder are all unknown, or as I refer to them as sightings in the record. We find an enslaved carpenter, an enslaved wheelwright, sometimes just an unknown enslaved, we don't even know the gender. But through our research, we've uncovered 199 people. These
are people
who were enslaved by William and Mary.
By William and Mary?
Yes.
Thank you, just for clarity.
Yes. We recently had a meeting with the Student Assembly, a listening session, and the big question was, is the Lemon Project done? And our answer is, of course not. We're not even sure we're in the middle of this. And so the work will continue, and I will end here and look forward to the question and answers. Thank you.
Great. Oh, this is so interesting. Please, Cami.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you, Jody.
I would like to begin with a story which illustrates the urgency and importance of addressing the legacy of slavery. This narrative, from Dr. Anthony Jack's forthcoming book, When Campus Closed, with Princeton University Press, shares the contrasting experiences of two Harvard undergraduates, Hannah and Emily. Dr. Jack writes, "Like veggies, fresh air does the body good. The mind, too, many studies show. Runners Hannah and Emily, both slender yet toned, extol the joys of exercise. Their paths never crossed at Harvard, but they revel in the singular joy of mile markers passing by on one's periphery. Distance was their forte. Competitive running filled their adolescent schedules. Hannah gleefully returned to her passion when campus closed. Emily, however, could not. Hannah, blonde and blue-eyed, shares how running outdoors is a family affair. Her parents introduced her to running. It was how they bonded, growing closer as the runs grew longer. Hannah savored her return home in March 2020, partly because of time with family, and partly because, quote, we do a lot of hiking, running, biking. When I come home, I exercise a lot more because I like exercising outdoors. Not all students were so lucky. Privileged Black, Latino, and Native students spoke about similar protections granted by their more affluent communities. Unlike their white peers, however, they noted how racism, interpersonal and structural, punctured their bubbles like needles through hot wax. Emily, affable and kind, comes from an upper-class neighborhood that put everything at her fingertips. Tons of food places within walking distance, local grocery stores, banks. With an inviting smile, she notes, we honestly have everything. Well, almost everything. Emily, fair-skinned with 4C curls, worries about details her white peers never have. For me, Ahmaud Arbery, his death, was the one that really shook me the most. I go running outside my neighborhood all the time. And the fact that you could just be running, minding your own business, and someone could shoot you, that's scary. Arbery's murder made the invisible yet ever-present boundary between her community and her neighborhood more pronounced. Even though you live here, you have a house here, all they see is your skin color. Two students, arguably from similar worlds, yet drastically different experiences. Hannah got more exercise, a welcomed release from the stresses of the pandemic, and Emily got less. Moreover, the reasons why left her more troubled than tranquil. Many people take for granted the ability to walk down the streets in a neighborhood they call home. For some, however, stretching one's legs is a luxury that could cost your life. Affluent students at Harvard, like Hannah, know the former. Black, Latino, and Native undergraduates from all socioeconomic backgrounds, like Emily, grapple with the latter. And what happens at home affects what happens at Harvard. In January 2021, Dr. Anthony Abraham Jack and a team of graduate student researchers, including Chandra Jones, who you heard from earlier, Dwayne Bell, Becca Bassett, and myself, began data collection for a research project funded through the Harvard and the Legacy for Slavery initiative. Over the course of a year, we collected 174 narrative life history interviews with 122 different Asian, Black, Latinx, Native, and white undergraduates at Harvard University. These interviews, many over 4 hours long, provided insight into these students' perspectives and experiences both before and during the COVID-19 pandemic. While our findings from this study are still emerging, the stories that students have entrusted us with clearly illustrate the ways in which the racial and economic inequalities rooted in the legacy of slavery continue to actively shape the lives and experiences of students in ways that Harvard and other universities must acutely account for. To illustrate that point, I'd like to share with you 3 more stories. I'll begin with Dawn. On March 10th, 2020, Dawn, like every other Harvard student, was shocked and confused to learn that campus was closing due to the COVID-19 pandemic. While her white and more affluent classmates took this opportunity to attend darties, or day parties, and play with pogo sticks in the Kirkland House courtyard, Dawn fought back tears, worrying about the consequences of her unexpected return home. She recalls, "My mom is not expecting another mouth to feed in the house for another few months. How is that going to work out?" Dawn's mother lost her job due to the pandemic, and Dawn, who had lost her 3 paid on-campus positions when she returned home, was unable to help out financially. As the spring of 2020 unfolded, Dawn and her mother faced a variety of challenges, including electrical shutoffs and missed meals. Although a $5,000 rebate provided by the Harvard Financial Aid Office helped Dawn and her mother stay afloat, Dawn couldn't help but feeling abandoned by the institution that had provided her with so much stability just a few weeks prior. Dawn explains, "I felt like I had gotten a taste of what comfort and safety felt like, and then immediately it was pulled out from under me. I just felt this cruel reminder that these things are not mine because this is not the circle I was born into. I'm just a passenger here for 4 years, and Harvard can choose when they want to take that away for their own convenience." For Dawn, a first-generation Black student on full financial aid, Harvard enrollment alone was not enough to protect her from the deeply impactful racial and economic inequities that shaped her day-to-day life. Our second story comes from Angelica. Angelica has been playing tennis for as long as she can remember. As one of only 2 Black women on Harvard's varsity tennis team, Angelica has always quietly navigated the divide between her predominantly white sport and the predominantly Black social and familial world of her home. However, after George Floyd was killed in the summer of 2020, Angelica could no longer set aside her experiences as a Black woman when she stepped onto the tennis court. Starting that summer, Angelica took on the responsibility of educating her non-Black tennis teammates about racism. Angelica shares, "When everything was happening in the summer, my other Black teammate and I took our initiative to create a space where we're having conversations about what's going on. We're having our teammates read books, educating themselves. We're having the team donate to specific organizations, explaining why we're donating and what else we can do. So we've made our point as Black women that this has deeply affected us. We made it a point to do everything." On top of navigating challenging academic courses, maintaining a strenuous varsity sports schedule, and keeping up with all the other responsibilities of being a high-achieving young adult, Angelica feels responsible for, quote, doing everything to educate her peers about anti-Black racism. Our third story comes from Amanda. On January 6, 2021, Amanda was at her family home near Washington, D.C. She was working on her senior thesis, a project that she had been looking forward to for years. With a big grin, she admits, "I was actually really looking forward to writing a senior thesis since high school. I was like that nerd. I can't wait to write a senior thesis. I was so excited." That afternoon, however, Amanda's concentration was interrupted by a frantic phone call from her mother. Amanda explains, "My mom is calling me from work, hysterical, because she's seeing on the news about the riot that's happening at the U.S. Capitol." Although Amanda felt safe at home, she immediately began to worry about her dad and brother, both of whom were Black men in close proximity to the U.S. Capitol that day. All work on her senior thesis came to a screeching halt. As she recalls, "It felt so wildly inappropriate to even look at my computer, to even consider working on my thesis. I just basically sat in the house all day crying, watching the news, anxiously calling my dad and brother because the calls weren't going through." Although Amanda's dad and brother eventually made it home unscathed, the whole family felt shaken and emotionally drained by the events of January 6th. It wasn't until Amanda returned to campus for her final semester of college a few weeks later that she was able to fully refocus on her beloved senior thesis project. As these stories reveal, the legacy of slavery is ongoing, laying waste to the metaphor of a college bubble. The legacy of slavery impacts the daily lives and experiences of all Harvard students, especially Black and Native students. This is apparent in the stark contrast between Hannah and Emily's ability to feel safe exercising in their own neighborhoods. This is apparent in the financial instability that Dawn and her mother faced both before and during the pandemic. This is apparent in the obligation that Angelica feels to educate her non-Black classmates about racism. And this is apparent in the anxiety that Amanda experienced as she worried about losing her father and brother to racially motivated violence in our nation's capital. Students come to Harvard as whole human beings, and with them, they bring the realities of the lived experiences of racism and economic inequality. Emily, Dawn, Angelica, and Amanda cannot ignore these realities, and by inviting these students to campus, neither can Harvard. It is encouraging to see that Harvard's recently released report contains recommendations to engage in close and genuine partnership with Black and Native communities and to support the direct descendants of enslaved people. But these partnerships must better account for where students are coming from right now. When taking action on these recommendations, it is my hope that Harvard will continue to seek out and listen to the voices of its students, allowing their stories to shape this process of redress. Thank you.
Wow. I feel privileged to be among these leaders and these thinkers and these students of vital experience. I want to start with Kemi, who is telling stories, right, from inductive, extensive, rigorous interview research. Kemi, what surprised you the most? How long have you been doing this? You've been doing it for a while, correct?
Yeah, so we conducted most of the interviews throughout 2021. We did a couple follow-ups recently, but now we're...
And what surprised you the most?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think actually what surprised me the most was how much students needed this outlet. At first,
To tell their stories?
Yeah, to tell their stories, yeah. At first, we were unsure of how comfortable students would feel being open, especially in the moment when many of them were still living off campus, many of them at their family homes. How much would they actually want to share about this experience? But I can't tell you the number of times when speaking with students that they just expressed how, wow, I've never actually really had a moment to stop and reflect on this yet, or wow, it was really great to be able to get that off my chest. And I think to me that just shows the importance of making sure that we are intentionally creating space for students to be able to express themselves and to share what's going on in their lives.
And what, just following up, is really interesting. What has impressed you the most? I mean, in terms of, and I'm really talking about in here, not up here. Mm-hmm. In here, and at your heart, what will stay with you, what stays with you as you walk home after a day of writing or thinking or conducting these kind of interviews, this storytelling?
Yeah, definitely. I think for me, what stays with me is just the similarities. So I was an undergraduate at Harvard as well. I graduated back in 2009. And just listening to these students' stories, at times it's discouraging how little has actually changed in the time since I've graduated. For me, I identify as Native American, and I spoke to 14 Native American students as a part of this project, and hearing their frustrations with the lack of recognition from the university and the lack of commitment to actually meeting the needs of Native students on campus was really important, and I think the same goes for Black students as well.
Thank you. Adam, you ended by saying, and by the way, folks, we're going to leave plenty of time for your questions, either those folks that are here or are many folks joining us virtually, so please just send them into Slido. I've got even this historian, technological light, I think can manage to get the questions out. So Adam, you said at the very end of, again, just extremely thought-provoking, distillations or important bits of your research, illustrative parts of your research. You said sustained, you emphasized that word, sustained commitments. Mm-hmm. Give us an example.
Yeah, so I think that when you think about sustained commitments, I think, as I mentioned, right, it's not a thing that's going to be solved in a week. It's not a thing that's going to be solved in a decade. I often think about Mississippi's HBCUs in particular, because Mississippi was a state in 1975. Black Mississippians filed a lawsuit that was effectively arguing that the state had been underfunding and undercutting its black colleges for a century at that point, and this lawsuit sort of worked its way through the court. It defined what it meant for a state to, fundamentally desegregate its higher education system, and it ultimately came to a settlement: $500 million over 17 years, split between the three HBCUs. And just looking at that in its own right, that seems like a lot of money over a long stretch of time. But if you think about it, right, the University of Mississippi can make $500 million in 5 years of private donations. So that $500 million, is that going to account for that long legacy of slavery and segregation? Is it going to account for the fact that Ole Miss for decades was blocking students from attending the university, and that the faculty said it would rather resign and the college close than to enroll a black student? And so when I think about that sort of sustained investment in making something equitable, I think it has to begin with making an earnest assessment of the situation, right? Maryland also recently had one of these settlements, $577 million over 10 years, split between 4 colleges, when an expert witness said that it would need at least $2.73 billion in order to begin to address the legacy of slavery and segregation. And so it needs to be something that is not just a one-time line item in the budget. It needs to be something that is a continual line item. It's something that can very easily fall by the wayside. Yeah. I think the last thing that I'll say is, there was a real fervor from the federal government to really enforce the laws around some of the discriminatory practices for HBCUs, but also for black students more broadly in the 1970s. And as the Carter administration phased into the Reagan administration, they had been investigating North Carolina. They were saying, if you look at the autoclaves, these sort of high-tech pressure cookers used to sterilize laboratory equipment, a place like NC State had 40 of these. The two of the HBCUs, North Carolina Central and North Carolina A&T, had 3 between the two of them. They were like, this is a prime example of the disparity between these institutions. But when the Reagan administration comes in, they ultimately settle with the state. And the former head of the Office for Civil Rights at the old Department for Education, Health, Education, and Welfare said, this settlement doesn't read like a desegregation plan. It reads like a joint U.S.-North Carolina defense of everything the system did wrong. And so...
one and done, right?
One and done.
One and done. That's what we're hearing from you. Right?
And effectively, yes. It was a sort of one and done thing, and I think that can't happen if we hope to build an equitable future.
Really interesting. Here. Let's go to Jody. So Jody, when you said twice in your extraordinarily understated and completely powerful way that William and Mary educates a great number, as all universities do, of teachers. Mm-hmm. I felt just people draw their breath in the room, as I did. So, and also the other thing is that was, again, just, you know, just such a flash of extraordinary important truth that is easily missed by lots and lots of certainly white folks and lots of folks in lots of places. Now, you've been doing this on the Lemon Project at William & Mary for a decade at least. Mm-hmm. What impact do you think your work, the work you lead, many people involved, the work you lead has had, say, for example, on teaching? If there's any that you can discern, talk to us about it. This is important. Impact is ultimately what this is about, folks. So talk to us about that from your bird's eye view, please.
Well, I can't really address how teachers have taken this into their classrooms. Actually, though, except to say, you all have a student, a teacher here in Massachusetts who I believe has won Teacher of the Year. He's a William & Mary product. And he recently was interviewed by the school alumni magazine. And he talks about coming in intending to major in something else, I forget exactly what, but he decided to become a history teacher. And from what I can tell on Facebook and stories I hear, he's doing a phenomenal job. So that's one example for sure I can give you. I know that we are, as I said earlier, the research that we that we are finding is available through our website to everyone. If they want to use it. We just last summer, for the first time, made it into a middle school. We have a summer program that we call Lemons Learners. And we had 12 middle school students who spent a week with us, and the camp was called Black History Matters. And we spent a week with them. They learned about their local history. They learned to do genealogy. They did genealogies. Most did genealogies on their own families. One student decided he didn't want to look at his family, so we gave him a name, and he researched that student. And so we are not doing that camp this summer, but we will be moving back to it. We may do it every other summer until we get some things straightened out in the state. I didn't say that. But we do have a great school of education at William & Mary. And so when I always ask the first day of class in my, how many of you are planning to be teachers? And I talk to them about their role and how important it is. And we talk about if you know anything about the lost cause and the changes that they made in the ending story of the Civil War, the main weapon, from my point of view anyway, was textbooks. They rewrote the story, as I said briefly, they rewrote the story of the end of the war and the causes of the war. And people still to this day believe that because their parents and grandparents believed it and their teachers believed it. And so that's part of the story we have to help rewrite, I think, all of us. And that's something we're definitely trying to do at William & Mary.
You bet, you bet. Now, what do you do then, taking that last important statement, how do you deal, Jody, with the extraordinary, highly polarized, conversation and action around textbooks and today in public schools? It's happening in a number of states with really sobering and frightening possibilities and impact. How do you think about that? Tell us what we should do. Tell us what we should do.
Wow, we need to start writing textbooks. We had an incident a few years back, and I won't remember all the exact details of it, but I want to say it was a Virginia history fourth or fifth grade textbook. And one of the faculty members in the history department had a child using that book. And it talked about all of the Black, formerly enslaved and enslaved people who happily fought on the side of the Confederacy. And so they had messed with the wrong people. And so, and there were many stories about it. To my knowledge, that book is not being used any longer. And that idea that these men would sign up to fight on the side of the South. And what was discovered is the author of the book admitted that her main source had been the Sons of Confederate Veterans website. You know, so those are the kinds of things we have to pay attention to, because not every child is going to have a mother or a father who's a historian, right? And so we all have to look out. We have to look out for them in our own ways.
So we're going to open up the question. I want to ask one last question of each of the committee members, and I want to preface it by just this comment. So in preparation for the 50th anniversary of the slaying of Martin Luther King in 2018, a very interesting family and their production company named the Coontards, they're white, made a film called King in the Wilderness. It's a documentary. If you haven't seen it, do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Go watch this. It's about King between 1966 or 65 and 1968, and the extraordinary both burden he carried in terms of being the leader of the civil rights movement, but also the absolute calling he felt to connect the quest for civil rights action, meaningful action, to economic justice and to pacifism against the war in Vietnam. It's extraordinary, but it's really a personal account of how hard it was to be Dr. Martin Luther King in 1965 and 66 and 67. It's an amazing film, all told through the eyes of people who knew him, all of his brothers and sisters in arms, most of them, but not all, Black. So I want to ask you, springboarding off that, what gives you moments of credible hope, and what makes you say, this is so hard, the story is so bad, there's still so much of what Douglas would call the slave power and the hatred that animated it. Tell us each of you, please tell us about both those aspects of the important work you do, because it's for all of us.
I can take the latter part first. The thing that is always kind of lingering in the back of my mind is, this is an incredibly difficult situation. Is learning new things about events like at North Carolina A&T, right? They made a jump to become a high research activity producing institution in 2004. They weren't given any additional money to make that jump, but when two predominantly white institutions did the same thing a couple of years later, they got $10 million apiece from the state of North Carolina. North Carolina A&T went back to the legislature to say, hey, we would like that money as well. And they've been able to get $2.5 million of those dollars to this point. So things like that, knowing that the kind of discrimination is sort of the momentum that it has is difficult. But things like this are things that kind of give me hope, right? Things that knowing that institutions are really thinking deeply about their legacies of discrimination, are beginning to invest resources in addressing those legacies, and are thinking broadly, not just with the institution itself, but also peripheral institutions, thinking about HBCUs and tribal colleges, Hispanic serving institutions, community colleges, right? Thinking more broadly about the atmosphere, the higher education infrastructure, as opposed to just the institution's perseverance.
Thank you. Ms. Jody?
I think you asked about what gives us hope.
Yeah, well, actually, both. What bends your shoulders down on, cold nights as you walk home, or just sit having, a cup of coffee, and what also, tightens your core and says, let's go.
Well, honestly, I think what sometimes, as you say, bends my shoulders down is watching the news. And just hearing some of the things that, again, people truly believe, and it feels, and there's always a backlash. So you feel your positive steps are being taken, and then now, now we're in the midst of a backlash, right? We're in a time when people feel that they are being left out. There have white males who believe that they are now, being discriminated against, and folks who don't want to or don't have the wherewithal to understand the greater picture. So those things, I think, cause my shoulders to, because it feels like if we're going to always have backlashes, then when will this stop? Because if and so if that's the pattern, but again, I think like Adam said, I think being here, knowing that this movement that started at Brown under Dr. Simmons has become a movement.
Yeah.
Now the organization is Universities Studying Slavery, but when it first started, we were Virginia colleges and universities studying slavery. And there were, a few of us, and then I think Georgetown was the first non-Virginia school to ask. And so now we're universities studying slavery. There are almost 100 institutions, not only in this country, but in the UK. And so that gives me hope, because again, I think going back to what I said before, colleges and universities are responsible, and they're responsible for telling the truth. You can't educate when you're living a big lie. And so telling the truth is the key. And so I think that this gathering and gatherings that will be happening all over the world give me hope.
Good. Ms. Kemi.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that gives me hope first is despite all of the hardships and challenges that students brought to the table, many of them also had stories of how they were able to find spaces here at Harvard where they truly felt at home, where they truly felt accepted and supported. And so I think that potential is there for this university to be that space, but also for this university to contribute to those spaces outside. I think what really stuck with me most is that idea of the safety net being yanked out from under you, right? This all being very fragile and temporary. So really thinking ahead, for me, it's a question of what can Harvard do, not just to sustain students for 4 years while they're here and finding those safety nets and spaces, but in actually making those deeper changes in society so that students have access to that both before and after they get their degrees here. And I think that brings me to the challenging part of all this, which is that, that's a big ask. That's a lot of work that needs to happen. It's a lot of work that needs to happen on multiple different levels, and it is going to be incredibly slow. The students brought so much energy to these interviews, and a lot of them, when they followed up at the end, said, oh, hey, are you going to be able to send us something about this, or what are you going to do with this? And when we explained that this project was likely going to take several years, even just to have things published on it, they were kind of like, then what is even the point of telling you my story? I'm going to be graduated, right? But really making sure that we're looking toward sort of the urgency and the immediacy of what students need now, but also really thinking about these long-term, deep structural changes that need to happen and that Harvard as an institution can have an important role in.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to take some questions now from wherever they came from. I don't know here, but they're on Slido. So let me start with someone who asked the question almost as soon as you started speaking, Adam. This person asked, can you, and anyone, any of you comment, please. But I'll start with Adam because it was directed as Adam was speaking. Can you comment on student loan forgiveness and how you see that in the context of what we're talking about here?
Yeah, I think we have constructed a system that where effectively states spend, was it $5 billion less a year educating black students than they do white students, and there are a couple of reasons why that is. The institutions that black students are more likely to attend, including community colleges, public regional institutions, have fewer resources to spend on those students, so they ultimately end up taking out more loans. We also know that it's true that black students are more likely to take out student debt, more likely to take out more student debt, more likely to default on that debt, whether they finish with a degree or without a degree. And so I think that the arguments that, suggest that, maybe this isn't a sort of, progressive policy, maybe this isn't something that is, will help close the racial wealth gap, right? I think that those arguments should be taken seriously, but I also believe that, and the data bears out that there is that the student debt issue is one that is unevenly felt.
Yeah.
And so in that situation, with the knowledge that we have of who is defaulting on student debt, who is being most affected, and who is being seriously affected by the student debt, I think that it is a conversation that as we think more expansively about addressing critical issues in higher education, whether that is, the cost of college, which is a big one for a lot of people. I think that debt cancellation is a central piece of that, knowing, historically, the institutions got more expensive as more Black people started attending and as they grew more diverse.
Jody or Kevin, do you want to comment? You don't have to, but.
I certainly think it should happen. I think students who are graduating with mortgage-sized loan payments are going to be in very serious trouble, and therefore the entire country is going to be in very serious trouble. So I agree that it needs to happen, and there needs to be a way that more grants and scholarships are provided to students so they don't have to go into debt to get an education.
Yeah, and Harvard was one of the universities that led sort of the no loans financial aid policy here for undergraduates, and that makes a huge difference for students. And there's now a lot of work being done to better support first-gen and low-income students during their experiences here. And so I think that makes a big difference as well. But I think also this is a moment to think expansively, not just about how to cancel student debt, but how to sort of rethink who even has to pay for the privilege of having an education. The University of California, for example, just announced that enrolled members of federally recognized tribes will no longer have to pay tuition due to California's history of genocide against Native peoples. And so I wonder, so I wonder if we think expansively, how else could we tackle this problem of debt?
Let me follow your comments on the question directed just to you that's coming recently. For Kemi, what possibilities for solidarity are there between the Harvard Legacy of Slavery Initiative and Native people's efforts for recognition and redress? Do you want to comment on that? Or either of you as well?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and that's something that I've been thinking about a lot. And I think there are definitely opportunities for folks to work together, but I think that part of it is that we're seeing two communities here who have been made invisible, who have been under-resourced, who have been sort of pushed to the side for so long that oftentimes we're just so wrapped up in trying to get our own stories told and to get our own stories out there, that saps all of our energy. And so I think one thing that could definitely be done is more sort of support or space on the institutional end to create those spaces where Black and Native people can come together and build that solidarity and have that time to just be with one another and not have to be fighting for just that basic recognition all of the time.
Miss Jody, this is for you. Can you expound on the listening sessions and outreach? And maybe Kemi, you want to speak as well, but Jody, can you expound on the listening sessions and outreach you did at the beginning of the project and how you built participation and trust and what the impact of those sessions have been in the Lemon Project? Someone also asked, by the way, why is it called the Lemon Project? So if you can give us a super on this, that would be great.
Yeah, we got those questions a lot in the beginning. I'll start with that one. Lemon was a man who was enslaved by William and Mary. And there was a list that a doctoral candidate found of 21 enslaved people. And the top part of the list listed the names and then kind of their health status, and the bottom listed enslaved people who were possibly eligible to be hired out. And Lemon was on that list. And at the time, when it came time to name the project, we knew the most about him as an individual. We knew that he sometimes grew produce and sold it to the college. We knew that he among a few others, received what they called a Christmas bonus one year. Around 1815, they bought him medicine, and in 1817, they bought his coffin. And so it's still a very pitiable amount of information to know about a human being, but he still is the individual we know the most about. But of course, he represents everyone known and unknown at the college. So that's how we got the name, the Lemon Project. In terms of the listening sessions and the symposia, because in the beginning, a lot of our panels consisted of individuals from the community, and they talked about, and we back up and they'll say we started by meeting in the what is the Bruton Heights School, and it was the K through 12 segregated school for in Williamsburg. And it was a central part of that community, and that Colonial Williamsburg purchased it many years ago and was considering tearing it down and making a parking lot. And the Black community came together, the alums came together before we were ever involved, and they saved the school. And it became a space of still owned by Colonial Williamsburg, but with access of the alums and so we chose to have our first 3 symposia there because that was, again, it was the center of the community. And so people came, they participated on panels, they participated in small group discussions, and we talked to them and we asked them questions, and they talked to us. And I think
were they glad to tell their stories?
They were glad to tell their story. Most people were glad to tell their stories. But in some were certainly skeptically looking at William and Mary. And one, I'll tell you, when the Lemon Project was announced, and this was before we actually started working, there was a man in the community who stood up and he said, "Okay, William and Mary, we'll be watching you." and that's always stuck in my mind, because the original call was this would be an 8-year archival research project. And that comment, and then just talking to the other people, we knew very early on that we could not go into the archives for 8 years and come out, even if we came out with a Pulitzer Prize winning book, that we had to be in the community and in the archives at the same time. And so getting back in terms of how we spent that time, again, meeting with the community. We had our events in the community, but eventually we outgrew them. And so but we also wanted to let people know, let Black people in the community know that William and Mary was a resource for them, that you should not live in a college town and not be able to take advantage of it. Even if your kids want to go somewhere else, there are opportunities there, and you should know that, and you should be comfortable. And so after a few years, we did start having events and the symposium on campus. And I'm happy to say that the community is still our largest constituency at these events. And I think in terms of building, how the trust was built, was just going there, visiting, participating in activities, serving on community-based committees, and just being a part and not, and talking with them and not at them, and asking them what they wanted, what kinds of things do you need? And it took, and again, as I said, we've been doing this since 2010, although the beginnings were 2007 with the student resolution. But we just spend time, and now I will also tell you that the genealogy initiative has really opened doors. And just recently, the postdoc and I were in a meeting with some people from the community. They're going to be doing a project on a African-American cemetery. And this woman who's been in the community who grew up there, she said to us, people love the Lemon Project. They love you, and they love our postdoc, because he's out there. And they, again, as I was saying earlier, they wanted to know. People want to know how to do their genealogy, And so he's not doing it at the individual genealogies, but we're setting up workshops, and he's guiding them, and he's bringing in outside speakers, and it's really, I think, certainly carried us even further in terms of what the people in the community think about the Lemon Project and about William and Mary.
We are out of time. Thank you very much, Jody. On many levels, thank you all very much. On many levels. We're out of time, but I just want to mention, thinking broadly about these extraordinary experts and change makers, each of them, and this larger effort of which we're privileged to be a part. I was just reminded as you were speaking, Jody, of the Highlander School, which was it was an extraordinary institution that never would have said we're here to talk about the legacy of slavery. It wasn't framed that way. But the efforts of the Highlander School, which became a breeding ground for all kinds of men and women that were involved in the Civil Rights Project, and for many, many other people, right, that needed to tell the truth, wanted to know the truth about all this. Here we are, at a very important moment with an extraordinary group of people. And thank you for the blessings of being able to hear your expertise and thoughtfulness and integrity in this small slice. So thank you very much.
So then I interviewed her. I'll give you the signal. I'll be down here on the street. Would you all please take your seats? Welcome back, everyone. As our first panel highlighted, many universities are considering their particular responsibility as institutions of higher education to reckon with their histories and engage in reparative action. Few have contemplated this responsibility as deeply as our first keynote speaker. She once said, "I came to university life because it was the one space that I could see in the country where one could begin to tell the truth." Throughout a long and distinguished career, she's led universities to fulfill what she's described as their vital role, turning a mirror to society. It's my honor to introduce Prairie View A&M University President Ruth J. Simmons.
Okay.
Ruth's accomplishments in higher education leadership are extensive, and I couldn't hope to do them justice in this brief introduction. I was tempted to run out the time for this entire session to do so, by the way, but I will share some highlights. She's the daughter of sharecroppers in segregated Texas. She has dedicated herself to charting a more equitable and inclusive path for the next generations of students. Ruth's own path in higher education began with a scholarship to Dillard University, where she earned her bachelor's degree summa cum laude, before going on to earn a PhD in Romance, Languages, and Literatures here at Harvard. Ruth then joined the faculty of the University of New Orleans as a professor of French, followed by multiple roles on the faculty and administratively at USC, Princeton University, and Spelman College. She became president of Smith College in 1995, where among her many path-breaking initiatives was the establishment of the first engineering program at a women's college in the United States. In 2001, she became the first African-American president to lead an Ivy League institution at Brown University. During her 11-year tenure there, she continued her decades-long work advancing equal educational opportunity. Under her leadership, Brown expanded its faculty, bolstered its curricula and facilities, increased financial aid, and instituted a need-blind admissions policy. As we have heard about today, and we will be hearing more, I am sure, Ruth also led Brown to establish a committee to examine the university's involvement with slavery, making it one of the first universities in the world and the first Ivy League institution to formally acknowledge those ties. Ruth assumed her current role as Prairie View A&M University president in 2018. She has received many, many honors. I'm tempted to list some of them, but it goes on and on. Let me just say it would be easier to list the honors she hasn't received than the ones that she has received. And there are all these big ones. She is very extensively decorated, and we are very proud to have her with us today. After her remarks, Ruth will be joined in conversation by another path-breaking scholar, Henry Louis Gates, Jr., the Alphonse Fletcher University professor and director of the Hutchins Center for African and American Research at Harvard University. Skip's contributions and achievements, like Ruth's, are too extensive to list. He is a literary scholar, cultural critic, journalist, and filmmaker. Skip has probably discovered that I have a little boilerplate I use to send him every time he gets a new honor, which tends to be once a month. He has authored or co-authored more than 20 books, the most recent of which is Stony the Road, Reconstruction, White Supremacy, and the Rise of Jim Crow, and The Black Church, This Is Our Story, This Is Our Song. An Emmy and Peabody Award-winning filmmaker, Skip has hosted and produced over 20 documentary films, including The Black Church on PBS, Black Art in the Absence of Light on HBO, and the long-running PBS series, Finding Your Roots. Skip is also the recipient of numerous honorary degrees and awards. I won't mention his either, except to say he is a member of the first ever class of MacArthur Foundation Fellows. Numerous boards, numerous honors as well. After Skip and Ruth's discussion, we will turn to audience questions. Now, please join me in warmly welcoming Ruth Simmons and Skip Gates.
Good morning. Do you mind if I stay here to deliver my remarks?
It's up to you.
Okay, thank you. Again, good morning. I have to confess to feeling somewhat overwhelmed to be back here on this occasion, particularly to speak about this subject. I can't say that I'm going to be faithful to my remarks because as these feelings flood in on me, I feel moved to be honest with you about what I'm reflecting on in this moment. So I apologize. Well, no, I don't apologize for that. I was actually reflecting on a question posed earlier. And I was thinking how very right and just that I'm back here doing this, because in so many ways, the work of this university sends us out into the world to do the work of justice without necessarily knowing it. That I was able to come here and to spend time at Harvard so many years ago as a young person, believing in the potential to use whatever I learned here to serve the world. And now I'm back and I've been doing that. I don't know why that didn't occur to me before, but thank you. It means a lot to me to be able to say that I did something good with what I did here. You know, everybody in my community was thinking, what in the world are you doing? You're up there. I mean, you could be back here in Texas eating barbecue, and you're wasting your time up there at Harvard. You'll never really amount to anything because you're studying, for God's sake, French. And black people don't study French. What are you doing there? And so a lot of people gave up on me because I didn't choose sociology or law or something very practical. And I remember Morley Safer asking me, why on earth did you focus on French? And my answer to him was quite simply, because I could. And so the empowerment of learners to do what they love and what they value highly, knowing that it's going to lead them somewhere, is one of the best things the universities can do. So you see, I've already departed from what I was going to talk about. I want to thank Dean Tomiko Brown-Nagan and President Larry Bacow. I was going to call you Lawrence, but for the invitation to come to this conference. And I certainly want to commend members of the Presidential Committee on Harvard and the Legacy of Slavery for their extraordinary work. When we began a similar undertaking at Brown University in 2002, I thought the climate at that time was somewhat inhospitable for tackling such a fraught question. But I actually think that 20 years later, such work is perhaps even more challenging given the organized efforts to oppose truth-telling about slavery that are now sweeping the country. And so my hat's off to you for taking this on in this environment, one of the most difficult I think I've experienced. Devotion to the work of truth-telling lies at the heart of our work in the Academy. We should never forget that. Reasserting the importance of independent and transparent inquiry and reminding us of our highest purpose in teaching, learning, and research, this effort demonstrates the integrity so necessary to garner and retain the trust and respect of those we seek to serve. So again, thank you all for taking this on and wrestling with one of the most difficult questions in our nation's history. The existence of American slavery still awakens stark and rancorous political divisions, and its legacy in this country still sours hopes for meaningful inclusion and justice for minority citizens. Of course, while the subject of equality and justice remains deeply important for descendants of slaves, it's actually just as important to every American as the prospects for a unified and peaceably governed nation will forever elude us if we do not address this legacy and its continuing impact on the lives of so many, so very many in our country. Some argue even today that the history of slavery in the United States should be buried and forgotten. Enough has been done, they say, to ameliorate the sins of slavery. Equal opportunity programs and formal desegregation efforts played a decisive role in providing minority access to educational institutions like Harvard, to professions and white-collar employment, but predictably, an ever more robust backlash has led to a call to dismantle preferential policies that favor women and minorities. That enough has been done to address racism and discrimination is an assertion that appears to have gained momentum, especially among those disaffected by their economic status and resentful of what they perceive to be opportunities lost because of these special programs. I hear this all the time. You know, I'm a Texan, and I live in Texas. I practice my profession in Texas. I get funding for my institution from the Texas legislature and the governor of the state of Texas. That's the world I live in. And I relished being able to be there and to speak to them about these issues. I don't think they relish my being there. As we know, these complaints are a pungent motif in right-wing ideologies and play really a central role now in national politics. Perhaps the anger and misapprehension aroused when the legacy of slavery and discrimination is evoked is entirely understandable. I was telling Skip earlier that when I announced at Brown that we were going to do this work, a very good friend of mine, outstanding scholar, Nellie McKay, called me up and said, "Girl, have you lost your mind?" And she was a friend. After all, people feel this way because rituals of forgetting were not only long supported throughout the country, but they were endorsed widely as an important patriotic aim. Lincoln's Gettysburg Address focused on, quote, the great task remaining at the end of the Civil War, which was, of course, above all, to preserve and heal the Union, by forgetting the massive, massive moral ill that inspired the war in the first place. Putting aside a forthright critique of slavery and a calling to account of those who violated the humanity of human beings may have seemed urgent at the time, but the legacy of false or incomplete histories has left us with an acute sense of betrayal by lies that benefited certain segments of society. Restoring the painful missing elements of these histories is, I believe, a necessary and heroic act that upholds standards of truth, fairness, and, frankly, moral behavior. I think as a kid, imagine now being in a deeply segregated part of the country, having migrated from a plantation to the city, and listening constantly to messages about how unworthy I was, how ugly I was, how I could never be anything. That universities seemed to me to be these magical places. Because for all the lies that surrounded me, I knew there were places dedicated to truth. And so my flight to academic life was really all about looking for that space somewhere in the world where the truth could be told. Apart from the question of whether the imprint of massive and systemic human rights abuses could ever be permanently erased, there's also the fact that forgetting can never forestall the resurgence of certain aspects of memory, experience, and belief. In the end, falsifying the nature and import of crimes against humanity minimizes the extent and import of the injury. The deliberate untruth that goes on year after year, era after era, creates actually a viral new evil that may be in some ways worse than the original evil, and that is the erasure of the moral obligation we have as human beings to address the legacy of such deeds. I always think about it that way. The longer you wait to address that evil, not only are you more complicit in that evil, but you have a new evil that you've created. The evil of the continued denigration of victims, the evil of the lasting effects of these acts of inhumanity and brutality on successive generations. When I think about it now, I think, when I think of my grandchild and the future she will have, and I think how different it could have been if only people had seized the opportunity earlier to deal with these issues. And yet we know there are children who will be living out the nightmare that we've given them for many. I'm kind of being a little depressing. I'm gonna get out of that. Okay?
Telling the truth.
in the end, by failing to explore critically the existence and consequences of such actions, we consign ourselves to incomplete knowledge of who we are as moral beings, the reasons for our actions and beliefs, and how we can change to improve upon our future. In 2001, as I was preparing to assume the Brown presidency, a group of scholars and activists, including prominently Professor Charles Ogletree, raised questions about how certain institutions benefited from slavery. Now, I have to say that in the Brown community, there was a lot of panic because somehow Brown's name was mentioned by Ogletree and others as one of the main offenders. They argued that these institutions might owe a debt as a consequence of the benefit they received from slavery. So in response to questions at the time of how to deal with Brown's purported slave legacy and a lawsuit that would name Brown as a main beneficiary of the slave trade, I commissioned a process to engage our community in considering how Brown was specifically tied to slave trading and whether Brown had represented this history accurately. I was quite naive. I went about asking people, what is this all about? I just arriving at Brown. What is this about? Do you know what this history is? And I was told repeatedly and officially, Brown had no ties to slavery whatsoever. No, and I believe that they were convinced by this. So we designed, in effect, a community, well, I have to confess, I did go to the PR person and ask that question. Maybe I shouldn't have done that, right? So we designed a process to try to find out what the truth of it was, because nobody seemed to know. It was all hidden. It was erased from books completely. We knew from the outset that since race and slavery are the third rail in U.S. political discourse, whatever we found and however we carried out this work, reconciliation of divergent perspectives required really diverse involvement as well as maximum transparency. The findings of the Brown Steering Committee on Slavery and Justice revealed that many of Brown's incorporators owned slaves and benefited financially from the transatlantic slave trade. This really wasn't all that difficult to find out because, after all, this was the epicenter of the ship building, and everybody's hands were dirty in that area at the time. Everybody was tied financially in some way to slavery. The founding president of Brown himself, James Manning, who was sent from Philadelphia to come to the university to found a Baptist university finally for this country, was a slaveholder. These facts had long been omitted in any published histories. And as I was beginning to learn about this along the way, I really had to ponder how I could react myself personally when certain facts were disclosed. For example, the desk at which I worked was Manning's desk. And every day I faced his portrait right in front of my desk. And people repeatedly asked, "You're black. Your ancestors were enslaved. How can you sit at his desk and how can you face his portrait?" That caused some necessity for me to think about that. And I'm glad that I had an opportunity to do that. In the end, I thought how satisfying it is to be able to sit there in front of those portraits, right? No, but seriously, this is the magic and the magnitude of what you're doing. You're involved in a process that creates exactly those kinds of dynamics. Would Manning ever have contemplated that a descendant of slaves would be sitting at his desk and facing his portrait? Probably not, but all of us should consider that that is the way society evolves. If we're lucky, and if we keep learning to be better at what we do, then that's exactly the way it's supposed to work. Questions about how the university might have benefited from its colonial-era founders' involvement in the slave trade could have been debilitating. Could have been, easily. To the sense of pride, if nothing else, that so many have in what? Brown identifies itself as the most progressive, certainly of the Ivy League, and they might even say in the country. And here you have this messy problem. To have lied year after year, decade after decade, about involvement in slavery. What does that do for your sense of? But in confronting these questions, we found actually an opportune moment to communicate the depth and significance of our scholarly mission and our commitment to present-day justice. As principled adherents of empirical science and critical thinking, universities that fail the test of truth-telling about their own actions may justifiably prompt questions about the ethical basis of their scholarship and teaching. We wanted, therefore, to demonstrate a high standard of scholarship in our committee process. So the committee delved into rare archival material readily at hand due to the scrupulously preserved records that the Brown family had donated to the university. They were a very intellectual family. They kept records of everything. And it's all there in the library at Brown. Committee members pored over and exhibited for the public personal correspondence, ship's logs, and other primary materials revealing the sordid history of the Brown family's involvement in the trade. Not the entire Brown family. John Brown, the most infamous of them, and the most dedicated to slavery. I was kind of an odd experience, I would say, in a way, because my house at Brown, which Larry and Adele visited, was across the street from John Brown's house. And across the street from John Brown's house was another of the Brown family's homes. So we were surrounded by the stories of the Browns. And innocently, they had handed all of that over to us so that we'd be able to discover all the records of the slaves that had jumped ship, of cruelties that had been carried out. All of that was readily available. Of course, once we got past the facts of this history, the central question really remained. Given that history, how do we today feel about it? And what, if any, actions does this history prompt us to undertake today? That's actually the most important question. That's the question you're all going to have to continue to deal with. Reaching back in history to judge how historical figures acted and judging them in the context of more evolved and enlightened laws and human rights protection can be a treacherous undertaking. It can also consign us to an endless succession of accusations and revisions that detract from the urgency of current behaviors and problems. Yet insight from history is undeniably critical to solving current problems and preventing future abuses. So one can be sharply divided over what is required of us today in view of the actions of our founders, but one should not turn away from the question of what to do, for in choosing how to react today, we are ourselves creating an historical legacy and forging a new narrative for which we will be judged in the future. Ignoring what we know to be true condemns us in our turn to harsh and unrelenting criticism from those who come after us. This truth-finding is, I believe, then, a process that is essential to the enlightened evolution of modern-day society and its diverse institutions and communities. In receiving the committee's report, I wanted to return to the essence of the charge that I had issued to them before they started the work. Getting this right was about the university's reclaiming the fullness of its responsibility to represent a critical perspective with regard to history, including its own history. If there's anything that the Brown process did well, it was to model how ably and perhaps how uniquely institutions like Brown and Harvard can and should take on difficult and even divisive issues. A lot of time in the course of this, when people ask me, well, why? Why are you? I would answer the same way. Because we can and because we should. We must never apologize for being that site for this country, because where else is it to occur? Amen. If it does not occur here? That's our most important. So I believe still that universities model the best of civic and intellectual engagement, addressing fraught issues, expressing objectionable views in a civil environment, asking challenging and uncomfortable questions, formulating useful solutions, and developing enlightened community consensus. Since the publication of the original Brown report, as you know, many universities and institutions have followed suit, emulating the Brown process and working to unearth their own ties to slavery. In this sense, the story of slavery in the United States is really still being written. The opening of the African American Museum on the Washington Mall, in which the story of African Americans in the United States is represented through art, artifacts, and history, is in some ways the most powerful statement yet about our nation's responsibility to come to terms with the history of slavery and African Americans in the United States. I was so pleased to see that I think Kevin Young might be here at some point. There are many signs that we're getting to the nub of the fallout from the way the aftermath of slavery unfolded. Numerous groups are now calling for significant changes in the way we are organized and in the way the public policy is designed. One of the most often used terms in our political lexicon is transparency. The insistence on an end to politically motivated fabrications, to secret governance structures that give preferential treatment to select groups, and to hegemonic assertions of racial superiority has become a standard in political discourse. I hope that this standard would ultimately advance inclusion and redefine public expectations of behavior across the racial, ethnic, religious, and political spectrum. A particular focus on longstanding university practices, traditions, and iconography, a particular focus is the way in which universities have glorified acts of injustice and discrimination, including those that originate in slavery. That's a tough one. Mm-hmm. I don't know how we extract ourselves from all of that, because every university has a good supply of outrageous genufaction to immoral characters because of the gifts to universities, because of the involvement of so many different people in the life of universities. And yet, that work is going to go on. It is going to go on because people will demand that it go on. In our discussion, I might want to come back to that because I have some very odd thoughts about it. Okay. Significant concessions are being made to address excoriating critiques of practices that appear to honor corrupt and morally compromising behavior. We have new centers, increased financial aid, sensitivity training, curricular expansion, rewritten university histories, monuments to victims of discrimination and racism, and so on have been hastily approved to assuage the demands of activists. Such actions suggest a moment of collective rethinking of institutional narratives that perpetuate erasures of collective and individual complicity in unethical acts. I should tell you that the committee issued numerous recommendations. The Corporation of Brown declined to comment on those recommendations and left the decision to me. The most important recommendation, the most meaningful to the committee, was actually that Brown issue an apology for slavery, for its slavery connections. I refused. I refused principally because I could not imagine, as an African American, apologizing for the university, for the university's ties to slavery. And just as some people, when we started the study, thought that the process was naturally corrupt because I was African American, and thought that the process would ultimately lead to recriminations of all sorts and a call for reparations, and of course, presuming that because of the color of my skin, everybody knew what I was going to think about the outcome of this. Well, we live with that every day, but still, the idea of being the apologist for this was too convenient a narrative, and I refused to do it. They had many good suggestions, many of which we endorsed. One included a physical representation for the campus, public art, which if you visit Brown, you will see on the front lawn a piece by Puryear that is a result of this study. In the United States today, the narrative that governs our union is being reshaped and redefined. It is being reshaped by commercial and nonprofit institutions. It's being reshaped by newly diverse communities. It's being reshaped by those who would wish to have their say one way or other. Whether or not we're able in coming times to cohere, collaborate, share power, and forge a common direction will depend on whether the kind of process that you've undergone here comes to be a more accepted mode of forging a common direction where all stakeholders get to view the process and standards for telling a common story. I'm immensely proud of what Harvard is trying to do under the leadership of President Bacow. I think you all need to understand how difficult it is for a president of the most vaunted institution, perhaps, in the world, perhaps, to do something that doesn't have to be done. You can enjoy the benefits of being the president of such an institution, and your life can be perfectly wonderful. But to take on the commitment to expose yourself to the criticism that he's going to get as a consequence of undertaking this work is something to be acknowledged. But more than that, it's something for you to support. Because a president who does this will have some difficulties. He doesn't know about all of them yet. But when I was taking on this work at Brown, the fact that I was African American obviously was a bit of a problem. That's when I think I was telling you earlier, that's when I got my security detail. I think that you have to be prepared to stand up. There's nothing so wonderful, in my experience, at least, and I've lived a very long time now, so I say this with some confidence. There's nothing so wonderful as to remember those times when you actually did stand up. And so it is wonderful to attend a conference. It's better to do the hard daily work of supporting actions that create a better world for us all. So remember that, and remember to stand up and support people who are doing this kind of work. But I want to say that, Larry, when I was a new president at Brown, we started at Tufts and Brown the same time. And at that time, when he was a new president, he and his wife reached out to me in those days. That hand of friendship has remained outstretched to me ever since, and I'm so grateful to you both. I'm also grateful that my long-term friend, Henry Louis Gates Jr., Skip, is with me today to moderate this discussion. Honestly, over the span of a career like mine, the privilege of knowing individuals of such quality, import, and reach has made all the difference in the world to me. So when people ask me how I do what I do, I'm able to do it because of friends like these. So thank you very much, and I'll be happy to have a conversation.
Thank you, Ruth. That was marvelous. Let's go back to the beginning. I was just thinking, if I'm recalling correctly, you took your PhD here in 1973? Is that right?
Yes.
50 years later, 50 years ago, could you ever imagine returning here in this context?
Of course not. I mean, I was saying to Larry earlier, I mean, I was an oddball here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on. I mean, I know. I mean, people still ask me today, I mean, what are you doing taking a PhD in French, right? So I was an oddball in my department. The faculty didn't know what I was doing there or why I was there, and they didn't have much confidence that it was going to end well for me because they said that they couldn't see a career path for me.
Mm-hmm.
But the wonderful thing is that it didn't matter what they thought. Because even then, I was on a path to do something with my life because I had seen through my parents and others what it meant not to have the opportunity to think for yourself, to do what you thought important, to have the means to do that. And I knew that Harvard would give me certain means to do something constructive, though I never imagined it would take me as far as it has, actually. But I thought I'd be able to do something. And Harvard has been very close to me for a long time, and I was very forgiving of it. For many years, because I understood its value. Even if Harvard didn't understand its value, I understood it well. And I kept that very close to me for many, many years, understanding that I had gotten something here that could not ever be erased. And so that's of great value to the students who come here, that they're able to absorb so much and to go out and to do the work that needs to be done in the world. So that's not what you asked, but...
No, but it's a great, it's a great answer. You launched the Slavery Project at Brown in the very early days of your presidency. And to go back to Nellie McKay's, our dear friend, mutual friend Nellie McKay, who also took a PhD.
Yes, I do.
Here. What were you thinking? I mean, literally, what possessed you to do that, especially given the fact you were the very first black president of an Ivy League institution? I have a feeling if you'd called John Hope Franklin and said, should I do that? He would say, what are you thinking?
Yeah.
No. Do that in your second term, right?
Yeah. I think that I see things very simplistically, thank God. My family always says, they're very suspicious of me because I have a PhD. And they talk a lot about common sense. And so I've worked very hard to preserve a sense of reality. And I basically keep it simple. Okay, so it's very simple. People ask about this issue of Brown and slavery, and they needed an answer. I was not going to invent one. So what did we need to do? We needed to get to the bottom of it. And so it was actually just that simple. What wasn't quite so simple is convincing the community that it was that simple. Because nobody thought it could possibly be that simple. Nobody knew me very well at the moment. And so I thought it was fair for them to think that there was some kind of subterfuge, that I was really after something, and so forth. But, and I never worried about the fact, which I now see, that it could have ended my presidency as it began. I didn't think about that either. And the fact that it was risky. And I go back to Harvard gave me that, because I've never lacked self-confidence.
That's clear.
And so if it could have done that, so be it, as long as I was doing something worthy. That's what meant something to me. And so early on, when all the newspaper articles started questioning what it was all about, I just held on to the idea that this is what universities should represent. And I just kept explaining that that's what we were doing, and so on. So it took some years before people settled down, but one critical thing happened early on, and it was that the New York Historical Society decided to do an exhibition on slavery.
That's right.
And that was a big, I remember that the CEO of Goldman Sachs mentioned to me, the New York Historical Society is doing an exhibition on slavery in New York.
In New York.
They were floored by it. And so things started happening like that. And suddenly, okay, well, maybe it's not poisonous to seek the truth, right? And then, again, I think that the alumni were very quiet. And this was an action taken on for the alums. They were very quiet for a long time, waiting to see what the outcome would be. So what I'm amazed by now is that in spite of this going on, I was performing my duties like everybody else, like I was supposed to, and wasn't worried about how this was going to come out.
Did you imagine, could you imagine at the time that undertaking that study might be remembered as historic, as precedent-setting, and as a signal moment, not only in your tenure as president, but in fact, over the course of your entire career?
Absolutely not. I didn't think it would be that important in my, in how people thought about my career. I thought, doing engineering at Smith might be. I thought Brown going need blind after so many years might be. But I didn't think this would have that impact. And yet it's turned out to be the most cited thing about my work, actually, probably in my whole career.
Isn't that ironic?
It is. But we don't get to decide how people will view us.
No.
We don't get to decide what is worth something for others. We just do the work that we do. believing in it and hoping that it has good outcomes. That's all we need to do, really.
That's true.
And then let other people decide what they think.
So you can sleep at night, so you can sleep
Yeah.
soundly at night.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Ruth, what were the biggest surprises, both positively and negatively? And part two is, if you had to do it all over again, if you could do it all over again, what would you do differently, if anything?
Well, certainly the biggest surprise was that it was such a big deal. Because, you know, in universities, we do this kind of work all the time. We love committees. And we set up committees to do all kinds of different things, right?
Right.
And when I was at Princeton all those years, I did a lot of committees. And so I didn't expect the storm. That's for sure. I underestimated greatly the whole meaning of being an African-American president of an Ivy League university. I know, call me foolish for that, but I didn't think it was such a big deal. I thought that's an accident of history. Come on. I happen to be African-American. And by the way, I was available for Harvard, too.
Missed opportunity, missed opportunity.
But I don't know, I'm always a little bit taken aback over this issue of race. Because as much as I was imbued with this whole notion of people's hatred for people who are different, I never felt that myself. And so it's always a little bit of a surprise to me when people notice these things. And so it was jarring sometimes when people say, well, you know, you're black. And you are president of an Ivy League university. I mean, so what? So that surprised me, that came out like gangbusters. You see, this is what happens if you appoint a black person to a role like this. This is what they do, you know? Because this is what they do. It's always, you know, one incorporator at Brown, you know, wanted to talk to me about this issue, and she said, you know, what is it with blacks? You know, why do they have such a chip on their shoulder? So I know that there's this whole feeling that there is welled up within us a deep resentment of everything that has happened to black people over the centuries. I know that that is something that people believe. And therefore, when they see race, they think, oh my God, this is really going to be bad, right? And so forth. But I try to keep that as far away from myself as I can. My students sometimes at Brown and at Smith in particular would ask me, why aren't you angry? Why aren't you angry? Why do you expect me to be angry? There are so many things that we encounter across time and in the history of the world. What does anger do for us? Not much, I think. And so I have always, since you know, when I was young, and I was immersed in this racial hatred in the South, I thought, okay, let me see what I can do personally that will remove this tendency from myself. And so I got on a Greyhound bus and went to Mexico to live with a Mexican family and to study Spanish. And that I've always been looking for ways to work on myself. If we just work on ourselves, you know, and stop worrying about what everybody else is doing and how they're falling short, boy, we'd be better off. So I just work on myself. Yeah.
That's good. What surprised you, the biggest positive surprise, the biggest surprise of a positive effect of the study?
I think almost certainly that when the report was issued, and, you know, as presidents, we go around the country to alumni clubs and so forth. The reaction of alumni, the sense of pride they had in the fact that this report was done, and the fact that they it reinforced their sense of how progressive the university was, as opposed to making them feel bad about the university. Because what we wanted to emphasize in the report was our dedication to revealing the truth, and how important that was as an underlying value in all the work that we do in universities. And so I would often use that in exhortations to students about what they should be doing and how they should work and how they should think about their lives. Nothing's more valuable than for universities to show that they're actually doing what they're asking students to do.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. What would you do differently in retrospect? Anything at all? And this is very important for us as a university at this moment, of course.
I think I would have pressed the corporation more, because it was too easy, my being African American, it was too easy for the incorporators to say, oh no, we're not going to touch this. You do it. You're black. You do it. And I thought that that was too easy for the corporation to do, and that I thought it would be much more meaningful to the community if the corporation actually had more of a role. So here's the thing that I think is important in all of these settings. We don't always get everything right. Goodness knows we have our share of stumbles. But what we tout is the way in which we work together. We put our minds together, we do research, we try to be thoughtful, and we come up with a result. And it's not good for people to sit on the sidelines when that happens, because if you have a community process, it's the community making that judgment, right? And so I would feel better today if, you know, if I knew that the whole of the corporation was in that with both feet, as I was.
Do you think it was important that every member of the corporation signed Tomiko's report?
I think it's extraordinary that they did it. Honestly, maybe you can tell me how that happened.
Backout threatened to fire them. That's what.
I can't even imagine. Well, first of all, you have fewer incorporators than Brown does.
How many does Brown have?
I would say it's 30.
Oh yeah, we have fewer than.
So a small.
12.
Yeah, so 12 is nothing. So if you got 12, you know, you can jawbone people, you can hold their hands, you can do a lot of different things, and so forth. But I think that is extraordinary for the corporation to have been willing to do that. It doesn't matter that people will dislike it. It doesn't matter that people will disagree. It's important to listen to that and to continue to forge a kind of commonality of viewpoint about the responsibility of this university to first of all, to the country, to the communities that it serves, to the values that it upholds. That's what you're talking about. And so, you know, I've been very lucky in my presidencies. I've had 3 now. And the thing that's been so wonderful about them is that I have been forgiven so often for things that I've done. And I think the reason that I've been forgiven is because people understand my motives. They understand why I do what I do, and it's okay for me to be wrong. And so it's okay for universities sometimes to err. And so heaven forbid that we would go about our work being afraid to do bold things, being afraid to do things that might benefit the community or benefit our students or benefit knowledge, because we are afraid that people will be upset about it.
Absolutely.
And so any university worth its salt has to be willing to have a president and a board of trustees that steps out on that limb.
Absolutely. It's great. Ruth, two more questions, and then if we have time, we'll open it up. Literally every generational African American descends from enslaved ancestors. Every. But few of us, like you, actually know the names of our enslaved ancestors, which you know because you had your family tree created. In fact, you know the names of 4 enslaved great-grandparents on your mother's side, the oldest born in 1836 in North Carolina, and 4 great-grandparents on your father's side, the oldest born in 1843 in Kentucky. You even know the name of the man who owned one of your great-grandfathers, a man named Charles Beasley, a cotton farmer in Houston County, Texas, near where you actually grew up, and who also is a genetic ancestor of yours. Did your own background as a descendant of enslaved women and men influence your decision to undertake this project? And how do you deal with people who say, slavery, wasn't that so long ago? Get over it. You're just adding fuel to the fire of the right.
Yeah, I think that that knowledge came to me much later, the identity of those individuals. And so at the time I was doing this at Brown, I certainly didn't know that genealogy. But I certainly knew growing up in the town where I was that there were lies written on the faces of people in the town. Because, of course, you know, everybody knows. Everybody knows that this person actually is a blood relative, although they're white, and things are strictly segregated, and there can be no commerce between you, and yet you know that that person is your relative. So, you know, that certainly was not in my mind. I think probably the thoughts that I've had about that have come very much later in life. And because it's meaningful to me now, in a sense, because there are things that I want my children to know. There are things that I want my grandchild to know, and so that so I spend a good deal of time thinking about it now, but I wasn't at that moment thinking about it. You know, I never really wanted to be a leader. Let me say that. Partly because early on I felt unworthy to be a leader, and partly because I thought of myself as a kind of Cassandra. My job was to speak the truth, and I didn't think that could be ever respected. And so I tell the story often about my time at Princeton, when it was pretty clear to me that, you know, when I walk down the sidewalk, people will cross over to the other side so they wouldn't have to speak to me. Because, and I understand that because I was constantly telling people how wrong they were and what they should be doing. I was really a horrible, and so it never occurred to me that a university would want somebody like me to be its leader, because I would be too off-putting to people. So when Smith came and said, you know, would you consider this? I said no, no, because I thought they really didn't know about me, and so on. So my very good friend Aaron Lemonick persuaded me that I had to take that presidency because he said I was being foolish, and I really was not confident enough to do it, and so forth. So I finally did it. But what was your question again? So I don't know. I mean, I think that if we're very fortunate, and I feel very fortunate, we get to live our fantasies. And I've most wanted to do something constructive. I've most wanted to be able to demonstrate that care and concern for other people is a magnificent calling. I've most wanted to demonstrate that all the things that we think of as being important actually aren't. You know, my mother and father never had anything. And, you know, magnificent human beings. And I had that secret. I carried that around, that I knew that people could be magnificent and have nothing. And so I've wanted my students to understand that. And that's what I've really focused my efforts on, rather than trying to show them anything dazzling, because I don't dazzle.
You dazzle, Bruce.
No, I don't. So that's the thing that's meaningful to me, is to be a person who is authentic, who cares about people, who eliminates the barriers that people so commonly find to divide themselves from others, and who seeks rigorously and consistently to just do good and do justice. It's a very simple, as I said, I'm very simplistic in the way I think about life, and that's the way I think about it.
And you exemplify it so brilliantly, without a doubt. Final question. You occupy a unique historical position, both as a graduate of an HBCU, as well as an Ivy League institution, Dillard and Harvard, as well as the only person in the history of the Academy who has served as a president of an Ivy League university and the president of an HBCU, Brown and Prairie. So, Ruth, what do you think might be the most meaningful gestures and programs for our university to undertake in the wake of Tomiko's committee's report, both short-term and long-term?
Well, frankly, you know, as we heard this morning, HBCUs have been consigned to a space in higher education that is one of those stories that we should be very ashamed of. First of all, we weren't supposed to be able to learn because we were genetically unfit for higher level learning. And then when schools were created for us, they were supposed to be less than. And because they were supposed to be less than, they couldn't be funded on a scale similar to the institutions that were meant for whites. That's the story, basically, of HBCUs in this country. And that needs to be set right. They are no longer just for African Americans, because more and more students come to HBCUs because they think it's the right place for them. And so how long that legacy will last, I don't know. But what I do know is that in our country, as educators, we divide up educational opportunity in a shameful way. We say that someone from a certain area, from a certain school, is less likely to be able to perform at a high level in a very competitive environment. And we take that for granted, and we let lots of decisions be made on that basis. Shameful. And so I came from a tiny black college to Harvard, And I think nobody here really expected me to perform that well. That's the way it's been for a long time. So what can we do? First of all, we can admit these institutions into the community of higher education for the first time. And that is inordinately important to me, that be done. Secondly, when you admit them to the community of higher education, that means you've got to advocate for appropriate funding, especially for the state institutions. We are a state university. And advocating for appropriate funding, well, just imagine it. It's Texas. And advocating for appropriate funding in the environment that we're in is very challenging to do. But what can we do in the meantime? Institutions like Harvard can do what this report recommends be done, and that is invite us into the community of scholarship, invite us into the community of research, and allow those partnerships to lift these institutions in ways that they've never really had a chance to be lifted. That's what I think can be done.
Amen to that.
Wow. Now, wasn't that dazzling? It was wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was a fantastic discussion, and now I want to invite all of you to lunch. There are boxed lunches downstairs. You can eat in the building or outside. And I also want to mention that during the break, Melissa Bartholomew, who is the Associate Dean of Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging at Harvard Divinity School, and Erica Williams, a graduate student in the program on religion and public life at the Divinity School, will lead a brief ceremony of remembrance and reflection in the Gellert Garden in Radcliffe Yard. All are welcome to attend. Staff will be outside to direct you. Note that this is a silent ceremony, so we ask that you please enjoy your lunch before or after the ceremony, and the conference and live stream will begin again promptly at 1:15. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kiara Singleton, and I am the Executive Director of the Royal House and Slave Quarters and an American Democracy Fellow in the Charles Warren Center for Studies in American History. It is such an honor to be here today. And before I begin my remarks, I'd like to say thank you to the Harvard and the Legacy of Slavery Initiative for inviting me today and all of the staff who worked to bring this wonderful conference to life. As I was thinking about how I wanted to begin today, I remembered that my introduction to the Royal House and Slave Quarters was actually facilitated by Radcliffe. In the summer of 2019, I attended the Little Berks, which is the annual business meeting hosted by the Berkshire Conference of Women Historians. That year, it was hosted at Radcliffe, and historian Kendra Field, during her keynote remarks, implored everyone in the audience to venture over to Medford to visit the museum. So for me, this represents a full circle moment, to be once again at an event hosted by Radcliffe, only this time, I'm standing here hoping to pique your interest about the museum today. The Royal House and Slave Quarters functions as a site of memory. In the 18th century, over the course of 40 years, some 60 African and Afro-Caribbean people were enslaved there, just about 5 miles from Boston. Our museum bears witness to their lives, to the intertwined stories of wealth and slavery in pre-revolutionary Massachusetts, and to Black resistance in the greater Boston area. As a former plantation, As a former plantation, our museum is in the unique position to tell a local, national, and global story of the transatlantic slave trade that showcases not only how slavery was central to colonial New England's economy, but also how some of the people enslaved by the royal family were instrumental to the early abolitionist movement and the fight to end legalized slavery. However, that was not always the story told at the museum. In 1898, the Sarah Bradley Fulton chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution conceived of the idea to preserve the royal house for the, and I quote, "for the sake of its history and aesthetic value." On Patriots' Day in 1898, they opened up the house to the public for a loan exhibition of colonial furnishings and valuable relics. Eventually, the group of women recruited a wider group of, and I quote, "patriotic men and women," and formed the Royal House Association in 1906. So I wanted to start there because when you hear the words patriotic men and women of Medford, I don't think you think of people who look like me or the stories of enslaved people. And in fact, that was not the story that they wanted to tell. They wanted to tell the story about a property that had connections to the Revolutionary War, in which war generals took over it for the base of operations during the Revolution. Their goal was to protect an endangered historic mansion and ensure its long-term preservation. Much of that led to the loss of the stories of the enslaved people. In fact, most people who would have gone to the museum would have gone to look at the beautiful colonial Georgian mansion, would have gone through the museum to look at the furniture. They would have heard about the magnificent wealth that the royal family accumulated, and they would have never really learned about the people who helped build that wealth. However, that story is different today. Towards the end of the last century, informed by an archaeological dig on our grounds and recognizing the responsibility inherent in stewarding one of the only known remaining freestanding slave quarters in the North, we expanded the museum's interpretive focus to incorporate the stories of the 60-some men, women, and children known to have been enslaved on the property. In 2005, the museum added slave quarters to its title so that no one would ever come to the museum and think that they were only going to learn about the main house, but they would know from the offset that they would be there to learn about the slave quarters as well. Part of that mission included exploring the meanings of freedom and independence before, during, and since the American Revolution in the context of a household of wealthy loyalists and enslaved Africans. I am proud to say today we expanded our mission to include an exploration of how the legacies of slavery affect Black communities today. In 2017, Teaching Hard History, a project of the Southern Poverty Law Center, it reported significant gaps in students' education around slavery. One of the gaps outlined was the prevalence of teaching slavery as an exclusively Southern institution. Our museum seeks to upend that prevailing myth that slavery was a Southern institution by educating both adults and children about the history of Northern slavery. We believe in the power of historical sites to explore challenging histories while encouraging people to not only imagine a better world, but also to use the lessons of the past to enact change in the present. So with that said, I'm going to switch and put on my scholarly hat for a moment and turn our attention to the concept of care. In And to Survive, scholar Christina Sharp asserts that care is a shared risk. She cites a question posed by Tishome and Yang, which asks, how do we care for the meager girl, recorded yet erased, then found by M. Nurbezi Phillip or by Christina Sharp or by some of us, and to teach each other? And how do we care for some one of us? Working in the field of slavery asks us to bear witness to both unimaginable violence, but also to bear witness to the ways in which enslaved people, women, men, and children, resisted, created lives for themselves, experienced joy, perished, and even survived. To hold all of these things simultaneously takes care. It asks us today, how do we care for the dead? It takes the ability to go into archives and to look through box after box in hopes of finding documents that provide us with a trace of enslaved people. Sometimes we find a sentence. In the case of Belinda Sutton, sometimes we find a wealth of petitions. But we always find something when we look. When we ask different questions, we begin to imagine the world in which enslaved people not only inhabited, but shaped. We learn about multiple attempts of running away to be reunited with their families, kinship networks. We learn about the different protests enslaved people had against the peculiar institution. We learn enslavers placed enslaved people as the heads of their estate in order to resist their properties being seized during the war. We are forced to contend with family separations and children who are enslaved as well. However, violence is never the cornerstone of enslaved people's history, to quote Marissa Fuentes. In doing this work, we must also center descendant communities. Traditional archives are not the only bearers of history. For us, that means going into community centers, creating programming geared towards the everyday life of people today. And some of that programming we did with the Harvard and the Legacy of Slavery initiative over the last year. So when we look and we look again, we find an enslaved man named Plato, whom we knew only as having drowned in the Mystic River while enslaved by Isaac Royal Jr. However, new records now show that he was observed by several witnesses to have been washing a horse. This small piece of additional information animates and complicates the story, raising new questions which allows us to take the limited information and imagine and help us imagine and then reconstruct the world with enslaved people at the center. So to look and to look again, in the words of Christina Sharp, requires us to make visible, audible, sensible a life that was there and that was being lived. As a museum, our goal is to help communities reckon with both the history of slavery and the legacies of racism today. I am proud to say that we have been collaborating with Harvard and the Legacy of Slavery over the course of the year to expand our knowledge about our own site and to create programming that addresses the concerns of local communities. As the relationship with the initiative grows, we hope to work on new research together and to provide students ample opportunities to intern on our site. In Tales from the Haunted South, Taya Miles, reflecting on her fascination with historic homes, says, "I am haunted by homes of the past and the people who occupied them. I too am haunted by homes of the past and the people who occupied them. However, lately I found myself haunted by the people, the descendants of slavery, who never step into these homes of the past because some museums continue to erase them for the sake of locating this history as part of an American shameful past instead of reckoning with how the legacy of slavery is all around us today." And I think you can all agree with me that this is what this conference has been about and the amazing report that the initiative created. With that said, I hope you all come and visit the museum this summer. And it is now my pleasure to invite Annette Gordon-Reed, the Carol M. Loeb University professor at Harvard, to the podium to introduce the next panel on sites of memory and repositories of knowledge as they come to the stage to take their seats. Thank you.
Right behind us. Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here this afternoon. I am a proud member of the committee that helped produce this report, and it's one of the highlights of my time here at Harvard. I'm very happy to introduce the first panel of this afternoon, Sites of Memory and Repositories of Knowledge. One of the many things the report on Harvard and slavery makes clear is that the legacies of slavery are not all ephemeral. Many of them are to be found in the physical landscapes of the sites of enslavement, buildings that housed the enslaved and enslavers, along with the dwellings of enslaved people to the extent that we are able to determine where they are and whether they exist, how they existed. They can be found in documents that tell a story, the history of enslavement, sometimes inadvertently, and in the material culture of slavery. All of these things have much to teach us about the institution. Each of today's panelists have been involved with illuminating one or all of these legacies, and will talk about how sites of slavery and collections of history and material culture reveal the nature of enslavement. We have Ana Lucia Araujo, professor of history at Howard University. Julia Rose, historic house manager at Marietta House Museum, Prince George's Parks and Recreation. Kevin Young, who will join us online, who is the Andrew W. Mellon Director of the National Museum of African American History and Culture. And our moderator, Evelyn M. Hammonds, Barbara Gutman Rosenkrantz, professor of the history of science and professor of African and African American Studies at Harvard in the Harvard Faculty of Arts and Sciences, and professor in the Department of Social and Behavioral Sciences at Harvard's T.H. Chan School of Public Health. You know what to do.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Annette, for those introductions. And I want to begin, as everyone has today, to thank you all for being here this afternoon. I want to thank Tomiko, who has done just such an amazing job leading the committee that produced this report. The staff at Radcliffe has been tremendous as well, but I'm truly honored to have been a member of this committee and involved in producing what I think is going to be a historic moment for Harvard. It has already shown to be. So it goes without saying that I want to talk about in just a few framing comments that engaging the past histories of slavery has certainly been a complicated endeavor, especially for universities and museums. The opening of the National Museum of African American History and Culture in September 2016 offered a moment, as one writer noted, quote, for all Americans to reflect on the tensions and challenges that undergird the project of using museums, and in our case, universities, as places of commemoration and education, in order to offer holistic interpretations of African Americans' identities and histories, unquote. But central to so many of these projects that have now emerged over the last few years, in the last 2 decades, I should say, central to many of these projects is the concept of place. Museums located in certain cities or within university grounds or on the National Mall, or preservation of historic homes where slavery existed. And these places can certainly foster or hamper what we have been calling the holistic interpretations of slavery. It is an issue that so many scholars, museum curators, and staff are grappling with as they examine what scholars have called these landscapes of memorialization, I should say,
and the spatial narration of our memories. So, key for all involved in these projects is how to give voice to the enslaved. How do we do full justice to the story of slavery and the role of the institutions that benefited from it, all of them? And other questions include ones related to how we critically engage the issue of language and of memory. And I was struck by a passage that I noted as I was preparing these remarks, is that these questions really deeply situate us in this place. We hope going forward, students walking around this campus will see the fact that this place has the history connected to the stories of slavery in ways that are not so evident to many of us and many of them today. So, how do we represent those who cannot be written about, but whom we know were present? How is their absence to be included, not only as an acknowledgement of their presence, but to ensure that their absence in space is not assumed to be a non-existence in place? Let me say that again. But to ensure that their absence in space is not assumed to be a non-existence in place. There should be, this writer continued, there should be space to represent those who never learned to read, but who delivered the letters that make up treasured archives. The men and women who never had their own portraits painted, but polished many others' gold frames. Those who never had their actions recorded, but whose labor maintained these houses through centuries and these other sites of where slavery existed. And the scholar continued, although we may never know them, we should find room for them and to understand how this place is both their place and our place, and that we are connected through place. So I am really looking forward to engaging some of these questions with our wonderful panelists today as we look at the issues related to space and memorialization, which is one of the issues we will be confronting as we implement the recommendations of the report. So I want to begin with Julia Rose.
Thank you so much.
You have the floor, Julia.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Evelyn. And thank you so much for having me today. Today I will, there they are. Okay, the slides do work. Awesome, Becky. Today I will briefly discuss how many historic house museums are working on elevating and expanding historical interpretations of enslaved communities at their sites. What do the museums need to ethically recall slave life, to reorient the meanings of their sites from a Eurocentric planter interpretation to an integrated space once inhabited by enslaved and free families? Can museums explain forms of power that manifested at their sites and describe traces of power that appear today? What forms of individual resistances complicate recalling history of slavery? Excuse me. Briefly, just a roadmap to see what we're going to be talking about together, is how I came to the project of interpreting slavery, grappling with difficult history at historic sites and museums, major reinterpretation efforts at house museums, and then to wrap up, looking at how we respond to resistances to change. I was curator of education at Magnolia Mound Plantation, an accredited historic house museum in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. My first assignment was to develop a tour of period slave cabin that was moved from another parish to Magnolia Mound Plantation. The restored two-room cypress cabin was placed away from the sugar plantation big house to represent the one-time slave quarter. I asked the then director for historical information about the enslaved community, and she flatly replied, "There isn't any." I was determined to document the long-silenced enslaved population, interpret their histories, explore the subsequent resistances to giving voice to the enslaved families that would inform the next 2 decades of my work in museums. When I was leading a group of Black high school students on a tour, one of the teenage students in the group saw that we were heading to the slave cabin on exhibit. She said to me, "That's not me. I'm not going in there." She remained on the porch while the group went inside and heard about Kwashi's family trauma of separation by a slave sale. When the group moved on to another portion of the site, I could hear her ask her classmates, "So, was it interesting?" This example of a visitor's resistance has stuck with me, and it's one I'll use to help us think about the variety of resistances to engaging in difficult history. Over the past 25 years, I've worked on interpreting slavery at multiple museums. What happens when we brush history against the grain? The emerging stories can be disruptive, complex, and uncomfortable. Are there worthy reasons for visitors to take risk exploring sites of trauma on nervous landscapes? Transitioning the meanings of a site from a home of an enslaving free planter family to an inclusive interpretation featuring an enslaved community asks us to think about how these stories move us to action, and will museum workers and visitors respond responsibly to the histories being recalled? Inspiring active empathy is one goal to move museum workers, visitors, and stakeholders to want to know more, to want to listen to the authentic, inclusive stories about enslaved populations in order to make a difference in the present. Studying how museum workers and visitors respond to enslavement histories and changes to long-held narratives of an historic site revealed a variety of individual expressions of resistance to difficult knowledge: angst, fear, discomfort, shame, defensiveness, implication, threats to jeopardizing funding, denial, sarcasm, avoidance, shock, protest, tears. Difficult knowledge is new information that's too much to bear. To better understand and facilitate, to more accurately recall slave life histories in museums, everyone on the projects had to take on the lens of learners. Museum workers had to recognize one another as learners, and we had to recognize our visitors as learners. The process to change the historical interpretation also required board members and outside stakeholders to acknowledge that the histories could be difficult and impact learners. I'll briefly describe two methods we use to engage resistant learners: the 5 R's and 3 building blocks for interpreting difficult histories. That slavery history can be difficult knowledge demands that the learner make sense of it, but it's hard because the information is upsetting. This internal tension is a kind of loss, a loss that the learner can either make sense of or avoid. The learner who's mournful works through the difficult knowledge bit by bit, making sense of the dissonant information. The melancholic learner cannot make sense of the information. It's too much to bear, and they shut down and foreclose on any further engagement with the difficult history. What methods can museum workers use to help resistant learners stay engaged, want to know the history to the point of feeling empathy? Consider how learners work through difficult knowledge using the 5 R's, a sensitive and non-linear learning strategy to support resistant learners to work through difficult knowledge. First, reception. Here I've pictured a line of visitors waiting to enter the Anne Frank house in Amsterdam. Now consider that teen at Magnolia Mound who was engaged at the beginning of the guided tour. And then resistance. Pictured is the scene from the National September 11th Memorial Museum, where you can see engaged and disengaged visitors. Consider the Magnolia Mound's teen verbal resistance and her physical avoidance of the history she found difficult. Or the white docent at Homewood who had anxiety that visitors would be offended by her tour and could not continue leading tours. And then repetition, when learners choose to revisit the familiar and the unfamiliar by reading and rereading labels, asking and re-asking questions. The learner is piecing together bits of hard history and her understandings. And then reflection. The teen sat on the front porch while her classmates heard about Kwashi's family inside. Possibly she was wondering about the cabin and what was being said inside. And then reconsideration. When the teen rejoined the group and asked her classmates, "So, was it interesting?" she appeared to be moving past resistance and demonstrated a willingness to know more. When difficult history is introduced, the hard history can disrupt the learner's stability, and a learning crisis can ensue. A learning crisis is a tense time that can emerge as a learning moment when the learner works through the tough stuff in order to expand what she knows and understands. Recognizing the 5 R's occurring among visitors at museums can help museum workers in designing visitor engagement strategies, including guided tours, training, exhibits that support learners. Museum workers can keep in mind that resistance is a personal response and a healthy intellectual response. It's not always indicative of the learner's lack of knowledge or in opposition to an interpretation. Rather, the difficult knowledge is impacting the learner in a new way. Resistance can arise from the most learned visitor to the most inexperienced learner. Let's talk very briefly about 3 building blocks for building ethical representation: the face, the real, and the narrative. The face is the face-to-face encounter, the ethical response, recognizing someone as a person. In museums, we need to acknowledge the historical personhood of the people we recall and respond to their story and with empathy. The real is the empirical stuff. It's what museums are good at: the artifacts, the images, the data, the vetted research. Museum workers select authentic and relevant content to represent lived experiences, and the narrative ties the real and the face together to answer what happened. Harriet Tubman's, who's pictured here, Harriet Tubman's hymnal, when gently opened, opens to the pages she most often used. Ethical representations need more than 2 dimensions, a name and a job title. Enslaved people need to be recalled with multiple dimensions, seen through their kinship ties, community relationship, and their agency to resist their enslavement. The more developed the historical character's description, the more real the experience feels to the learner. While increasing personhood can also increase the risk of learners' resistance, engagement goes from an unremarkable museum encounter to a moving encounter. At all the historic sites, I found that the first necessary step was to have commitments from museum governance, institutions, stakeholders, and personnel. Second was to document the enslaved communities at the sites. And third was to draft revised mission statements for the respective sites to reflect the new interpretation aims with diverse assembly of stakeholders on the project. At Homewood, which is on the campus of Johns Hopkins University, the interpretation transition unfolded over 5 years. It was important to involve students. We offered classes focused on designing exhibits about slave life, interpreting slavery history in museums, and evaluation projects to help guide the development of the new tour. We partnered with several university departments, local high schools, and other universities to arrange internships. The redesigned tour was piloted with a soft launch with community volunteers participating in focus groups and returning feedback surveys. Tour trainings continued with outside experts. A revamped exhibition schedule and monthly public programs were offered to support the new mission with a focus on Black history in Baltimore. Marietta House Museum is launching the new visitor experience after several years of community co-creation and research. Key to the work are the histories that we are uncovering about the enslaved families and individuals, as well as the free, indentured, and employed individuals. Our conversations take us back and forth from the 19th century and into the present, making connections to current social inequities and their historical origins. We're able to share stories about Seneca Jackson's brutal escape attempt and his sister Rachel's motherhood, Thomas and Sarah Butler's a successful petition for freedom, Ben Duck's escape on the Underground Railroad, and Calvis and Margaret's Brown romance post-emancipation. We're learning more about how the enslaved people pursued family stability, nourishment, education, health, and liberty, and to continue asking, how did the nearly 200 individuals we're in the process of documenting resist the pain and the insults of enslavement and pursue civil rights and full citizenship? And in closing, interpreting difficult histories at museum and historic sites necessitates long-term commitments from staff, volunteer, board members, stakeholders. The project is intentional. The project to elevate slave life history can raise tensions that can be recognized as both disruptive and as learning opportunities, understanding that learning difficult history can be a long, mournful, and unpredictable process, makes room for learners to work through their individual resistances. The 5 R's and ethical representations of enslaved families and individuals allows museums and historic sites to sensitively address resistances to difficult histories that accurately and purposefully recall histories of enslavement, amplifying why these places are relevant and significant today. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to turn to Kevin next, and then you. Kevin, please.
Thank you for having me here today on this poignant and powerful occasion. And thanks for having me digitally like this. It's an honor to be here. So daily in my work as the director of the National Museum of African American History and Culture, where I'm talking to you from today, I'm struck by how hungry people are for history, for learning what they might not have learned in school or at home, in a world in which truth can sometimes feel at a premium, and especially in a time when some are stepping away from telling the full story of African American and American history. I'm going to talk today about the museum's efforts in this regard, centered around what I call living history. Next slide, please. That is, even with slavery, the fact that history lives in us and that we are living through and in history. I want to highlight today 3 ways we're addressing living history in the museum: through exhibitions and acquisitions, through the digital realm, and through storytelling and the personal. In this next slide, a picture of the museum, you can see, as you know, the museum was 100 years in the making, starting with veterans of the Civil War petitioning for a memorial on the National Mall in 1915. We are in some ways that memorial, but also a cathedral, a temple, a crown that seeks to honor the whole of the African American experience and knows it's central to the American experience. We are a space that honors and preserves memory and also creates memories for visitors. It must be said that when Lonnie Bunch began building the museum, my predecessor and now the secretary of the Smithsonian, he was told not to include slavery. This seems absurd now, especially given that one of the most powerful aspects of the museum is the way it confronts our shared past of slavery, the past discussed this week in the Harvard report. We explore what we call the paradox of liberty. Next slide. And this area that we're seeing here is after the small personal confining areas addressing slavery and freedom. And for each locale we discuss, including New England, we include the rebellions in the region, reminding us that every enslaved person was an abolitionist. We emerged to see these statues, including Jefferson in the front, and on the left there, Toussaint Louverture and other founding figures. Phyllis Wheatley's on the other side of what are the bricks made up of the names of the hundreds of people that Jefferson enslaved. Each one is a name: Senko, Mingo, Quash, James Hemings, Sally Hemings. And this paradox, I think, is really at the heart of the endeavor. Can we go to the next slide? Another one of, I think, one of the most powerful, one of my favorites, that's not exactly the right word. One of the points I always try to show is the Point of Pines cabin here, which was a slave cabin from Edisto Island, South Carolina. It might be hard to see, but the door you can see there is actually a door that had no physical door you could open. It was just an opening that the slaveholders cut so you could see into and monitor activity into the cabin. But as soon as emancipation, there's another door on the other side, which you can just kind of glimpse there, that the enslaved cut themselves and had a proper door on it that they could go out without being monitored. And that seems a really powerful metaphor and a symbol of, and a quite literal portal into liberty. This next slide. This next slide shows you some of the material from Harriet Tubman, including her hymnal with her ownership signature, and on the right, her handkerchief. And I like to think about all the blood and tears that this handkerchief saw. And then in the next slide, you get to see some of these other aspects of living history, which are the initial, the earliest portrait of Tubman, which is in our collection shared with Library of Congress. And I think this really, you see it everywhere now. It really changes how we think about Harriet Tubman. This was also used as a commission we did, if you go advance, by Bisa Butler, the textile artist who created a quilt around the Tubman image. She could pick from anything in the museum, really, and she picked this. And it's been a really powerful statement and reminder that Tubman is our contemporary. She's not distant. She's staring at us and looking into the future. And I think it's a really powerful reminder of her immediacy. I want to talk quickly about a recent acquisition, which is the next slide, which is that we have had Charleston slave hire badges before, and have some in our collection, but we recently acquired 146 slave hire badges from Charleston. This represents every year they were issued. These are important artifacts because they provide a sense of the commerce and individual nature of slavery and the ways that slavery was an intimate institution. It also understands the ways that Charleston, the largest slave port, served as the entry point for the American South, for the majority of those stolen and enslaved. It's surely all the more reason that Harvard's own Louis Agassiz, an expert in flora and fauna, chose Charleston for his famous lectures on what he was not an expert on, that is human biology, where he could argue not just for Black inferiority, but polygenesis and the separate creation of the races, declaring, quote, "The brain of the Negro is that of the imperfect brain of a 7-month infant in the womb of a white." This embryonic Blackness in his newborn theory of polygenesis occurred in Charleston, but it also occurred at Harvard, and it cannot be overstated how important Agassiz was to Harvard and how important Harvard was to legitimizing his corrupt theories of race science, whose legacies shadow everything from the legacy of human remains to slavery as a natural fact to other legacies I'll speak of shortly. As Harvard's Stephen Jay Gould put it, no man did more to establish and enhance the prestige of American biology during the 19th century. I've written of Agassiz at length in my book Bunk, and I won't rehearse his influential theories here, or his establishing comparative zoology or convening the first graduate program, but I can only echo the names of those whose enslavement he sought to preserve: Renty, Delia, Jack, Drana. These, we now know, were fathers and daughters. Again, slavery is always intimate. So we seek to go beyond the museum and put history in your hands. And one of the ways we do this is through searchable museums at searchablemuseum.com. If we go to the next slide, you can see the ways that we've taken the museum online. And one of the things we use is a constellation approach. One where you can explore, say, the Point of Pines cabin, and you can see ways we acquired the cabin, how we disassembled them and reassembled the cabin in the museum, the testimony of those who lived there. People lived in the cabin until the 1980s, actually. And we provide that testimony, which, of course, is filled with memories and positive things of the descendants of the enslaved, and also the ways that the cabin is also part of a tradition of substandard housing. And I think that constellation of ideas, as well as providing things you can't see in the museum, you can see online, for instance, the inside of the museum, which we've done a digital scan of, is really powerful. One of the things I really urged when we were working on the searchable museum is to capture the soaring feeling of the museum, but also the immediacy of the history galleries. And the next slide has an animation that will show that, and I'll just show a little bit of it. Oh, sorry, go back, and if you can play the animation. If it doesn't play, it'd be too bad, but we'll figure it out. This is an animation of the names of slave ships. And what I think is really powerful about it is the ways that they transverse the screen and slowly start to talk about just the sheer numbers. And by seeing the names and the numbers, you're really brought immediately, here they are, into the experience. I don't know how else to do it. I'll be silent for a moment and then I'll talk about it. I'm always struck by the ways that the people who went and the people who survived, of course, the numbers are greatly different. As these transverse, we really were trying to create that intimate feeling, that immediacy of the enslaved, to capture both the numbers but also the experience. And translating that experience, I think, is really crucial. How do we do that in the digital realm where people are literally holding history in their hands? There is an audio, some music, but I'll just stop it there because I'm almost out of time. But one of the things I wanted to think about is the ways that some of the names, Happy, America, Good Intent, Amistad, these names are filled with irony, and those ironies shouldn't be lost. And I want to end just thinking about the ways that this intimate history is for me personally, because it's at Harvard, or at least Harvard Bookstore, where I discovered the Amistad Rebellion. Though it's mostly associated with that other school in New Haven, where the Amistads were imprisoned awaiting trial for just who they should be awarded to, the American soldiers or their putative masters. I was really struck by reading enslaved testimony about the Amistad, and I began writing the poems about the mutiny that our own John Quincy Adams argued before the Supreme Court. The stacks of Widener were open then, and you were able to roam. And I found the original 1840 account by John Barber, which is, this is a frontispiece and broadside from that. Widener is also where I found a host of runaway slave ads, which would shape the poems that start my first book. And 20 years later, my Amistad poems, next slide, would become this book, Ardency, the cover taken from images. I was trying, as Barbara said, to confine myself to the facts, but also not to be confined, to see the ways that in free verse there was freedom. And that's what I wanted to leave us with today, with the idea that we must, as we move forward, if we move forward, know that it's not enough to confine ourselves to facts, so that's a good start. We also must reach for living history, for descendants and not descents, for family, but not always the familiar. I believe that we must open ourselves up, as my friend Colson Whitehead did in his award-winning novel, Underground Railroad, and find in the past echoes of the present in order to reimagine the future. I'm struck looking back at how many of us who worked together at Diaspora, the Black cultural magazine we revived in the late 1980s on campus, have written in depth about slavery. Me and Colson, Taya Miles, whose latest book, All That She Cared, she was an editor there too, which is based on the embroidered cotton sack that we showed at the museum on loan, if you go to the last slide. I'm just struck, why were we, born 100 years after emancipation, drawn to confront this history? It only reinforces how present slavery was at Harvard as a lingering force when we sought to register, reckon with through history and imagination, and rename. Black students at Harvard had long had to acknowledge and engage with the history of slavery and its legacies at Harvard, as the report says, even before today. In a way, we are still experiencing our own Juneteenths, celebrating freedom, but also where the liberty can take too long often. This suggests, as Toni Morrison says, the point of freedom is to free someone else. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Anna.
Okay, let me just see, because the first one is supposed to be a black slide. Nothing is happening. Okay, I have to come back. Okay, this one is good. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, first of all, Tomiko, Evelyn, Annette, for having me in this panel. Like many universities in the United States and around the world that benefit from the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade, Harvard University is a site of memory and a repository of knowledge associated with these two human atrocities. Memory of slavery is shaped not only by class and gender. Memory of slavery is in its different modalities, collective, cultural, public, is also racialized. Take the example of collective memory, then a mode of memory that is based on transmission and that also takes shape in groups, including families. Individually and in groups, slave owners, slave traders, and their descendants remembered slavery in ways that differed from how enslaved people, always racialized as Black in the Americas, remembered slavery. How the white family of Thomas Jefferson remembered slavery differed from how his Black enslaved family remembered slavery, and how his Black enslaved family remembered slavery differed from how other enslaved people owned by Jefferson remembered slavery. Also, the descendants of European and American slave traders who came to the Bight of Benin, for example, in West Africa, remembered the Atlantic slave trade in ways that differ from how the descendants of West African slave traders and Black Brazilian slave owners engaged the past of slavery. But ultimately, what matters is that most Black Africans and their descendants were victims and not perpetrators of these atrocities. Then memory is not only about the past or about what really happened. Memory is about the present. It's always subjective. It depends on the point of view of a person or group. Until recently, Harvard University has been a site of memory of slavery. And I mean here the memory of slaveholders and slave traders who supported the creation of the university and its development, as well as the memory of its students, faculty, and staff who owned enslaved people, as the report released a few days ago confirms. Harvard's collective memory of slavery then transmitted to the descendants of slaveholders and slave traders, as well as Harvard's cultural memory of slavery that is embodied then on its rich buildings, monuments, and museums, collections. This remains then the memory of those who benefit from the slavery. Now, the transnational battles of public memory of slavery, also racialized, reached this campus. And starting in 2013, the rise of Black Lives Matter directly impacted universities like Harvard. In 2015, for example, after a white terrorist killed 9 African-American men and women in Charleston, South Carolina, and also as Roads Must Fall emerged in South Africa and reached the shores of the United Kingdom, Harvard students launched their own version of this movement through the Royals Must Fall. Also in Boston, Black citizens demanded the city to rename the Faneuil Hall, named after a slave trader. Isaac Royal was a large slave owner and planter, originally then from Maine. He settled in Antigua before moving to Massachusetts, where is today the Royal House and slave quarters. His son, Royal Jr., inherited his fortune, as you already know, but he left Massachusetts during the American Revolution by first fleeing then to Nova Scotia and then to England, and left behind then his assets, including his enslaved property. And in his will of 1778, he left to Harvard, as you know, land that Harvard eventually used to fund the creation of a professorship of law that marked the creation of the law school. Royal also instructed his executor to pay Belinda, an African-born enslaved woman, a pension of 30 pounds for 3 years. We assume this amount started being paid in 1781 after Royal's death. But when 3 years passed, Belinda petitioned Massachusetts to pay then back to her, to continue paying her pensions as reparations for, and I quote the petition, 50 years her faithful hands have been compelled to ignoble servitude to the benefit of an Isaac Royal, end of quote. Belinda's petition is considered the first recorded demand of reparations for slavery in North America, up to this day at least. Now, the tentacles of slavery and the Atlantic slave trade were pervasive in Europe, Africa, and the Americas, which is why Harvard's history of slavery is North American, is also Canadian, is also British, is Caribbean history. And Harvard's history of slavery is also Brazilian. As the work of historian Maria Helena Machado showed us, and also there are artists working on this, Swiss naturalist Louis Agassiz and his wife, her building is just next door, Elizabeth Agassiz, they went to Brazil in 1865 to document Brazilian races. In Rio de Janeiro, Louis Agassiz commissioned Alfred Stahl photographs of African-born as well as Chinese men and women, including frontal nudes. We do not know more than their first names. We don't know if they left descendants. We do know that these photographs are housed in the collection of the Peabody Museum here at Harvard. Then Harvard ties with slavery are about Ranti and Delia. They are also about Belinda Sutton and Inez Mina that you see on this photograph. Harvard links with slavery, the Atlantic slave trade, colonialism, and scientific racism cannot be erased and will not be undone through a report, a new building name, a conference, or a movie. Can any amount of money remedy the harm of these atrocities? Probably not. But I am a historian, and I still believe that the discipline of history, despite its biases, can help bringing this painful history to light. And I think here about the work of Vincent Brown on the intrinsic violence of slavery in the Atlantic world, and how enslaved people fiercely resisted slavery in Jamaica. I think also here about the impact of the work that Annette Gordon-Reed developed on the Hemises of Monticello. That work put an end to the decades-long denial that Jefferson fathered Sally Hemings' children. And that work also contributed to force Monticello to tell the history of slavery on its grounds. I also think here about the work of Carrie Elkins' Imperial Reckoning that laid ground for the legal case that awarded reparations to Kenya's Mau Mau victims. These, of course, are examples, just a few drops in an ocean of past atrocities and present-day social and racial inequalities. But they show us that, like memory, history is also powerful and perhaps can produce change. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to now, pose a few questions for the panelists, and then I'll open it up to the questions that people have been submitting over the net. And so we encourage you to remind you about posting your questions, as noted before, and with the Slido link that appears on the screen. So let me begin. Julia, you made this point about the question of resistance to history. So what you described was, someone visiting one of these houses and being told something that was difficult, listening to something that was difficult to hear, not wanting to go inside, not wanting to have that experience of being, enclosed in the place of very difficult issues. But why do we refer to it as resistance to history?
So it is resistance to engagement. Mm-hmm. And difficult history is this idea of knowledge, what Deborah Britzman calls difficult knowledge that is too much to bear. So the person who's encountering something that's shocking might say, I can't look at that, and then come back and look at that again. A horrific photograph of war, or a horrific photograph of someone, the tortures of slavery.
Sure.
And so it is a kind of resistance that's part of the learning arc, if you will. Mm-hmm. The idea that giving that learner space to make sense of what he or she is seeing or hearing, asking more questions. I've had the experience of a docent, I think it was, who was in a training, and we were talking about how a woman named Jane was waiting to be put on the auction block. And when it was time for her to go on the auction block, this was in Baton Rouge, she died. She died before. She had been, and the docent said, wait, what, she died? She died? And she asked that question to me multiple times to make sense of how is that even possible And so this idea that the teen who I described, the young woman, it was this idea that I can't handle that right now. I need time to think. A school teacher was on a tour at Homewood Museum, and we had on display in this very luxurious, very well-appointed historic house, a Palladian mansion on the campus of Hopkins, called Homewood. And there was a collar, and this iron collar is an item of torture that was used for punishment. And we had that on display. It was a reproduction. It wasn't an authentic one. And the teacher could not continue going on the tour. She was tearful. It was very clear that she was shook. And she needed time and asked for time. Can I just take a minute? And she went by herself, spent some time thinking, and then asked to continue the tour. So that kind of resistance isn't the resistance to the history. It's resistance to the shock. It's resistance to the dissonance that this is an immoral, complicated, something I can't make up sense moment. And when it's given the opportunity to work through that bit by bit, the mournful learner then re-engages, making sense, like, oh, I understand, that's what happened. That aha moment.
Okay, I mean, I think that's there must be other ways as well to move people as they go through these sites that are basically fundamentally troubling. And Kevin, I want to turn to you about this, because what you showed us in terms of the digital reconstruction of the Middle Passage was really fascinating, because what you also have at the Museum of African American History and Culture are those canonical pictures that we've seen of Africans who are being brought through the Middle Passage, packed into the ships, which I've also always felt was an incredibly disturbing set of images, right? So, but this reconsideration that you've done with the digital reconstruction does some very interesting things. The numbers are still there, but you don't get that sense of confinement, but you get something else. And so, can you say more about what you all were trying to undo by making that digital reconstruction and adding names?
Sure. I mean, I think the names of the ships alone, and then them transversing, and there's, fairly mournful music, and the quotes, all are of a piece. And you experience it online, I think, much as you experience, there's a version of that in the museum. But, the museum, those interactives, for instance, were off for the past 2 years, as in most places, but also off as we opened. And so to me, that was almost the only place you could experience that, I don't even know what to call it, that rush of just a sampling of the numbers. And I think what it starts to happen is that accumulated effect. And soon you start to see and feel, and I think the first number, it's something like 800 are transported, and then 12 survive, or some horrible ratio. And you start, I think, in the numbers to feel the people and feel those names. I think it's a bit like the bricks behind Jefferson and that other experience. You can say their names, you can even see a list of them, but that physical representation or that digital representation, I think, is really important. I think one of the ways you can get past some of that resistance is through the physical and through moving people and having different entry points. Is sort of the wrong word, but the best word I have to think about how people connect with that. And for me, some of it is that constellation of letting people drive a little bit and explore on their own. And then sometimes we are showing them that elevator experience, as we call it. When you're in the museum physically, you get in the largest elevator in North America, I think it is, and you go down, and we recreate that online as well. And I think the ships going across, it's more and more and more, and that accumulation only touches the surface, but I think it gives you a sense of how overwhelming it is, what the scale is, and I think that's a hard thing to deal with online, especially as scale. I'm having it now, talking to you from the screen, but I think what you can capture is that intimacy, the way that people are in their own living rooms or in their own phones or wherever they're at, you're finding them and reaching them. And that's one of the goals of, I think, engaging the visitor.
I have one other thing.
Sure,
to think.
go ahead.
I'm so glad you talked about this, the notion of the real. For so many people who have the privilege of doing research, getting to go into archives and handling the actual bill of sale, or actually looking at freedom papers, or in our case at Marietta, looking at the freedom petitions, and then the document saying that this is a freedom pass, is really quite such an exciting and visceral kind of intimate moment that really is a whole other kind of learning. So learning through objects is something that is so unique to the museum and historic site, as well as the landscapes. I'm walking on hallowed ground, going from spaces to see, well, there may not be the gravestone marker there, but knowing that this space is a burial ground, or this space where fields were tended, really it gives you this opportunity that is unlike reading a book.
And Anna, I think one of the things that you reminded us of as you were giving us a sense of your interpretation of some of our complicated history, and it seemed to me that you were making an argument about that only more history is a way to resist this older narrative that we've not paid as much attention to. Is that the point you were trying to make?
No, the point I am trying to make is that we have two modes of engaging the past. Memory is one of these modalities, and you can engage the past through memory, and memory is not about what really happened, and it's about the present. Then the point I am trying to make is that if Harvard and other universities and other sites are trying to tell the history about what happened in the past, it's not because people do not know what happened in the past. It's not because the records haven't been there, because these records that we're talking about, and even the sites of memory, they have been there for decades. And we should be asking ourselves, why now? Why only now we are doing that? There was nothing that prevented, that there were no concrete obstacles that prevented this history from coming to light as they are coming now. Then memory is about that. Then memory is about the present. And now that what I try to do is like to show then the number of developments over the past years that led in a university like Harvard to engage this story. Then, of course, and commemoration is important, renaming buildings is important. This is the way that we can perhaps engage many audiences. The ceremony that we just had during the lunchtime, all this is important. But telling the history is also important, and the history that is based on evidence, that is based on the documents that you were talking about, or the numbers that Kevin is referring to, they also matter if we want to produce change. But I am just saying that there are two levels of on how we engage the past. Memory, that is the topic of this panel, is one. But history also matters. And many of the sites, including the museums, not necessarily the African American, the new African American Museum of the National Museum of African American History and Culture, but you know that the majority of the sites in this country, not only in this country, elsewhere as well, that should be engaging with the history of slavery, do not do that. They are there and built to very often to tell another story that is usually the story of the slave owners, the slave traders, and how beautiful their furniture were, how wonderful Jefferson and George Washington were. Of course, that there is change happening here, but it's not only because we have a site of memory and we have public historians working on this that this change is happening. We have a very interesting recent example that is happening now, that is the case of Montpelier that everybody has been praising the wonderful things that were being done in Montpelier regarding the descendant community, and all this is being now overturned, then my call is just that we do not take all this work for granted. That this work needs to continue all the time, and it's not because we rename a building or because we release a report that the work will continue to be done in 5 years from now, I would say.
Thank you.
Can I add something real quick?
Sure. I was going to call on you next anyway, Kevin. Go ahead.
Well, no, go ahead. You can go ahead with your question, and then.
So what I wanted to ask is, you have two positions that you can speak from, being at the museum in D.C. today and with us virtually, but also you were talking about your own experience being here in Cambridge, in Harvard, and exploring some of the same questions that come up in the report. And so I'm interested in how you see the two sites as educational sites. You know, what you were trying to do when you were here, and what you're trying to do in a way to provide a different kind of education about slavery to the greater American public.
Well, I think one way to think of it is it's about witnessing. And to me, a witness not only has to see something, but then to say. And sometimes it's much later. And that witnessing, I think, has been really important. And maybe it's a way, for me at least, to bridge these notions of memory and history, which I think are a bit more porous at times, especially having been here, being at Harvard. You know, I think you were a little bit haunted by some of the memories that you didn't always know. I was haunted finding out about the Amistad's in a bookstore, and I just thought, why didn't anyone come to my house and tell me about this mutiny, these brave souls who resisted at sea, but then also the sort of mechanisms around them, the legal precedent that didn't end up changing how we viewed perhaps the enslaved rather than these few people. And it just was something I had to write about, and very much was trying to understand the ways that in a new language, in a new land, being taught a new religion, they had the audacity, the Amistads led by Cinque, to write to the president and demand their freedom. All we want is make us free. And I feel the same about the museum's witness. You know, as I was saying, it took 100 years to create the museum in some ways, and then 30 years of John Lewis and others advocating for it. So there is this level of seeing and saying. The two things I would say about it are that witnessing also involves interpretation, and that's something that I would say is different than the archive, which I understand, and I think I love how we were talking about, Anna was talking about, the archive was there all along. Sometimes people say, they discovered Zora Neale Hurston's piece in the archive. It was always there, of course. Yeah. But what was missing, and I think it's important to say, is that moment, the right moment, let's call it, or maybe it's a little too late, but also that notion that it needed that interpretation. And I think that's part of it, the curatorial aspect of that witnessing, being able to tell a story that people can relate to, because the facts sometimes can be overwhelming, but sometimes the story can help us enter into the facts. It doesn't change the facts, but it helps shape them and frame them. The last thing I would say is a kind of transparency. One of the things I think has been really beautiful about the online museum, the Searchable Museum, is we have a section called How We Know What We Know. And I think that's really important. I don't know if we're always good in history or museums or as writers even in telling and revealing our sources and showing you how we came to what can feel to some people like conclusions. But by showing and being rather transparent in how we know what we know, we can talk about sources, what a good source is, what knowledge is, and then help empower people to do their own research, because that's often what people are coming to us for. They want to find out about themselves and see others and themselves. And they do that through genealogy, through our museum. They see themselves sometimes literally. And so that's really powerful. And giving them the tools to do that interpretation, to be their own witness, is part of what I think we all have to do.
Oh, thank you. I had one more question before we turn to some of the questions submitted online. And it speaks both to what you just said, Kevin, and also Julia. You guys went through a long process of gathering input from students, redesigning the experience of visiting at Homewood. And so one of the things I'm curious about is what kinds of things did the students object to? What kinds of things did they want to see made different when they would go? They're students at Hopkins largely, or around the community, I guess. And then how do you pull those together and change the experience?
So that's the idea of co-creation. Involves a variety of different stakeholders. So at Homewood, it included undergraduate and graduate students in a variety of different departments and faculty, and then people in the community. Sometimes it was high school students, sometimes it were residents, involved in helping develop an advisory group where there were conversations about listening. Someone referred to them as listening sessions, the idea of having opportunities to talk about what does this historic site stand to represent? What potential does it have for reinterpretation? The idea was to pivot the interpretation from it being a beautiful house of Charles Carroll of Carrollton, signer of Declaration of Independence, his son, to being a site of enslavement, the home of the Connor family and the Ross family and Charity Castle. It was also a site of other kinds of oppression, including domestic abuse and alcoholism. So it was a very chaotic household, as opposed to the impression that the first 30 years that museum had of it being this very harmonious, enviable lifestyle, when in fact it was really a chaotic and very violent place. So in uncovering those stories through with Dr. Abby Schreiber and other student researchers and other professional scholars, we were able to think through the questions that we wanted to answer. What does this site stand to mean today to be relevant to the community? And it was really important for us to, in addition to rewriting our mission and vision statement, but then to be thinking about the narrative and what stories are being told. And because it was a historic house, we were really interested in using the architecture to move that narrative. So what spaces were slave-dwelling spaces? What spaces were work spaces for Charity Castle or for Becky Ross? And what spaces did Harriet Carroll need to inhabit, and what happened in those spaces? And so it was the private quarters and the public quarters. It was the formal spaces and the informal spaces. So it was those kinds of questions that we were working on together. And for the students, it was also developing interpretive displays as part of their coursework, identifying material culture that would be in that space. It was additive in some places, and other places it was subtractive, to order to have touch points within the historic spaces, those period rooms, to prompt those stories, to prompt those narratives.
So I guess I'm beginning to have a sense of that. What you're trying to do is put the community voice and questions and have the experience respond to those. One of our attendees has asked, how do you deal with issues related to how these sites are transformed into places of honor for those who were violently treated, or for those who were enslaved, and not just sites where a certain kind of, I'm interpreting the question a little bit here, where certain kinds of violence was enacted. What other things were enacted, and how do you do representations of those? And I want to turn to Anna about that. So, because you've written a lot about, memorialization across from the whole North American into the global South. And so, how do you see people grappling with that?
It's I would say that this does not occur naturally. There are pressures from the communities. Then these pressures, of course, in the case of the United States, became more visible with the civil rights movement. Then we can retrace how these sites were forced to transform themselves. Of course, that public historians and professional historians, they have an impact in the sites because they have access to the evidence, and they can bring these stories to light. But I would say that the community is central to put these voices, to bring these voices to light. Then, for example, at Harvard, the students were central voices to not only at Harvard, Yale, and many other places. And it's not something that starts from the top to bottom. It starts from the bottom. But the problem, however, is what is challenging is that we are talking about sites of white supremacy that were not sites that were created to honor enslaved people. Then all these plantations, all these mansions, and all these, even this campus and other campus of PWI universities then in the United States were not places where black people could freely circulate or could attend. Then how you transform this space in a place that will honor these people that in the past they were excluded or they were there just to provide labor is tricky, because in most cases then, for example, the Royal House and slave quarters that is just near that, it should be a place that Harvard should be funding that, largely funding that place to improve the interpretation. But there, for example, there are a few rooms that we have references to Belinda and to the other enslaved people. But it's still the way the place is that we see that the setting showing then the furniture, the portraits of the royals. And in other places, we can take examples, for example, in Bristol, then we have then a house of one of these slave merchants, and usually you have one room. Or usually enslaved people, we can talk about them when you go to the kitchen. These places need to be dismantled in a sense that this story should be said, it should be told everywhere. We should not have the history of the enslaved community of Monticello just during the tour of the slavery tour, or if you go to Mount Vernon just during the slavery tour. And this is a story that is not yet integrated, because perhaps in the United States we are still separated. And of course, in other places is as awful or even worse. If you take the example of Brazil, a country that imported the largest number of enslaved Africans in the Americas, where we barely find a plaque, then there are now some places in Rio de Janeiro, perhaps, and places that are more visible. But until few years ago, we didn't have that, and I think that is still the power of the community to make these stories visible.
So that's a really great point. And Kevin, how do you all struggle with this issue of both giving the American public, since you're on the mall, so I'm thinking of this as a sort of much broader community than perhaps people choosing to go to a particular museum on a university site or even students at a university, but the broadest possible community is the ones that you all have to speak to. How do you negotiate that tension between representing the reality of the trauma and violence, but also engaging people in practices and representations of honor?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think it's, for me, always remembering what the poet Toy Derricott said, which is joy is an act of resistance. And again, like I said, rebellion and resistance is built into our conversations around American slavery. And that paradox of liberty. I think those go hand in hand, and it's really important to show them, but also to understand the music that African Americans created as a form of resistance, and all of that. I think that's also part of it. But to me, it also goes to another thing, the aspect of living history, which is to not have slavery feel far away, which I think sometimes is some people's resistance. Oh, it happened a long time ago. But by helping people understand its legacies, its wake is really powerful. And I see it every day in the museum. An example, upstairs in the second gallery, as you know, you ascend through time, overlooking the sort of segregation era of segregation, you see at the center a guard tower from Angola, the prison in Louisiana, where my family's from, Louisiana, that overlooks this whole area almost as a surveillance. And of course, Angola used to be a plantation. And it makes very visceral and literal this connection to the slave cabin from Edisto Island with the door cut out. And so you start to see the ways that these things aren't far away. And this is a little past your question, which I think thinks about it, but there's joy along the way. There's resistance, there's the rebellions, there's Nat Turner's Bible to remind you of the kind of conflicts around slavery, and that it wasn't just a monolith, but that there were these contesting qualities. And then I think, of course, there's the rest, the culture part of the history, which is throughout the museum, but I think especially upstairs, thinks aloud with you about this living history and the fact that the enslaved and the descendants of the enslaved created culture and music and all the heart of American culture along the way. And we have a broad audience who really is excited to see that. And, you know, they pack the museum most days trying to understand and see and experience all there is to experience in that full humanity, but that full story of American history, which is African-American history.
Can I add something to
Sure.
I would like to add something to what Kevin says, because I think that it's important that we make the difference between a museum as the National Museum of African American History and Culture and other sites that we were mentioning, Montpelier, Monticello, and all these places. This is a museum that was created by the Black community. The objects that are there were donated to the museum by the Black community. The curators and the directors are Black curators. The story of each object in that museum, there is an emphasis to show how enslaved people appropriated those objects. And the history of resistance is everywhere in that museum. It's not only in a section dedicated to resistance. Then it is unique. It is unique. There is no other place in the world, despite we can, as scholars, have some criticism to what was done in some places in the museum, but that is a museum that is different from everything else that we know in terms of how slavery is interpreted in museums, I would say.
I want
Yes,
to add
Julia.
one, that's wonderful. That sounds so spot on, and it makes me think of Whitney Plantation, also in Louisiana, that also takes on another approach to interpreting a historic landscape by only focusing on the African experience on those lands. But I also wanted, when you talked about other kinds of stories other than the oppression portion of that history, I really find a lot of joy in the family stories and the power of kinship ties that helped shape and steer the direction of individual lived experiences in these historic spaces. Perhaps among spirituality and kinship ties, I think were among the strongest, not only resistance, but the strongest stories of joy and love that were coming from those historical narratives.
So we've come to the end of our time. And I mean, we could go on and on about this. There are lots of questions that we couldn't possibly get to all of them. But this brings us to an end to the panel for today. I want to thank all of you for joining us and for your terrific contributions. So as we've said many times, this is the report and our convenings. We are at the end of the beginning. We have a lot of work to do, and I think most of us will come away from this with greater clarity about what that work will entail for all of us. So thank you, and I think we're having a short break now. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from the most recent break. My name is Taya Miles, and I was also a member of the Harvard and the Legacy of Slavery Committee. It is my privilege to introduce our next panel, which is titled Innovative Approaches to Public Engagement with History. I'd like to begin by bringing in a bit of the spirit of the ceremony that took place outdoors, led by Dean Melissa Bartholomew and the Reverend Erica Williams, by saying that we are now on the traditional homelands of the Massachusetts people, abutting the homelands of the Wampanoag and Nipmuc people. These nations are, of course, still here today, and there are members of the Harvard student body and staff who are members also of these nations. Oh, virtuous reader, you never knew what it was to be a slave, to be entirely unprotected by law or custom, to have the laws reduce you to the condition of chattel, entirely subject to the will of another. You never exhausted your ingenuity in avoiding the snares and eluding the power of a hated tyrant. You never shuddered at the sound of his footsteps and trembled within hearing of his voice. These are the words of the abolitionist Harriet Ann Jacobs, who was born into slavery in North Carolina, where she was physically and emotionally abused by the man who had legal claim to treat her as property, until she masterminded a brilliant escape and came north to settle in various places, including here in Cambridge. I take Jacobs at her word. We do not know. We do not know the full extent of what transpired in the corners of southern plantations, the kitchens of northern estates, the shadows of Harvard Yard, or the hearts and minds of the enslaved and their enslavers. But as much as slavery took place in private, it was a wholly public endeavor, carried out in the cold light of day and with the overt or tacit consent of much of the American public. Indigenous and African people were sold in public view at Wall Street in New York City and outside of the Customs House in Charleston, South Carolina. Fugitives from bondage were exposed and described in public newspapers. The fates of unfree people were weighed in courthouses. Debates about the spread of slavery rang through the halls of Congress and spilled over into the state houses and town squares. Authors, artists, abolitionists, and politicians took up the figure of the slave in their work and rhetoric. And just as slavery was a matter of public contention and public record before the Civil War, it remains part of our civic experience as residents and citizens today. Some of us may feel this public presence, this public haunting, more keenly than others. But all of us are affected by it as we navigate the landscapes, institutions, and cultures shaped in part by slavery and the ideological hold of racial hierarchy develops to justify and maintain it. Slavery was a private and public wrong, panoramic in scope and damage. Wrestling with its legacies, then, requires public engagement in the clear light of day. During our time together, we have listened to poetry, participated in ceremony, and learned about numerous historic sites in the South and the North. we have seen how multiple forms of translation and interpretation can yield new spaces for possibilities of connection. This panel will take us further into that topic. We will hear from visionary creatives and scholars in their fields. And they are Andrew Davenport, who is the manager of the Getting Word Oral History Project at the International Center for Jefferson Studies at Monticello. He is also a graduate student in American history at Georgetown University, researching a fascinating dissertation on the diaspora of enslaved people from Monticello. We will also hear from Dom Flemons, who is the co-founder of the Carolina Chocolate Drops, a musical phenomenon. He is a singer-songwriter, multi-instrumentalist, and music scholar. He is a Grammy winner and a 2-time Emmy nominee. Finally, we will hear from Honorée Fanon Jeffers, who is a poet, novelist, critic, and scholar. She is a professor of English at the University of Oklahoma, and she is the author of an intricate fictional family saga titled The Love Songs of W.E.B. Du Bois. The Love Songs won the National Book Critics Circle Award for Fiction in 2022 and was a finalist for the National Book Award for Fiction in 2021. And now I will hand the podium over to my colleague on the committee and our moderator, Mira Levinson, who is the Juliana W. and William Foss Thompson Professor of Education and Society at the Harvard Graduate School of Education. Thank you.
Thank you, Taya, for those words of wisdom and poetry. So my goal is actually not to talk to you for a long time because I really, really, really want to get into our poetry, our music, our history, etc. So I just want to say very briefly that there have been a couple of themes that I've been hearing over the course of today that I wanted to draw together just briefly. When President Bacow kicked us off this morning, he said that there have been some people who have contacted him saying, given all of the challenges that we face in the world, existential challenges, why are we looking backward, right, at something that is supposedly now over? And one of the answers that he gave, and that many people have given today, is that, of course, it is not the past, right, and that it shapes our present. But a second answer that I want to give is, I think, something that we have seen enacted throughout the day today, which is that, say, one of the challenges that I spend my time thinking about is the challenge of responding to the fragility of democracy. And how we can, we have always lived in a very fragile democracy, right? There are many who have question whether it's right to describe the United States as a democracy at all, given its foundations as a slaveocracy, given its foundations as a genocidal nation, and its refusal to truly spread democratic power, right, in an equitable and democratic way among our citizens, let alone also other residents, really throughout our history. But still, we do have elements of being a democracy that have been incredibly powerful for the world. And so the question is, right now, as we face challenges to US democracy, to Brazilian democracy, to Polish and Hungarian democracy, right, to democracies really around the world, how do we face up to those challenges except for actually insisting even stronger on the importance of public voice and our being able to come together as a diverse, multivocal people and assert our collective democratic power in order to not only preserve but also strengthen the civic features of our world that Taya was just mentioning to us. In order to achieve that, we have to reach some both collective understandings of truth, but also openness to challenge, right, which is what we were hearing about in our last panel, right? How do we, our ability to stay grounded in ourselves while also realizing that what we thought we knew about ourselves might be wrong, and a willingness to work through that and come out the other side, and a willingness to engage with very, very, very different people and voices from ourselves, and to be open to the voices that have all too often been excluded, silenced, cast aside, discounted, right? And that is what I think we're going to get to experience today. This is one reason I'm super duper excited about this panel, because it's, I think, 3 phenomenal presentations about voice. The other thing that I want to say is, I'm an education geek. I was a middle school teacher for 8 years before I sort of came back to being an academic. And one of the things that is just incontrovertible is that students, no matter how old they are, come into schools with a lot of knowledge. Right? Knowledge from their families, knowledge from their communities, knowledge from their places of worship, from the places that they work, et cetera. And we are wrong if we think that what we teach in school either constitutes the totality of students' knowledge or even can be taught without regard to students' home knowledge, right? And so one of the reasons that I'm also really excited about today's panel is that we're going to be able to engage with 3 ways of thinking about the sources and conveyance of historical knowledge in public spaces. These are curricula that we're about to be exposed to. These are pedagogies of knowing and pedagogies of learning and collective teaching, that even though they happen outside of formal educative spaces like Harvard, are at least as powerful because of that. And that actually is one thing that gives me some hope as we, there've been a lot of references today to the ways in which a number of legislatures and governors have been trying to impose controls on what we teach and how we teach, which is that schools are only one small space of historical teaching and learning. And so with that, I'm going to pass it over to Honore to get us started.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm incredibly honored to be a part of this gathering, which acknowledges and celebrates the legacies of our enslaved ancestors. I'm going to read 3 poems from The Age of Phyllis, my hybrid book of poetry that imagines the life and times of Phyllis Wheatley Peters and interprets primary and secondary research sources on early African Americans. The 3 poems that I will read represent enslaved Black women's emotional resistance, as well as my own resistance to the received narratives about slavery. I begin with an epigraph from the great Lucille Clifton. I say the stones marked an old tongue, and it was called eternity. Chorus of the mother's griot. Amnesiac wood, nostrils of girls, who was bought, uncle's hand, guts on the air, who was sold, defeated man, history's charnel. I say trader silver, sailing knot to knot, naked in the corner, door of no return. Sing the mutiny in the slave house, sniff bougainvillea, who is ashamed. I say ready Don's kill, naked in the corner, jealous sharks. I shall, who did? I say they did. I'm here. My name, who shall? I say yes, here. On the battlefield, call woman, call America, call revolution, call the brother, call the myth. I say call the auction, Call Africa, call the Sachem. In God's name, is this call? Is my mother? Is some kin? I say, is this called? Is some water? Is my mother? I say, is this called? Isabel, Virginia colony, circa 1621. Like any love should be, hers was touch and never leave. Some arguments and tears with Antony, her husband, but no freedom. They were tied, a curt blessing in that era of dark skin and kin. Separations would occur soon enough, but they had to band together. This woman and her man who might have come on a ship with 18 others. Isabel cooked for him from flesh he trapped or caught. They might have looked at the entrails of his prey to decipher what the day had been back home in Africa. What would the drums say? Was it a feast time? Was their village in the same spot? When their son was born, Isabel probably kept him away from others for several days. That night, when the necessary seclusion was done, Antony would have shaved the baby's head and spat in his ear, tapped a foot on the floor, told an unforgotten story. And then Isabel put the baby to her breast and sang, "Your name is William here, but mother calls you something else, something old in secret." This last poem is written in the voice of Belinda Sutton, who we used to know simply as Belinda, and I am very grateful to historians for reclaiming her name. For the first of several times, Belinda Sutton, former enslaved servant of the House of Isaac Royal, petitions the Massachusetts General Court for a pension in her old age. I shall trust the new word of this country, freedom. I shall not call the names of the dead. In that taken child's place, here is Belinda. Toiling in unnatural cold, I ask for bits of what you sing, what you hold so dear. I say, I have a woman's memory. Men of war fingering silver or cowrie. Those men had no thought for me, only the blue in front. Cruel schemes, stricken drums. I say, I ask for less than what is written in some book or on the gathered conscience I know you have. More than that, too much. Understanding in this life remains a brick mansion. Pennies in exchange for what was taken from me. I say, I ask in my free God's names, the Orisha. Always they are here when I look around at this newfound place and I say, ocean. Obatala. I say, Shango. Yamaya. I say, Oya. Eshu. Elegara. Like you, they sail and anchor where they please. And yes, they too crave. Thank you.
Thank you, Honoré. Andrew.
Thank you, Mira and Dom and Honoré. It's wonderful to be with you virtually, and of course, it's so wonderful to be with all of you here. And I'm just honored to be here and so many people who I admire and respect so much professionally and personally. What I'd like to do in the 10 minutes or so that I have is give you an overview of the Getting Word project and its connections to Monticello, to describe its origins, and to show a little bit about how our research, some of the stories that emerge from our research of the project, which is now in its 29th year. And some of those stories will certainly intersect with Harvard too, and may be of interest to to everyone here. I'll also talk a little bit about how dispersal sales following Thomas Jefferson's death affected African American families intergenerationally. So we'll describe that, and then we'll talk about things that are ongoing at Monticello and what we may have planned next. Can everyone hear me? Okay, great. Thank you so much. So, of course, Monticello is the home of Thomas Jefferson, and Charlottesville, Virginia was also home to 400 enslaved African Americans. Monticello is the neck of an hourglass. So if you can picture an hourglass in your mind, and you can look at that neck, and you can look through the hourglass in one way and see backward to colonial Virginia and colonial America. If you turn the hourglass over the other way, you can see out through the 19th and 20th and into the 21st century. So let's keep that in mind, being able to look at Monticello as this looking glass, as this hourglass. Getting Word itself is in its 29th year. It is an oral history project. It focuses on the descendants of people enslaved at Monticello by Thomas Jefferson. We document and preserve family histories, and we've been doing it since the early 90s. We have over 225 oral history interviews with descendants of people enslaved by Jefferson, and we're also a research project. And we host reunions at Monticello for Getting Word participants. We've done that several times in the past generation or so. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the founders of the project. Lucia Stanton, Cinder is her nickname. Cinder is Harvard class of 65. She is the founder of Getting Word. She had been at Monticello for 25 years prior to founding Getting Word. And in her own telling, she never truly considered what happened to enslaved families. She never really believed the story of Thomas Jefferson's paternity of Sally Hemings' children until she met Madison Hemings' descendants in the early 90s, and of course, until after meeting Professor Annette Gordon-Reed as well and reading her work. Cinder co-founded Getting Word with Dr. Diane Swan Wright, who was my mentor. She passed away 4 years ago, a brilliant oral historian. Diane liked to say that oral history is a favorite way of passing on information. So if you can remember being a little child and talking to your grandparents, and your grandparents would just pour their stories into you, and then you would become the vessel for your elder stories. Diane was all about that. She was a brilliant interpreter, a brilliant interviewer of African American life. The two of them came together in the early 90s, 1993. They came together across economic lines and racial lines and social lines to co-found Getting Word. They traveled 40,000 miles over the course of about 20 years together, interviewing a couple hundred descendants of people enslaved at Monticello. Since Cinder's retirement in 2012, the project has been overseen at the International Center for Jefferson Studies by Aurelia Crawford and Naya Bates, who's now a PhD candidate at Princeton, and I have been the director of the project for the past year almost. This is an advertisement of enslaved people following Thomas Jefferson's death. This is 6 months after Jefferson died. Of course, he died July 4th, 1826. This is mid-January, 1827. You can see that enslaved people were sold with furniture and animals. The sale took 5 days, and we know hundreds of local men were present for those sales. Jefferson owned about 200 enslaved people at the time of his death, about 130 at Monticello, 70 more in Bedford County at his private retreat, Poplar Forest, everyone would be sold in an attempt to cover his debts. We have records for 75, records of who purchased 75 enslaved people, but the vast majority of folks who were sold, we do not know who they were purchased by. We have just one or two firsthand accounts of the dispersal sales. This one from Peter Fawcett, who was age 11 when he was sold in 1827. He said, "We were scattered all over the country, never to see each other until we were to meet again in another world." Fawcett was one of 8 or 9 siblings, all of whom were put on the auction block on the west lawn of Monticello. That's the nickel view that you have on your coin. The nickel view of Monticello is where we believe about 126 or so enslaved people were sold over the course of 5 days, January 1827. Peter Fawcett was 11 years old. At the end of the 19th century, Peter Fawcett returned to Monticello and he gave a newspaper interview. He had been enslaved afterwards in Central Virginia until 1850. His family purchased him and brought him to Ohio. And in 1898, he told a newspaper reporter exactly what happened to he and his family over the course of those days. We were scattered all over the country. To give you an example, here is a representation of the work that we have done. This is truly out of Cinder Stanton's research. This is where everyone went following the dispersal sales. Missouri, Alabama, Wisconsin, Ohio, West Virginia, up to Massachusetts for people who were free, okay, and Liberia. Brown Colbert was in exchange for leaving Virginia, he was sent to Liberia, where he died almost immediately in the 1830s. This is a map detailing everyone's movement that we're aware of between 1826 and 1865. One of the people sold, Peter Fawcett's sister, Anne Elizabeth Fawcett Isaacs is her name. She married Tucker Isaacs, who was of African American and Jewish ancestry, also from Charlottesville. She was about 15 years old when she was sold. She would ultimately gain her freedom in 1837 and settle in southern Ohio in Chillicothe. And a photo there on what is my right in the back of the room is of the Isaacs home place in Chillicothe. It's Getting Word historian Beverly Gray at the Isaacs home place. Of course, her grandson, William Monroe Trotter, Harvard, class of 1895, first African American to receive the Phi Beta Kappa key, also a graduate with a graduate degree in 1896. An amazing story. His grandmother freed in 1837. Most everyone else from the dispersal sales, of course, had to experience a generation more of slavery. But we know Anne Elizabeth Fawcett Isaacs' story, and we know some of her descendants' stories, and we know William Monroe Trotter was a radical, a black radical, as the biography by Carrie Greenidge has it, right? And a true representative American, a co-founder of the Niagara movement, which ultimately became the NAACP, a journalist here in Massachusetts. But there are others whose stories did not begin in freedom before in the antebellum age. This is a photo of Lucy Cottrell, who was purchased by a professor at the UVA and taken forcibly to Maysville, Kentucky from Charlottesville. This is a photo, 1845, of Lucy Cottrell with her ward, a white child. And there were those who were forcibly transported to Alabama. Pictured here are descendants of Jupiter Evans. Jupiter Evans and Thomas Jefferson, born the same year, the same plantation, 1743, Shadwell Plantation, Albemarle County. And Jupiter Evans' descendants were enslaved by the Randolph line for 8 generations. And to this day, Jupiter Evans' descendants live within about a mile or 2 of Thomas Jefferson's descendants in a tiny town in northern Alabama, where I have been and conducted interviews with some of the youngest children pictured in this photograph here. Their experiences were vastly different from those who were freed in Thomas Jefferson's will or who remained enslaved in Virginia. a photo of Reverend Robert Hughes and a receipt for his sale. A preacher, a founder of Zion Hill Baptist Church and Union Run Baptist Church, just 2 or 3 miles from Monticello. Reverend Hughes's great-great-grandson is pictured in the middle of this photograph. He's an archivist with the Getting Word Project. And for the past year, Calvin Jefferson, great-great-grandson of Robert Hughes, and also a descendant of the Granger and Hemmings families enslaved by Jefferson, Calvin has been archiving 30 years of our project, because in the fall we received a $375,000 grant from the NEH to archive professionally and digitize this project for the very first time. All 30 years, tens of thousands of accumulated files. This is about a third of the files that we have. Also pictured here, promising public historian Jenna Owens and our archivist Suzanne Holt. And they've gone painstakingly page by page through each of these files that Cinder Stanton and Diane Swan Wright, all of these oral history transcripts, everything that they've accumulated in an attempt to find out what happened to families after Jefferson's death. In 2018, we hosted the most recent reunion of descendants. About 300 people returned, participants in the Getting Word Project. They're standing on the same exact site where their ancestors were most likely sold in 1827. We are recontextualizing what Monticello is and what this country can be by doing this kind of work in the age of repair. I was present for this as well, as was my grandmother and 5 of her first cousins. Her grandfather is pictured there. His name is Anderson Jefferson Robinson. And his father and 3 of his grandparents were sold in dispersal sales in 1827, 1829. This is a history I would not have known if it were not for Dr. Diane Swan Wright, for Professor Annette Gordon-Reed, for Cinder Stanton, for Gail Jessup White, my cousin. And it's because of that work that my life has become immeasurably enriched. To meet all of these community members, to meet people who I am related to do this kind of work, to be mentored by Dr. Diane Swan Wright, to know Professor Gordon-Reed's work so well, and to know all of these people. Institutions can and should do this kind of work. They should reconnect families if possible. They should try. And that's what I'll leave you with. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Don.
Well, hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be at the panel with you today, and it's a pleasure to be with all these wonderful scholars and historians and poets. And for my presentation, I wanted to talk a little bit about my album, Don Flemons Presents Black Cowboys, which came out on Smithsonian Folkways recordings in 2018. I began to do this project because I was born and raised in Phoenix, Arizona. As a Mexican-American and African-American man, on my Mexican-American side, I'm 6th generation Phoenix, Arizona. And on my African-American side, my father is a native of Flagstaff, Arizona, and my grandparents came from East Texas and Arkansas to find a better life for themselves outside of the farm. And so my grandfather was a preacher and a sawmill worker as well. So I went to college at Northern Arizona University, where the mascot is the Lumberjacks. So for me, the history is very personal in one way. And in another way, when I began to find information about African-American cowboys and later the Black West, because of course, as we've seen in the 2 previous presentations, this story of African-American work, artistry, and excellence goes far beyond just one single type of life and one type of way that people decided to handle the legacy that was given to them. And so in a certain way, when I pitched the album to Smithsonian Folkways to be a part of the African American Legacy series, which is a part of the National Museum of African American History and Culture, which I was very fortunate to have been a part of the opening ceremonies, I knew that this was going to be a very important project. Not so much that I needed to get every piece of information, but I wanted to have a comprehensive overview of the Black West. And why I decided to do this, I'm going to read a small quote from the liner notes. Now, if you're tuning in online, we're going to drop in the chat the lyrics to the song I've chosen, He's a Lone Ranger, which I've chosen to demonstrate. And then also there is a link from Smithsonian Folkways website. They offer a free PDF of the liner notes. And I also wrote a 40-page liner note to try to be as comprehensive as possible. Because as I tour around as a musician, I find I go to museums quite often, Western museums as well. And I found the tendency was that they might have one or two Black Western books or some type of material connected to the museum. So the album was also an attempt to have a comprehensive all-in-one package so that people that may not know about Black Western history might be able to be informed. One of the quotes that really moved me as I began to research some of the information, because the who, what, when, and where were all very easy to find, and there was lots of information in the library. But the why it was relevant to people was what continued to elude me. And it wasn't until I read the autobiography of one of the famous Black cowboys, Nat Love, and he began to tell his story about being born into slavery, then becoming a cowboy, and then later becoming a Pullman porter, that I found a particular relevance to this post-slavery era, and also how it leads into the early parts of the civil rights movement. So that was something that just blew my mind, and I had not seen that before. It also changed the lens of focus so that no longer were the Black cowboys, in my mind, erased wholesale, but they moved to different places. They found different areas to go, and they found different types of work. So they were not documented as the cowboys and the important parts of the West that they truly were in their day. And one of the quotes that I found was from a wonderful 2010 interview with Mike Searless from University of Georgia. And he said, "Many people see the West as the birthplace of America. If they only see it as the birthplace of white America, it basically means that all other people are interlopers. They're not a part of what makes an American. But if we understand that African Americans were cowboys, even Native Americans were cowboys, Mexicans were cowboys, it really opens up the door for us to think about America as a multi-ethnic, multi-racial place, not just in the last decade or century, but from the very beginning." And with statements like that, I was drawn to bring 18 different stories of the Black West together. The one I've decided to share with you this time is a song that I wrote called He's a Lone Ranger, after reading about the Deputy U.S. Marshal of the United States, Bass Reeves, who was from Fort Smith, Arkansas, and born into slavery. And he is said to be the historical precedent for the fictional character, the Lone Ranger. And of course, I had to run after this story and try to learn as much as I could. And I took pieces from two different books, Art T. Burton's Black Gun, Silver Star, as well as Gary Paulson's The Legend of Bass Reeves, to tell the story. And so in the liner notes, I wrote this song to pay tribute to the story of Bass Reeves, who was born into slavery in 1838. He grew up in the Texarkana region of the South and lived with his mother and master on the plantation. As a young boy, he encountered Native Americans while hunting for snakes and rabbits on the trails near his home. And as he grew older, his master taught him how to ride a horse and shoot a gun to defend the plantation during the Indian Wars. And when he became a young man, the master challenged him to a game of poker with his freedom as collateral. Reeves discovered that the master had been cheating and confronted him, knocking him unconscious. Reeves was forced to flee the plantation, and during the time he spent as an outlaw, he befriended and lived amongst the Cherokee Nation, learned their language, and became an expert at mapping out the Indian Territory, as it was known at that time. In 1875, he was recruited by the hanging judge, Isaac C. Parker, to become a Deputy U.S. Marshal, the very first African-American west of the Mississippi to hold that position, after Frederick Douglass, no less. He was known as an expert rider, marksman, and master of homemade disguises. And Bass Reeves scoured the Indian Territory for rustlers, rogue Native Americans, and bootleggers, bringing hundreds of criminals to justice, 3,000 in total. And he later settled in Muskogee, Oklahoma. And the facts and folklore around Bass Reeves are extraordinary, and his legacy remains a likely inspiration for the fictional character, the Lone Ranger. So without further ado, I'm going to have a video that I've pre-recorded of me playing my song, He's a Lone Ranger, and I'll talk a little bit about the lyrics as well as the music after that.
He's a U.S. Marshal and a Lone Ranger. He's a U.S. Marshal
country with the star on his breast. Every white man and an Indian tribe. He was the baddest man that ever was alive. He's a U.S. Marshal and a Lone Ranger. He's a Lone Ranger, Bass Reeves his name. Broad-shouldered and 6 feet tall, rode a sorrel that could outrun them all. Master of a pistol, master of disguise. He looked every man he called now dead in the eyes, 'cause he's a U.S. Marshal and a Lone Ranger. He's a Lone Ranger, Bass Reeves his name. On a slave down in Arkansas, lived with his master and his dear old mom. Mom said, son, you ain't free, but you do anything you want, though if the mister don't see. Now he's a U.S. Marshal and a Lone Ranger. He's a Lone Ranger, Bass Reeves his name. Master called Bass Reeves to a game. Bass's freedom was the stake that it made. No master cheated, you ought to heard the sound of Bass's hoof beats as Master hit the ground. Now he's a U.S. Marshal and a Lone Ranger. He's a Lone Ranger, Bass Reeves his name. Go! Bass Reeves break into song, get down to business and it won't be long. We're in Muskogee, 100 miles around. They call him Bass Reeves, he's bound to track you down, 'cause he's a U.S. Marshal and a Lone Ranger. He's a Lone Ranger, Bass Reeves his name. Walking around. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I know I don't have a lot of time, but just to speak a little bit about the music for the album Black Cowboys, one of the people who really inspired me, who also recorded on Folkways, was this wonderful gentleman, Lightning Hopkins from Centerville, Texas. And I used his music as a template to talk about Bass Reeves' story. I found him to be such an epic character of the West. I knew that he needed a blues shuffle in the style of Lightning Hopkins. I believe there's one called Fan It on that particular record. I also was very inspired by the recordings of the great Hughie Ledbetter, better known as Leadbelly. And so this album, the Library of Congress recordings, was an essential recording for me. And also, another early songster who I record 2 of his songs on the album, Henry Ragtime Texas Thomas from East Texas, who recorded in the late 1920s for the Vocalion record label, was very much an influence. That's his album, Texas Worried Blues. And I would be amiss if I did not mention one of my good friends, Charlie Siemens, who is a folklorist who did a lot of work on cowboy material in general, which was a template for how I would take the idea of what we know about cowboys and apply it to African American cowboys, because I didn't want it to be a separate endeavor. I wanted to show that during those early days of the West, there was not room for discrimination because of the nature of the band of brothers of a small group of cowboys. There wasn't room for people to abuse each other in that type of way. And there was one famous black cowboy, Bones Hooks, who mentioned, any man who would abuse me on the trail, I knew would not be there long because he would not last on the range. And so that was one of many epiphanies I found when searching out this early history. It really, people had different perspectives as they moved out west, and they moved to places that were undocumented jurisdictions in the United States at that time, and it really tells a lot about the way that the United States was born. But this album, Back in the Saddle Again, is a history of cowboy material that tells a little bit of the history of recorded cowboy music. And then, of course, another Arizona native, Marty Robbins' Gunfighter Ballad and Trail Songs. I was very much influenced when I wanted to sequence the album out, because this album is still one of the most popular Western albums of all time, and I wanted to figure out a way to make the story of black cowboys appealing for all. And that's about all the time I've got for you folks. Thank you again for having me. It's a pleasure to be a part of the panel.
Thank you, Dom. I'm just so filled with joy and with actually melancholy from our combined presentations, and I feel these wrestling inside my heart. So I appreciate all three of you so much. I want to start actually with a question about artistic production, and we'll start with you, Honore, and then move to Dom. So one of the things that I actually found extremely moving about the release of the Harvard and the Legacy of Slavery report on Tuesday was its exemplification of, I think, some of the best of the digital humanities and its integration of text with visuals, with photographs, artifacts, all places where you can go deeper, where you can decide, I'm going to let this wash over me, or no, I want to follow it through. There's also a walking tour that I've not yet gone on, but that I'm really, I don't know that excited is the right word, but I feel compelled to do the walking tour next week, which I know features the voices of Harvard students and many other voices and sounds. And as I think about how we are going to lift up the findings in this report and then respond to them, right? Because the call all day has rightly been about memory leading to action and knowledge leading to action. I think I've been somewhat blinkered in my thinking about the kinds of artistic productions that might enable us to engage in collective memory making and action. I think of monuments, of solid structures, physical structures on campus spaces. And then I think about things like the walking tour and the digital humanities. But what you are bringing to us is a whole array of ways of thinking about how the arts can teach us and form spaces for collective engagement and understanding, and touch us and educate us and provide possibilities for conversation and action in different ways. So Honore, can you just start us off, and then Dom, I'll turn to you.
Okay, that's a lot to process.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm processing too.
But first, very quickly, let me say, Brother Dom, that was beautiful, and I think what was interesting is the way, the arc of it, right? Because there is this melancholy. You may have seen me crying during the second presentation, and then there was that sort of joy. And I sang with a blues band back in graduate school, so that just really, just was just so good, just extra good. I think in terms of the work that I do, I think about the great Saidiya Hartman talking about critical fabulation, and the arts are, I think, a particular place where we can take the archives and use that, you know, as the sort of scaffolding, and then through the imagination, you know, of the arts, we can fill in what we don't know. And you know, as you know, this gathering of scholars knows, you go back, you can only go back so far for most African Americans. That's why I was so greatly moved by the second presentation, because, you know, my people, I can only go to, you know, the 1870 census for my mother's people. So I think that it's very, very important, but I also think that what is needed, if I may, is to allow the title of scholar to be given to artists as well. You know, I was very lucky, and then I'll sort of wrap up, to have the fellowship at the American Antiquarian Society, which is where I really began my work on Phyllis Wheatley Peters, my research in earnest. I was very, very lucky that my work was respected, but artists are not always respected for the work that we do. Even though you will see that so many scholars also, I'm thinking of the great Du Bois, who was a very accomplished creative writer. So I think that we're going to have to allow these spaces to open up and to respect artists in the archives. And I won't get messy and say places I haven't been respected, but one of them is in Boston.
Thank you, Honoré. Before we turn to Dom, I want to note that I do think it's fitting that we are here at Radcliffe, which has, throughout the history of the Institute, really respected artists as scholars and scholars as having possibilities actually to learn how to be artists. And so I'm glad that we are a welcoming space, at least at this moment here. Dom, I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Well, there are so many ways to be able to handle history. I think especially in the 21st century, we're in a spot where there has been so much extended access, where we have information that may have taken years to have uncovered beforehand if you were just doing microfilm, if you go back far enough in that type of scholarly research. But now there are so many digitized archives. And then also, as an individual scholar, there are places that we can go where we have perspectives that are much greater than maybe 100 years ago, where some of the major scholarship was done. You know, some of the foundational books we find, there is new information that's out there. And when I was doing Black Cowboys specifically, I found that there was so much information that once I brought it all together, I found I had hundreds of books. I didn't realize I would find hundreds of books on Black Cowboys and Black Western culture, but there I was. And then I had to figure out how to condense that information down to something that would be readable for the general public, as well as for an academic and scholarly public. So I decided to use an extended bibliography, and I wanted to also make a case that instead of focusing on what we don't know, I wanted to focus on the things that I found, the things that actually were there, and honoring the actual history instead of spending a lot of time fighting the history that wasn't being told. And so I always approached this particular project in that manner, where it was actively moving forward. My own family history, I never spoke with my grandparents about this deeper history of the Western migration, but as I began to read about the history in of itself, their stories illuminated in a way that I never would have imagined. And I'll give you just an example from the LP. So one of the ways I was able to repurpose the imagery of the West, so getting to know Timothy Duffy, he works with a wet plate collodion camera, a Deerdorf 11x14. So we made a lot of portraits of old-time tintypes to reference the West, because that's a lot of the way that we think of the West in imagery, is through tintype photography. So that's one way we handled it on there. And then the other half was taking historical images here, like, for example, this young boy right here, this is my father in Texas with his cousin growing up. And then this is my grandfather and grandmother. I know I have to get it real close in there. You have to go on the Folkways website to see these things up close. But there's some beautiful images of my grandparents. But then also connecting with Smithsonian Folkways, we were able to access the Library of Congress. And we found some beautiful images such as this picture of the Buffalo Soldiers in Fort Huachuca, Arizona, where they stationed for many years. And just being able to bring all of the information into one package and to be able to put it in a place where we are giving dignity to this history in a way that it may not have been given during its actual day or even decades afterward, that was something that I felt was very important. And when it came to writing the song He's a Lone Ranger, I decided to put little social ideas that are part of the West, such as the second verse is that he's broad-shouldered and 6 feet tall. He rode a sorrel that could outrun them all. Bass Reeves was a master of a pistol and a master of disguise, which I spoke of, and he looked every man he caught dead in the eye, which is just a small social cue, going back to those old days where, where eye-to-eye contact was not something that was okay for most black people to do next to a white person. And just to be able to show that dynamic with a person like Bass Reeves, I will just relate one final story that I found when I was reading the biography of Bill Pickett, just to kind of show you where a lot of these early Western pioneers were in terms of mentally. So Bill Pickett always would carry a little tin cup with him. Now the reason he would do this, as a rodeo entertainer, he was often offered a drink after his performances. Now if this was a white man that offered the drink, one, the cup would allow Bill Pickett to drink without drinking too much, so he would never be seen drunk. And he also allowed him not to share the bottle physically with whoever gave him a drink, so he would always have it in a cup. So if someone saw him interacting with someone, they were never touching the same bottle. And then also, it also let people know that he was friendly enough so that they could offer him a drink, and so that he would be able to have some sort of camaraderie with the people that enjoyed his show. And that just kind of shows you where some of these early pioneers were at mentally. They were thinking on multiple levels because of the legacy that they had received, just from the nature of their upbringing and growing up, and then their adult life as well. Because of course now it gave me a much deeper appreciation of racial uplift and economic uplift as well, because this story also speaks about some of these basic tenets of civil rights. And so that was one way I wanted to do it creatively. And my 3 songs that were original, I wrote about Bill Pickett, Nat Love, and Bass Reeves, but then I also wanted to incorporate traditional songs, half of them songs that are within the Western canon, such as Home on the Range and Goodbye Old Paint, and present some of the black cowboy stories associated with the birth of those songs and the documentation of those songs, while sidestepping it with some of the Southern traditions that traveled out west as well, including fiddle and banjo music, the blues, and country music. And so it was sort of a way to juxtapose all of these things so that people could hear the history as well as see it.
Thank you, Dom. That was amazing. I want to turn to you, Andrew, and you ended your remarks with a charge to us. To identify and bring together descendants. And that is one of the recommendations in the Harvard and the Legacy of Slavery report, that we start to do that in some way. And I'm wondering if you can expand on why. I mean, that may seem obvious, but I think you've thought deeply about this, so I think it's important for us to reflect on why descendant communities matter, and also how. I was struck in Jody's talk about the Lemon Project this morning about the initiative at William and Mary to educate local community members, some of whom may also themselves be descendants, in learning historical archival research and genealogical methods. And so that's gotten me thinking about the various ways in which we may support further research incorporate the voices, how much should happen on Harvard's campus? You know, we can hire postdocs who can do work. How much should happen out in among communities? How far should our communities go, right? There's an entire section of the report that's, I think, very important on the Caribbean. So anyway, that's a lot. You can choose to answer whichever you want to.
Sure. Thank you, Mira. I try to be a good Catholic, and I think there's a moral obligation when you do wrong to approach those that you have affected negatively. And so for an institution like Harvard to do the research necessary to find people, and I know that I found some descendants, but there's a moral obligation to reach out and engage and listen. And that was the takeaway that I had from Jody Allen this morning, these listening tours. You know, Monticello is on an ongoing process. We're going to continue to do it for as long as the Thomas Jefferson Foundation is around. And we have this incredible archive of these oral histories collected over decades. And Georgetown doing something similar with the Georgetown Slavery Archive and the Georgetown Memory Project. Sitting at someone's feet and asking them and listening to what they have to tell you is a sacred act. And so whatever Harvard decides to do, you will learn from those that you are ultimately going to meet, and they'll tell you what you can do, right? And so if it is an impulse toward learning how to do archival research, or if it's an impulse toward doing professional genealogy, or you'll also learn that people don't want to hear from you at all, right? And that is perfectly acceptable. That's the nature of this kind of work, but you can at least try to do that.
Thank you, Andrew. I want to turn to some of the questions that are coming in from audience members, and I'm going to remind you that you can keep on sending in the questions. And I want to start with a question that is directed toward you, Andrew, although then I actually want to invite Honoré in part, given Honoré your response to Andrew's presentation, which is how do you manage your own emotions in this work? Because, you know, I think about what we've been seeing in recent years following the initial sort of reactivation of Black Lives Matter and the shocking number of young activists who have died through their work and the toll that it takes. And so this is we were talking earlier about how young people come, say, to these historic houses as whole bodies, right? That we are not merely minds, we are not merely scholars, we are not merely writers, we are all of us, we are children, right? We are descendants. And so it seems in order to sustain this work, as if we have to attend, those of you who are bringing this out, right, have to attend to yourselves, but your work is so hard and so important. So how do you do it? And then Honoré, I'll turn to you.
I have a long commute from DC to Charlottesville, and I listen to comedy on my way home. And that helps quite a bit. But on a serious note, it's about the people, and you want to cherish the people. And so when we do this kind of work and we go out and we give talks, and if it's at Harvard or if it's in Charlottesville or if it's online, whatever, yes, it's an incredibly difficult subject. This is hard history, as we all know. But someone will reach out and they will say, I have an oral history, or my family's from Albemarle County, and I heard that there may be a connection, or there is a connection, or no one's ever listened to me before, will you listen to me now? I hear from people many times a month in small, deep southern towns who have a connection to Central Virginia ancestrally. They've learned through their family oral history or census records that they have a great-grandparent in some cases from Virginia or from Maryland who were forcibly transported to Mississippi or Alabama. And so, yes, it's emotional, but when you go out and you do this, you will hear from others, and every time you give one talk, you might be able to connect another family, people longing for connection. So that's how I try and deal with it. It's about the people and the reunions and good comedy on the way home.
Thank you. Honore.
Well, I just really want to thank Brother Andrew for this important work that he's doing. It's greatly moving and greatly important. For me, I think I'm the oldest person on the panel, and I'm from the Deep South. So I'm an unabashed God lover, and I pray. I look at this work as attending of ancestral altars. I don't expect everybody to look at things the way that I look at, and I feel like you should respect, everybody's approach. For me, it became very apparent, probably because my mentor and my second mother, Lucille Clifton, was a visioning woman. And I'm a visioning woman. And so it became that's something that I can only really speak on. I haven't been able to speak on it for probably only about 2 years. But I have a spiritual practice. But I also think that I have had to constantly change my self-care. I now do yoga nearly every day. I try not to eat meat much anymore. These are these sort of things because the older you get, it will settle on you. It'll settle on your spirit. But if you have a calling, and you feel like this is a calling, this is a ministry, you have to do it. But it takes a toll on you. And so when I was writing The Age of Phyllis, and then I'll wrap up, I used to watch, Brother Andrew listens to comedy. I used to watch old videos on YouTube of Sesame Street. You see the little babies, and they're, most of them are my age now, but you see them and they're interacting with the puppets, like the puppets are real. And then sometimes I would watch videos of Mr. Rogers. And it just kind of, just that sort of kindness that you see. Then it allows you to understand that all is not ugliness, And the last thing though is I think about, no matter the horror that I encounter, I'm here. And that is a triumph. And that is a joy. And my ancestors prayed for this moment. My mother's father could not read and write. Here I am presenting at Harvard. So it's the truth.
So with that, I want to wrap up with a question to each of the three of you. And why don't we go in opposite order? So we'll go Dom, Andrew, and ending with Honore. And this is a bit of an amalgamation of some questions that have come in, which is that, yes, what you just talked about, Honore, the fact that you are here at Harvard, is, I think, part of what I heard, particularly from both you and Dom, about your effort to weave African American history and people much more fully and self-evidently and irrevocably into the American story. And I mean, in fact, that's something I find really inspiring about your work, Dom, is that when I've done interviews with young people of color, especially around the United States, there's such a distinction where these native-born American citizens will talk about Americans, meaning whites, particularly when we're talking about, say, tropes like cowboys, right? That's always them. And part of what you are doing is saying, no, it's us, right? This is collective, that anywhere you look, we are a multiracial, a multi-ethnic, a multivocal community. And so I would love to hear from each of you about one way in which you either feel good about what you've done in terms of creating this tapestry, or one thing that you're hoping to do next. So, Dom, let's start with you.
Well, just to speak of a couple of ways that I've been very happy with the project I've put out there. Since 2018, to see a proliferation of black cowboys as a subject matter in multiple types of popular culture has been brilliant. In an age where everyone talks about the entire process, I told no one about my Black Cowboys album. So when I presented it without the influence of a lot of other people outside of the scholars in which I was consulting. One of the reasons I wanted to do that was I thought that it was a story, as someone from the Southwest, a lot of the main manifesto of civil rights and the African American struggle is based in the Deep South. And the Southwest, and sometimes Western black culture, tends to be a fringe culture and a fringe history. And so when I began to read about these amazing people that were out there, and of course I mostly focused within the 1860s to the 1960s more or less, but the story of black cowboys goes all the way back to Hispaniola, Estefanico, and many of the early African pioneers that came with the conquistadores and a lot of the Spanish missionaries. And so just to be able to put that out there so that younger people, older people, any person, whether they are black or American or anyone, can now see some aspect of black Western culture. And of course with music, it's very easy to be able to wrap words and music together. And in some ways that also allows, in a way, for the listener to transcend a lot of the pain and hurt by just having philosophical discussions within the lyric content that's a part of the project. And that was one thing I want to focus on, because
I'm just going to cut you off because I'm aware of time, and I'm sorry. Thank you, Dom. I'm going to turn to Andrew.
10 minutes.
I'm sorry. I really want to make sure Sven's panel gets as much time as we've gotten.
Honoré, I would turn it over to you. I'm far more interested in hearing what you have to say about your work and what's next with the limited time we have.
So gentlemanly. Thank you, Brother Andrew. I feel like what I've tried to do is, the other 4 of my books of poetry were for me, but The Age of Phyllis was for the people. And so it's been, really, it's been lovely, to see, college kids tell me that they now sort of get her work. What I would like to see is just simply more folks, doing this kind of work. And so there we are.
Thank you to all 3 of you, and I'm looking forward to Harvard following your lead and hopefully our being able to actually learn how to do some of this work alongside of you and support it. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Again, please stretch your legs, catch the sun or the wind or whatever it's doing, and then come back.
4:15 on the dot.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope you had a very good and relaxing break. I know it's getting a little late in the day and you might be somewhat tired, but of course the best attractions are yet to come. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Sven Beckert, and I'm also a proud member of the Harvard and the Legacy of Slavery Research Committee. As has been said before, this is a historic moment for Harvard University. 157 years after abolition of slavery in the United States, we have come forward as an institution to acknowledge our historical ties to enslavement and our responsibility for addressing these histories in the present. We have understood that while we can't undo the past, we are obliged to act upon what we know in the present. We have engaged these histories in the way that we could engage them, namely locally and within the institution that we inhabit, as staff, as students, and as faculty. And while our work has been very local, we quickly learned that it also points outward into the wider world. I'm deeply moved that we have collectively embraced the notion that it is an ethical imperative for us to engage this history. And let us just quickly also recognize that one of the things that has enabled us to do so has been the hard work of many dozens of Harvard undergraduate students who for many years have gone to archives and libraries to begin writing the history of the university we all so deeply care about. It has been their engagement, creativity, and persistence that has also opened up many of the vistas that guide our discussions today, and I wish to thank these students for their work. One of the histories that these undergraduate students have explored in their work is how Harvard's connections to slavery extended beyond the North American continent. And this is, of course, also the topic of our conversation for the next hour. The upcoming panel will move us beyond North America and look at a crucial but often overlooked aspect of the history of Harvard and slavery, namely its connections to other parts of the world. The evidence here is overwhelming. We know that the trade with the sugar planters in the Caribbean was of tremendous economic significance to New England. Indeed, much of the wealth that emerged in New England derived from the labor of enslaved people in places such as Barbados, Antigua, Cuba, and Saint-Domingue. Harvard alumni and Harvard donors sent out ships to the Caribbean. They owned Caribbean plantations, they provisioned these plantations, and they transformed and marketed the goods produced there. Lumber, dried fish, whale oil, and many other New England commodities powered Caribbean plantations. So important was this trade, for example, to Barbados, that the public wharf in its capital, in the town of Bridgetown, was named New England Row. Colonial New England and the Caribbean are best thought of as an integrated economic space, with a dynamic Caribbean core propelling the much less productive New England colonies to modest prosperity, and with it also, of course, Harvard University. As John Adams wrote in 1783, summarizing it all, quote, "The commerce of the West India Islands is a part of the American system of commerce. They can neither do without us, nor we without them." And this is not the only reason why we need to look beyond American borders. The panel will also explore how foreign institutions have dealt with their involvement with slavery and other historical traumata. From South Africa to Germany, from England to France, people have grappled with terrifying histories and have thought about how best to address these histories in the present. Their experiences are relevant to many of our conversations here and allow us to enter into a truly global conversation, and we should be ready to learn from them. We are all very much looking forward to listening to and learning from an extraordinary group of speakers. We have James Anaya, who is the University Distinguished Professor, and Nicholas Doman, Professor of International Law at the University of Colorado Law School. We have Pumla Goboda Matit-Kietzler, who is coming to us from South Africa, where she is the National Research Foundation Chair in Violent Histories and Transgenerational Trauma, and also the Research Chair in Historical Trauma and Transformation at Stellenbosch University. We will be joined virtually by Simon Newman, who is the Sir Dennis Brogan Professor of American History at the University of Glasgow, and currently also a fellow at the Warren Center here at Harvard University. And last but not least, we're going to hear from Denzel Williams, who is the Pro-Vice Chancellor and Principal of the Five Islands campus of the University of the West Indies. So welcome to all of you. And the event will be moderated by my Harvard colleague, Martha Minow, who is the 300th anniversary university professor here at Harvard, a former dean of Harvard Law School, and one of the most important voices in global conversations on how to address historical injustices in the present. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sven, for that introduction, framing remarks, for your superb and critical research, and most of all, your tireless leadership investigating slavery at Harvard with your students. Thanks to our president, to our provost, to Tomiko, for your focused and unflinching leadership, to your thorough commitment to truth and the obligations of all, to the past and to the future. And I give my thanks to you participants, you who have hung in here, you who are tuning in now, and your interest and your commitment to pursuing the truth and all that it means to the past and the future. Our title is Legacies of Slavery at Harvard and Beyond. And I am so deeply to be part of these efforts, to learn, to reflect, and to resolve, to act. This is part of what the beyond means. Our chance and our duties are to learn and to make a future that reckons with the past, and to do so persistently and in community. And as so many have stressed today, with our students, with our alumni, with communities, to show what it means to live our values, to live our mission, especially hard when it means changing. This panel offers a window onto the beyond, part of what geographically is beyond, also in terms of journeys at different stages, dealing with the legacies of the moral violations that human beings have committed against human beings, indelibly altering lives for generations into the present. Earlier today, Kevin Young showed us a glimpse visually of the global dimensions of the slave trade, the multiple dimensions, critical as we examine the processes and effects specifically of American slavery, to examine its global features in markets, financial institutions, and the ideologies it spawned. Critical as we examine the processes of American slavery are, of course, related and parallel atrocities and abuses, as well as resistance, and the role of educational institutions in building knowledge, opportunities for learning and mobility. Tomiko began today by spotlighting the legacies of resistance, of individuals who summon their talents and their courage and strength to object and overcome enslavement and subordination and exclusions. Those, too, are the beyond that we need to explore. As we reflect on this whole day, there are just two lessons that I want to offer as we begin our conversation. The first is some wise advice I received actually this week, and in the spirit of the perpetual work we need to do. Dr. Carrie Mosley Hobbs, who works with Foundation of Descendants of Enslaved Africans, said that she advises saying out loud, and so I will, I am currently living in a period that history will interpret as still the transition out of slavery. She also advised not to name goals, not to imply that we have an endpoint, not to imply that we will have closure, but instead to broaden the lens to understand that this is a commitment now, not to ever turn back. The second related thought is that here we are 386 years after the founding of this institution, as Sven just said, 157 after the end of slavery in the United States. It's not by accident that it has taken us this long. This long to confront not just those histories, but also the histories of our exclusions, our failures to offer welcoming treatment to African Americans and Native Americans at this institution, our commitment to knowledge nonetheless producing subordinating theories. And as President Simmons explained, we have lived through the erasures of this history as well. So part of our work now requires vigilant attention to the reactionary responses to what we are doing here today, precisely. The reactionary responses that risk new erasures. I cannot but help recall the judicial reactions to the post-Civil War Reconstruction amendments in this country, undoing their meaning, undoing their intention. And we are living through, I fear, another reaction of that nature. The response to resurfacing ideologies that some may use to justify subordination, exclusion, dehumanization, the backlash has to be part of what we understand as the legacies. And the backlash to hard-won struggles has to be what we anticipate as we do the hard work right now. So, knowing all of this, I have a question for each of you. What brings you here to this day, to these issues? So we'll start with Denzel Williams.
It's on?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Martha, and let me recognize all who joined us this afternoon, this evening, for this very important conversation. Let me, in the interest of time, get right into a few opening comments, and then we can move forward. But let me just firstly say that Harvard University has joined a very august body of scholars across the Caribbean, Africa, and the Pacific who are using their reparatory justice discourse to educate and enlighten persons on the wretched history of the transatlantic slave trade, to reckon with the past, but also to look to the future with great hope and optimism. I think this conference today is a step in the right direction for atonement and planning for the future. I want to congratulate Harvard University and its leaders for this very visionary and bold move that they are making in this regard. But as we reckon with the past and we plan for the future, one cannot ignore the significant financial deficits that slavery and colonialism left with persons of African descent, plainly with black people. Beckles' 2013 in Britain's Black Debt chronicled the significant financial rewards that were given to owners of slaves after the abolition, while the enslaved received nothing. Indeed, £20 million payout was given to slave owners in 1838, which has enriched the slave owners, socially elevated them, and also gave them a privileged seat at the table of political power. This head start given to the owners of slaves provided whites with the financial power to build institutions and economic systems that can survive and prosper, and importantly, ensure intergenerational wealth. White societies, therefore, had a critical head start to invest in innovation, research and development, technological advancement, and improve their standard of living. Black societies, on the other hand, had to start the freedom race from behind. Blacks had no cash to start their freedom journey, no land grants, provided cheap labor for former slave owners, which left them assetless. Clearly, black societies have started the freedom race 100 meters behind the starting block, and therefore cannot expect to catch up on the development curve without some major investments that need to be made today. As such, to ensure that there is greater convergence as we look to the future, we need to educate our people about this wretched past, but we also need to make investments to make sure that they can actually enjoy the future ahead. What I would like to do quickly is to speak to three modes of investments that we should make. Investment in building stronger institutions, educational institutions, financial institutions, legal and regulatory institutions, among others. at all levels in black societies. We will see that the Global Competitiveness Report speaks to the role of institutions in driving economic growth and transformation. But most importantly, what you will see is that the countries in the ACP, the African, Caribbean, and the Pacific region, generally are the ones that have very low levels of institutional development. A long-standing issue affecting the competitiveness of these countries has to do with institutional erosion, as can be seen in the falling indicators of accountability and transparency. We have to fix our institutions in order to fix the future. Institutions do matter, but good institutions matter even more. Interestingly, there's also another investment that needs to be made, and that's an investment in the human capital development. There's a great need for increased access, especially to post-secondary education in black societies. When you compare white societies, where we see almost 8 out of every 10 students who leave secondary education transition to post-secondary education, when that is compared with most black societies, especially those in the Caribbean, we see only 2 out of 10 moving towards post-secondary education. These societies cannot expect to participate effectively in the new global economy powered by the fourth industrial revolution. And so the investment in human capital development is going to be an important one for the future. So while we recognize and we applaud and we congratulate Harvard for this great symbolism of the $100 million fund to implement the recommendation of this very solid report that is now the focus of discussion here today, we consider it a tangible financial commitment as part of the atonement. But I want to suggest a broader initiative to support human capital development in black societies. I would like to dub it the 300 Scholarship Fund, to recognize Harvard's 300-plus year history and the benefits it has gained from the slave trade. This fund, we're asking to fund scholarships for the next 13 years of 300 persons across the African, Caribbean, and Pacific region, so that we can educate our students, we can educate our people, and provide them with the necessary skill set to go back to build their society. This 300 scholarship fund that we're talking about will not be used to fund scholarships in the traditional areas of medicine and law and business, etc. But we're talking about the new economy, robotics, artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, and all those things that matter for the new economy. Through my own rough estimates, we're talking about over 13 years, 300 scholarships. We're looking at roughly $171 million over 13 years. That is merely 0.3% of Harvard's endowment. If we should look at Harvard's endowment today, and we should invest that for just 1 year at 2%, the figure I'm talking about is literally 2 months' worth of interest from that. It can be done. The multiplier effect for the 300 scholarship fund in the ACP countries will be a tremendous way to prepare as part of the atonement and the new direction going forward. Finally, I will talk about also the need for an effort to lobby for investment in physical infrastructure, internet, broadband capabilities, sea and airports, among other things. COVID-19 has shown us that digitalization is the future. We have to get our ACP countries back on the digital path. So, as we talk about atonement and reckoning for the future, we will have to contend with the kinds of investments that I just spoke about in order to build a sound foundation for long-term sustainable and inclusive growth for our people. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will come back to this, I am sure. Pumla Gaboto Madikazela, my dear friend, why are you here?
Thank you, Martha, and thank you to the Dean of the Radcliffe for the invitation. It's wonderful to be back and to be reconnected with you, Martha. I think of the days of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and those conferences at the Gutman auditorium, the start of those conversations. and looking back there now at this time, which is the future that was imagined then, really frames some of my comments this afternoon. But before I do, let me also say something about the report, which is really so remarkable. It's a report and the commitment by the president and the council of the university to implement its recommendation is a groundbreaking initiative. And I say this from an experience with our own Truth and Reconciliation Commission report and the recommendations that were ignored. And so for me, this is really groundbreaking initiative of reckoning with the past. It sets the tone for a process of reckoning that is underpinned by a strong moral framework, which is so critical for these processes of reckoning with the past. It's a great example of a profound policy of accountability. Before I respond to your question, Martha, and to the challenge of thinking the question about what has happened in South Africa to deal with the past, I want to make some remarks about an aspect of the report that I found intriguing. In the section discussing the beginnings of race science scholarship at Harvard, the report refers to a collection of, quote, specimens of human nature, unquote, which arrived in Boston in September of 1860 and is described as, quote, an extraordinary importation from South Africa, unquote. Then it goes on to describe what the record, how these specimen of human beings is described and identified in the record as a fugo. I suppose this means a fingo in my language. It's one of the groups of the closer group, fingos. So that's probably what they were referring to. It's a Zulu, a kefa, which is an interesting term here because kefa is the equivalent of the word, the N-word in American language, and a Bushman and a Hottentot. I mentioned this brief aspect of part of the report to underscore the transatlantic entanglement of histories, of these violent histories, the shipping of human beings for the purpose of the so-called advancement of knowledge, that the parading of people in shows, in museums, the measurement of people's brains, it was all preparatory of the foundational race science that brings together these countries of colonial eras into a history of violence. People like Francis Galton, who were in the continent, in the southern parts of the continent, in West Africa, Southwest Africa, and South Africa, the cousin of Darwin, all of these people who were tourists looking at nature and combining their experiences of nature with a desire now to pursue this racial science. It was all foundational. And to think about how we are connected to these histories is part of how we should reckon with this past, with this history. The approach I am drawing on in my own current project on transgenerational trauma takes this into account, this long durée of historical violence and the entanglement of histories across several temporalities of past violence and its historical continuities. In other words, it's not, when we're dealing with the past, it's not simply the past as in just past generation or the past as in an incident such as the Holocaust, for example. It's stretching back several generations, and this is how we should think about it when we think about where we are now, what we are facing now, this future that was imagined, for example, by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and why these paths are still enduring. And so brings you to this work of the Truth Commission and its goal of interrupting these continuities, and how it has really failed spectacularly in ways that many of you know about it, about what has happened in South Africa, even with a history as compelling as compelling as the process of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The work was great. Ours on the Truth Commission, it was a moment of hope. It was a real moment of possibility. We experienced the sense of possibility as it was happening. It was real. Something happened in the post-TRC area, and this is, I think, the lesson that I would like to share with you now. What happened at the Truth Commission, everyone is aware of, but what I want to talk about is what's happening to the current generation, the generation that comes after the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The commission itself has instituted, brought about, and the transition to the post-apartheid period. It brought about new policies, new laws, a new constitution, new bodies, the Human Rights Commission, the Bill of Human Rights. It brought into being all these things that were not present during the apartheid era. And yet, there is something that is profoundly difficult about moving forward. And what is the difficulty? I witnessed this at the universities that I've been to. I've been to 3 historically white universities, the University of Cape Town, Bloemfontein University, and currently Stellenbosch University. And it seems to me that the focus on violence, on the spectacular aspects of this past, is what trips us up. There is, it seems to me, a much more urgent need to focus on the everyday of this violence. The violence that the TRC focused on was the torture, the killing, the murders. That is important. It's an important part of history. But what happens, the continuities, are not these spectacular, dramatic forms of violence. They are much more subtle. And it's easy to deny the reality. It's easy to erase these kinds of continuities because they're not visible as the violence of the past. And that is what we need to focus on. Students, for example, who come, Black students who come to these universities, they have described how their proximity to the privilege of their white peers heightened their awareness of the deep inequality between them and their white peers, and how even the physical environment, the buildings and the surrounding streets, awaken a consciousness about the cruelty of apartheid's inequality with a force of emotions that becomes imbued with traumatic meaning. In other words, a present encounter triggers a memory that inscribes itself in the present. The memory is dynamically interwoven with other past and present experiences that they may not necessarily have experienced directly themselves, but nonetheless are relevant. It's thus reconstituted, this past, this memory that was not experienced directly by them, is reconstituted with such an emotional force that it transforms the past into an overwhelming experience with its helplessness and all that is remembered from stories by parents, from direct experience themselves of the violence, the continuities, the legacies of this past. And this is what should be the focus. And how should we focus? I suggest that we focus not only on the experiences of Black descendants of this history, but also, and perhaps even more importantly, on the descendants of those who benefited from this past. Very often we focus on Black descendants and the victims, so to speak, of this history, and yet when we think about experiences of racism, we found in South Africa, for example, that most racism, experiences of racism, pronouncements of racism in the public domain are from younger white South Africans. And the question that I think I will leave for now and perhaps to pursue at a later stage during Q&A is why is it, how do we understand this experience, the fact that it is younger white South Africans that express these racist encounters or relationships through in the corporate sector, at the universities themselves. There is just this resurgence of racism through the experiences and the voices and the actions of younger white South Africans. And I think this is critical for us to understand why. And I can talk more about that later. Thank you.
Much to discuss. Simon Peter Newman, we are so grateful you are here, and I don't know if you can see, but you are here. You're seated right at the panel. So thank you, but why are you here?
Thank you, Martha, and thank you, Sven, and congratulations to everyone for today's event and for Harvard's report. I come from the University of Glasgow, which was the first British university to undertake a comprehensive investigation of its slavery connections, and I was the lead academic for the 2018 report and program of action. Our final report featured a lengthy appendix detailing the financial profits from slavery and the trade in slave-produced goods that had come to the university in the form of bequests, endowments, and other gifts. We estimated the present-day value of these gifts to be anywhere from just under 20 to almost 200 million pounds, depending on the conversion formula we used. Our report included a program of reparative justice. One of its most significant elements is a partnership with the University of the West Indies, to be funded in part by a commitment of £20 million by the University of Glasgow. These funds are administered by a joint Glasgow Caribbean Centre for Development Research and are focused on mutually agreed projects of direct and tangible benefit to slavery descendant communities. During the first decade, the primary areas of activity are the chronic disease pandemic and public health crisis in the Caribbean, with particular focus on diabetes, facilitation of a new set of economic tools to support economic growth development, and tackling the cultural divide between Africa and the Caribbean, helping to redress the wedges between the two created by slavery and colonialism. Since our report, a growing number of British universities have followed in undertaking studies of how they were connected to and benefited from slavery. In Britain, however, enslaved people did not build, they did not work for, and they were not owned by universities. Research into British universities and slavery has necessarily focused on the broader socioeconomics of Eric Williams' thesis, exploring the ways in which the profits of slavery built and continue to maintain modern Britain, including its universities. In doing this work, we've developed models or templates for the uncovering and analysis of this kind of buried financial evidence across generations, providing roadmaps for universities, but also for other British institutions to undertake similar studies. Thus, for example, the University of Glasgow's slavery investigation has helped trigger 2 linked projects in the city. The first involved Glasgow museums, supporting a PhD student whose dissertation investigated how their collections were linked to slavery, and that in turn led to the museum's appointment of a permanent new curator focused on this history. Similarly, the City of Glasgow funded one of our researchers to research the city's own links to slavery and empire. In addition to university studies of their connections to slavery, there are other research projects that are helping shape this broader reckoning with slavery. For example, the Legacies of British Slavery project at University College London, together with Glasgow's own Runaway Slaves in Britain project, have helped move Lloyd's of London forward. This company, as many of you know, was a mainstay of the transatlantic slave trade, and it's now issued an apology for the company's role in that trade, hired an archivist, and committed the organization to some form of as yet undisclosed reparative justice. Along similar lines, academic researchers have been uncovering the Bank of England slavery connections, including the recent revelations that the bank had for 2 decades owned 600 enslaved people on several Grenada plantations before selling them for about £15 million in today's money. In short, university slavery studies and other slavery research projects have kick-started a broader research process that is demonstrating how slavery and the wealth that it generated permeated and permanently transformed the British Isles. The larger context for these university and institutional studies is a broader academic research effort to dispel what one historian has described as British slavery amnesia. In Britain, there exists widespread resistance to acknowledging and integrating the full history of slavery and empire and its implications. As the leading Black British historian David Olusoga recently noticed, new historical work on slavery and empire, in his words, is increasingly portrayed not as an expansion of our national history, but an assault upon it. And I think that echoes some of what was said this morning. Academic research can only do so much in countering this, but the translation of that research into TV documentaries and dramas, plays, graphic novels, for school pupils, movies, artworks, fiction, poetry, all of these kinds of things have helped to reach broader public audiences and begin to change hearts and minds. Of particular significance here are the works of Black British creative artists, whose work affirms the Black British community's place and their significance in Britain, both past and present. These cultural productions have been as important as academic research in aiding the development of popular understanding of British complicity in and enduring benefits from racial slavery. But I'd like to end on a more cautionary note. While some British universities and institutions have made significant progress, research and acknowledgement is but a first tentative step towards reparative justice. And there are plenty of universities and institutions, not least the Royal Family or the Church of England, for example, that have yet to really engage with slavery in any kind of meaningful way. Furthermore, significant and sustained engagement with representatives of the diffuse community of slavery descendants across British society and in the Americas, in West Africa, and in South Asia has barely begun. And here we face a larger problem in the sense that 1/5 of the enslaved people brought to Britain were South Asian, and a large number of people in South Asia whose enslaved labor supported the British Empire have to be part of this equation. So reparative justice is a long-term project. Atlantic world slavery existed for more than 20 generations, and meaningful reparative justice cannot be achieved overnight. It's about much more than money. Long-term developmental programs engaging with education, sustainable development, medicine, economic development, art, culture, and so much more are going to be required. And they're going to need sustained commitment and action over decades. And here I think I echo what Denzel is saying. In collaboration with descendant communities on both sides of the Atlantic, British universities must continue the work of revealing the histories of slavery, the enslaved, and their place and significance in British history. Universities are anchoring this transformation of our national narrative, and they are key to leading the sustained reparative justice program that can develop from it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have Jim's permission to actually return right now to Denzel, who has to catch a plane. So if you don't mind, we'll come back to Jim in a minute. But Denzel, you gave us a very, very powerful outline of the kind of investments that are needed. And I wonder, before you leave, first of all, you'll promise we'll have more conversations.
Yes.
Good. And secondly, you play such an important role as vice chancellor and principal of an institution. Could you reflect on what it is possible and what should happen from an institutional point of view for people who play roles like that inside of an institution of education?
Thanks, Martha, and I'm sorry I have to rush to leave, but thank you very much for this engagement. So from a leadership perspective, I think part of what we need to start doing is to have conversations like these. That's the first step. You have to have conversations to better understand what it is that is required, and having had those conversations, you now need to have a clear plan as to how you're going to actually get to resolve a lot of the issues. So part of your planning really needs to look at, and I think just Simon just said it, it is not just we're asking to throw money at a problem, we're asking for more long-term sustainable development solutions. So building, when we talk about building institutions, for example, let us take Harvard University, 386 years of real strong academic excellence, yes? Now, what you do with this, in terms of helping other countries that do not have the same track record of academic excellence. You're talking about partnership for programs. You're talking about building institutes. You're talking about collaborative research. You're talking about dissemination of that research. These are the kinds of things that we're talking about now, that leadership have to now engage with each other. So we're not just saying, give us some money, we're going to do this. When I spoke, for example, about the 300+ scholarship, what we're asking for is that an institution like Harvard can facilitate this kind of development, facilitate this kind of engagement with our students. And when we get them, they go back to their societies and they now multiply. We're not asking them to come here and do robotics and do AI and stay in the United States and so on and so forth. We're asking them to do this and go back and build the necessary institution in their countries that can now actually replicate that kind of thing. So that's the kind of engagement that you're expecting from this level.
Thank you so much. And I think we just saw leadership in action. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
So James and Naya, why are you here? And can you tell us a bit about human rights perspective?
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm here, first of all, to second Denzel's proposal for a 300 scholarship fund and to provide a human rights perspective. But before that, let me just, I want to acknowledge the indigenous peoples on whose traditional territory we're gathered, and also thank Tomiko, you, Martha, Sven, and others on the committee for such a tremendous piece of work. The report is really heartens me as a graduate of the law school here, someone who walked the halls of Langdale and associated buildings, not always feeling like I truly belonged, but with the report and the corporation's commitment to implement the agreement, I got to say, at this moment, I really feel a lot more like I belong. It's part of this community. After some 40 years, I've made one comment on the law school in my experience, but I want to say overall it was a very positive one. And under Martha's leadership, the law school really did some wonderful things, the legacy of which is still being realized. So I work in the area of international human rights and the rights of indigenous peoples. And I'm interested in how ideas about human rights can respond to harms that or have been inflicted by colonialism and its legacies. And of course, the harms, among the most severe harms, if not the most severe harms by colonialism, has been the institution of slavery. But also, other harms are the harms inflicted on indigenous peoples by the brutal taking of their lands and the suppression of their cultures and ability to be self-determining. And as has been well documented and is mostly, or in many ways, readily apparent, countries that are built upon patterns of colonialism, like the United States, accumulated a wealth that much of which was due in large part to slave labor and the lands taken from indigenous peoples. And Harvard, in many ways, is a microcosm of this. And the report, I think, reveals that. When we talk about human rights in a global context, we have to acknowledge, first of all, that human rights concepts are influenced by different philosophical and moral perspectives, and people come at human rights from legal posturing as well as simply political or policy-oriented posturing. But nonetheless, the concept of human rights centers on certain core ideas. And the first core idea of human rights is that all human beings everywhere are worthy of dignity and hence have certain basic rights. And a second, a related core idea is that human dignity and the rights associated with it are inherent in the human character. And by this logic, human rights are not given by laws or sovereign authority. Rather, law and authority must yield to and recognize human rights. And we can see these two core ideas propelling or animating the anti-slavery movement of the 19th century in the United States, in England in particular. Abolitionists here at Harvard in Massachusetts and elsewhere developed or proclaimed the inherent dignity of enslaved persons and pressed to unravel the laws that upheld slavery and the slave trade. And the relative success of the anti-slavery movement, at least insofar as abolishing formal slavery and the slave trade in formal terms, that relative success yielded not just reforms in the domestic law of different countries, but also a series of international treaties prohibiting slavery. And in this way, the anti-slavery movement helped to generate the modern international human rights regime of norms and institutions, which has expanded in scope and influence as ideas of human dignity have expanded and been refined. And this includes not just to prohibit slavery, but to condemn more broadly racial discrimination in all its forms. And today, the international human rights regime affirms also the rights of indigenous peoples to maintain their distinct identities and cultures and connections to traditional lands and to pursue their own destinies under conditions of equality. Now, a third core idea of human rights is that assaults on human dignity and violations of inherent human rights should be remedied or repaired. Just as governments and others are deemed bound to respect human rights, they are bound to remedy or repair violations of human rights for which they are responsible. Now, the harms left by slavery, as we've discussed today, and the taking of indigenous lands are multi-dimensional and intergenerational. And those harms continued to be felt today in people's lives, as has been eloquently said by a number of participants today. Now, lawyers will debate about the extent to which reparations in this context is a matter of either domestic or international legal obligation. Now, I won't get into that for the moment. I'll spare you such legal debate. But I will say that the case has been well made, including here today and in the report, that there are at least moral obligations for reparative justice, toward reparative justice. So I just want to second others and reaffirm that reparations in some form have to be discussed, and not just discussed, they have to happen. And as for Harvard's responsibility connected to slavery, the report is certainly a start, as many have said. Now, in principle, reparations should make the victims of human rights violations or the descendants as whole as possible. Now, clearly the report does not accomplish that, but it animates important steps and can lay the groundwork for more. But it does do something very important in terms of reparations. That is, it exposes the truth about Harvard's connection with slavery in a way not done, or perhaps not even imagined before. I certainly didn't imagine this kind of report happening when I was a student here some 40 years ago. And truth-telling is itself a form of reparations, and it is a precondition to more complete reparation still to come. Now, having said that, I do think there is still more truth-telling that's in order. The report refers to instances of lands taken from indigenous peoples, some indigenous individuals held as slaves, and also how Harvard benefited from that. It also highlights Harvard's unfulfilled early promise of education for Native Americans. And I was very happy to see that. But there's a much deeper story there, I'm sure. And that story also needs to be examined fully and revealed to the world as part of Harvard's official truth. And I look forward to that happening. This.
Thank you, Denzel. Safe trips. And we'll be talking.
Yeah. Sorry. This morning, Kene Wapipan, I hope I said that correctly, referred to the invisibility of indigenous people and other people of color. When I arrived from Colorado yesterday, I was met in various forms or places by the word Massachusetts. I had to remind myself that the word Massachusetts refers not just to a Commonwealth, the United States, but to the people who were the original inhabitants of where we are today. Massachusetts is the name of indigenous people who are the original inhabitants and who were displaced so that others could thrive and Harvard could exist. Yet how many people in this larger community in Cambridge, Boston, and in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts really know that, or in the country more broadly? And knowing that at least should be added to knowing about Harvard's connection with slavery. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jim. I don't think any of us should be surprised that we now have bigger and more questions that will continue. I do want to follow up with some of what started with also underscoring this panel will end, the conversations will not end, the work will not end. Pumla, you raised a very important point about the resurgence of racism, which is happening in South Africa, it's happening around the world. You are such an astute person in understanding psychology and intergenerational transmission of trauma. How do you make sense of this?
Martha, most of the universities in South Africa are designed, post-apartheid, are designed to be sites of transformation, by law. And so what has happened is that the historically white universities have increasingly taken in greater numbers of black students, students of color, African, Indian, colored. And the problem, or what I describe as the problem of proximity, is happening on both sides. For the white students, it's the first time that they encounter closeness with blackness in ways that their parents had never done. And so the conversations at home are conversations that probably uphold white supremacist ideologies. And so when they encounter black students as equal on campus, it becomes very challenging for them to understand who they are, or what whiteness for them means. Because if whiteness, they've been brought up to think whiteness means supremacy, being supreme, being superior, how do they actually navigate their sense of identity in the midst of black people who in many cases are equal, sometimes better? And so it's a kind of a confusion of identities. Mm-hmm. And on the black side, there's an excitement. In fact, right now, recently, last month, gosh, time flies, in February, there was an admission. Our year begins with the calendar year. There's an excitement among black students who are admitted to these universities. In fact, I had, in several cases, students who were admitted and then were turned down because their grades were not the same, and lots of negotiation. And the amazing thing is that the university is open, actually, to bending some of the rules. And I've been very struck by this. There's even including helping students to cancel their debts. Up until last night, I heard from one student that we supported. The university seems so much more open to raising funds to help students cancel debt. However, the reality is that the encounter with whiteness on campus or privilege on campus, while it is on the one hand an excitement, initially, after 3 months, it's a reminder of just where we come from, just wow, how unprivileged, how poor we are. Not that people didn't understand, but there's a sense in which the encounter with privilege is such a powerful reminder of these differences. And then, you know, that whole cycle of anger at the past and resentment breeds even more resentment. So you're dealing with all of that. And so constantly, there has to be an awareness. If our concern is about transformation of relationships, there are these bigger structural issues, of course, that are relevant. However, I believe that they begin with these relationships, because when once there is a sense of solidarity, there's an understanding of these histories, a clear understanding of what privilege means and what lack thereof means, particularly at institutions that are positioned next door to these geographic areas that are perpetuating this violent past of poverty through inheritance and through just a repetition, you know, by a government that doesn't make the efforts to improve people's lives. So it's a kind of a repetition of this past, not as ghosts, as psychologists often speak about, you know, the kind of enigmatic repetition of the past. It's real. We know what it is. We see it every day. And that makes it possible for us to change it. Because once we perpetuate the language of ghosts and, you know, this inherited enigma of something that is unknown because it's so hidden, it becomes difficult to deal with it. In fact, it encourages the repudiation of this past because it's ghost-like, you know, it's not tangible. And yet we know, we see these relationships, we know what is missing, and so there's also the possibility of imagining new futures and creating, building a sense of solidarity, which is what centers like ours are doing, bringing Black students and white students into conversation for the sake of building a sense of solidarity, because that works. We saw it when we were just starting the Truth Commission. It works. It just requires to be sustained. It requires imagination on how to sustain it. And that's how transformation will have in the context of other things that are happening, of course, because you've got to pay attention to the problem of social injustices that are passed on. And so it's never a unidirectional or a single kind of solution. There is this complexity that one has to understand, but I believe that the relationships, Black-white relationships, are so critical to strengthen the solidarity, to pay attention to, in order for these moments of solidarity or moments of empathy to be strengthened.
Thank you. Simon, Pumla has talked to us about the persistence that's needed. You and your colleagues have been at this business longer than we have. Can you speak about what are the requirements for that persistence? Have you encountered people who say, isn't that enough? What do you do next to make sure that it is persistent?
That's a really good question, and it's one I think we're figuring out the answer to, because nobody's done this before. Nobody has tried to correct a multi-generational historical wrong with a multi-generational reparative justice program to put things right. So it's going to require academics who haven't even been hired by the University of Glasgow yet, and students who haven't even been born, to be part of this process going forward. All I can say is it's really hard work. it's very easy to say, we're going to give money and do this. It's much harder to actually work out how to do it right. So we're working on the answer.
I think I'll be quoting you for some time to come. But I think that's the deep breath that we all have to take. This is going to be the long haul, and our children and our children's children. Jim, you reminded us of this core insight from human rights about the inherent dignity of every human being. And yet we have repeated histories of dehumanization and separation and subordination. And you talked about law, and you talked about morals, and you talked about, history and acknowledgement. What lessons are you drawing about what it takes to make that inherent dignity of every human being palpable?
A struggle and persistence, essentially. We can't say that human rights are there because they're realized universally. I mean, the human rights, some have said, are realized more in the breach than in actual compliance with human rights and human rights standards. But that's the point. We wouldn't have a whole architecture of human rights thinking and human rights law and policy prescriptions and institutions if everything were fine. If all these ideas and ideals and the essence of human dignity were universally upheld. So it's remembering that, and then going back to thinking constantly of those such as Martin Luther King always said that the arc of justice is long but bends towards, the arc of history is long but bends towards justice. And so that's really the answer. It's a long arc, and the only way it bends in that direction towards justice is by persistence, hard work, and commitment. But I do believe that these ideals in themselves have a certain power. They have a certain draw to them that compels, so that they, on their own, have the ability to compel behavior towards justice, as long as there's some political will among the powerful to make that happen. That's where reports like Harvard's report on slavery becomes so important, because it elevates the discourse in a way that at this institution had been done before, and it helps continue to push that discourse in education nationally and internationally in important ways that can help move forward.
I mean, something that I think I learned in talking with people in South Africa was there's knowledge and then there's acknowledgement. And those are not the same. And we are in the acknowledgement phase. And this persistence that you each are talking about, to extend beyond generations, I'm reminded about what Denzel said. The investments have to be into institutions that live longer than any person, to human capital that will then generate the changes of those lives and the lives that they enable. And then what he called infrastructure, which changes through different civilizations. But thinking about, Simon, you talked about graphic novels. That's not something we would have discussed 100 years ago, but that may be part of the infrastructure of cultural inheritance, and what other forms, filmmaking, music, what does it take to build that sense of we? We are reaching a closing time, and we certainly want to hear our closing speakers. I am reminded about the conception of equality as a process, is a constant and flexible examination requiring vigilant introspection, aggressive open-mindedness. Those are the words of Rosie Abella, a Supreme Court justice from Canada. And I'm also reminded of Toni Morrison's words. She said the obligation of witnessing is the practice of, her phrase, re-memory. Conceptually encouraging people to affirm life in the face of death. This is again Toni Morrison. To engage in recollection with connection and disconnection, and stay wide awake enough to attend to the requirements of just recollection and the work of transforming the future. That's the challenge, that's the opportunity, that's the privilege that we each have. Please join me in thanking this remarkable roundtable discussion. And thanks to Jim Anaya, to Pumla Gobodo-Medikazela, to Simon Newman, and to Denzel on his way to the airport.
Thanks to you, Martha.
Thank you, Martha. Great job.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
It is now my great pleasure to introduce Ara Oluma Omatowa, who is a senior currently here at Harvard College, soon to graduate, woohoo! And Ara had the memorable opportunity to serve as a research partner through Radcliffe's program that joins undergraduates with the fellows. And she had the chance to be the partner with our second keynote speaker, Ibram Kendi. So Ara, thank you for being here to introduce the final speaker of the day.
Thank you so much for even having me come to speak. Before introducing our keynote for the evening, I thought it'd be best to flatter his academic prowess by mimicking him, and beginning with stories. Because this is the story of a child whose first memories were in a kindergarten classroom in Idaho, where her classmates' curious stares met in some unspoken yet unavoidable way. She was different. It'd be years before she could verbalize it, but the discomfort of those eyes on her back would be her first of many lessons on what it feels like to be Black. Because this is the story of a girl who was excited to write her name in the language of her ancestors. But when her teacher told her to just stop using Korean characters in school, she realized that studying the world with such an openness also made you vulnerable. So for safety's sake, she learned to forget, until unspeakable crimes of hate would transform her shame into her crusade, and she would rediscover herself by writing down the experiences of others like her. Because this is the story of the undocumented boy, whose introduction to this country was dogs and barbed-wired fences, at a border about as real as James Monroe's sense of entitlement. It's about the families torn apart after 9/11 and the 6 who were terrorized for being confused with them. About Somali boy and the Haitian family that want to talk about similar struggles but are never really welcome to the conversation. Divide and conquer is the theme in a story of refugees that learn to not feel safe in America. Because these are not just the stories of my friends and I. These are the narratives with precedent about every policy from the Black codes to the census to voter suppression and beyond, or the radical potential for us to know ourselves as people with intersections and plurality is stunted, where our ability to understand ourselves as a people with a collective destiny is threatened by resistance to look back on the past with honesty and compassion, and where intentional decisions for personal gain have shaped our international relationships, notions of community, and very sense of self. And though I begin this introduction with fables that are deeply bankrupt of morals, these are stories that must be told. This is the story of racism in America, and how an institution older than the nation has been complicit in the creation, continuation, and innovation of oppression. You don't have to look farther than the buildings of where we sleep, eat, and study to know that the hold this legacy still has on Harvard structure and culture is alive. And while this university is a very prominent part, it's still just one part of a story, an age-old tale that our keynote has devoted his life to telling until we're all sick enough of hearing about these things to finally do something about them. Our speaker, Dr. Ibram X. Kendi, is one of America's foremost historians and leading advocates on anti-racist practice. He's a National Book Award-winning and #1 New York Times bestselling author several times over, and he regularly hosts the action-oriented podcast, Be Anti-Racist. In 2020, Time magazine selected him as one of the most influential people in the world, a year before he'd go on to be named a MacArthur Genius. And right now, he serves as the founding director of the Boston University Center for Anti-Racist Research. But I had the profound fortune of researching alongside him during his time as a Francis B. Cashin Fellow at the Radcliffe Institute last year. As a person, Dr. Kendi strives to be a hardcore anti-racist, as well as a softcore vegan. He enjoys laughing with friends and family like everyone else, and he's praying for the day that the New York Knicks will win the NBA championships. But ultimately, he's working towards a future where this nation and world are led by the best of humanity. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Kendi to the stage.
Wow, wow. All right, I just want to, of course, thank you for agreeing to research with me, and I want to sort of course, congratulate you on graduating. And I'm just really excited to see the ways in which you're going to transform the world. Before I begin, I want to applaud the Harvard Radcliffe Institute, my intellectual home. Last year, I want to applaud the Presidential Committee on Harvard and the Legacy of Slavery. I want to applaud the committee's chair, Dean Tomiko Brown-Nagin. I want to applaud the faculty and student researchers, the research you conducted, the report you issued, the research-based recommendations you put forth are in many ways nothing short of monumental for Harvard, for history, and for humanity. And of course, let me also applaud all the student activists, all the community members inside and outside of Harvard who over the years requested and demanded for this university to tell the truth and nothing but the truth about its past and begin this restorative and reparative process. The title of my talk today is A Legacy of Lies, A Future of Truth. You know, I want this initiative, this report, this program to start something new, not just for Harvard, not just for higher education, but for this nation, and really, obviously, the world. I want this to be the start of this nation fully recognizing its legacy of lies about slavery and establishing a future of truth. And for higher education, for you and I, for us, to lead the way, since universities and their scholars and graduates led the way in producing and legitimizing the legacy of lies. Let me be clear what I mean when I say lies. I mean, firstly, the invention of falsehoods, and secondarily, the omissions of truth. Universities and their generations of scholars and graduates have all too often refused to acknowledge and account for the profitable horror that was racial slavery in this land. Some of the very people endowed by society to tell the truth about slavery have been the very people who went out of their way to omit this truth, left it out of the historical record, buried it deeper than the bodies of their ancestors within stolen native land. Generations of scholars have used their brilliance, their knowledge, their research methods, their writing prowess, their journals, their conferences, their legitimacy, their academic freedom to invent and reinvent falsehoods. Since the founding of Harvard in 1636, numerous scholars and students have been trained not how to tell the truth about slavery, but how to lie. That is one of the most insidious legacies of slavery today. Higher education too often functioning as a plantation of lies, erected on a genocidal assault on truth. The research of a Harvard graduate is at the center of one of the greatest lies ever told about slavery. A native of Concord, Massachusetts, Edward Jarvis attended Harvard College between 1822 and 1826. As an undergraduate, he was interested in chemistry and botany. He entered what is now Harvard Medical School in 1826 and graduated in 1830. In 1830, the terminal degree for the US scholar was a medical degree or a law degree. The first PhD was not awarded for another 3 decades in the United States, and at Harvard not until 1873. Edward Jarvis started a medical practice in Massachusetts and became more interested in mental health than physical health. As he became more interested in mental health, he became more interested in statistics, especially after meeting merchant Lemuel Shattuck, who helped found the American Statistical Association in Boston in 1839. Jarvis started publishing papers on psychiatric topics and continued his medical practice when he lived in Louisville for 5 years, beginning in 1837. He loved statistical analysis, even as he grew to despise slavery. When all the reports were in for the 6th census of 1840, the 39-year-old Jarvis pored over the data sets. The self-trained psychiatrist curiously looked over the newest and ablest category to the census, the so-called insane and idiots. He stumbled on an amazing discovery in all this ableism of the day. While the incidence of mental illness stayed congruent for white Americans across the nation, free blacks in northern states were about 10 times more likely to be mentally ill than enslaved blacks in the South. Northern blacks were 6 times more likely, he found, than northern whites to be mentally ill, while southern whites, he found, were almost twice as likely to be mentally ill than enslaved blacks. And Jarvis found the frequency of mental illness among black people dwindled in almost exact mathematical proportion from north to south, from freedom to slavery. Jarvis published his findings in the Boston Medical and Surgical Journal, now called the New England Journal of Medicine, 180 years ago, on September 21st, 1842. The editor of this journal at the time was J.V.C. Smith, a doctor who instructed students who would go on to attend Harvard Medical School. In this journal article, Jarvis could reach only one conclusion from what he called the important facts. Slavery must have had a wonderful influence upon the development of the moral faculties and the intellectual powers of black people, he wrote. Jarvis surmised that the false social position of the northern Negro disturbs the balance of his character. According to Jarvis, the census of 1840 proved one of the greatest lies ever told about slavery and freedom in black people, that freedom was negatively bad for black people and enslavement was positively good for them. American intellectuals had been telling this lie for decades. In 1819, a Maryland journalist named Robert Walsh published an appeal from the judgments of Great Britain respecting the United States of America. Walsh wrote that slavery was good for the enslavers and the enslaved. It endows enslavers, he wrote, with sensibility, justice, and steadfastness in all the domestic and social relations. The enslavement of African is positively good, he wrote, and he is exempt from those ranking anxieties subjecting the English manufacturer and peasant. Thomas Jefferson, excited about this new book, wrote to Walsh, "Your work will furnish the first volume of every future American history." John Adams called the book the most able, the most faithful, and the most ample apology for the United States. But by 1835, a newly organized American anti-slavery society was finished apologizing for the enslaving United States, was finished with this legacy of lies. The summer of 1835 resembled, in many ways, the summer of 2020. But instead of masses of people marching and rallying in public squares against racism and police violence, back in 1835, the American Anti-Slavery Society mailed across the nation 1 million anti-slavery tracts that vividly depicted the violence of slavery. As an example, the cover of the May 1835 anti-slavery record pictured a white enslaver clutching a black baby as he whipped the child's weeping mother. The backlash against this wave of anti-slavery tracts was brutal, not unlike the backlash against anti-racist books after the summer of 2020. Torchlight parades stomped through southern streets. Rewards were raised for abolitionist heads. Politicians, preachers, editors, and merchants, North and South, jockeyed to appear tougher on abolitionists. White mobs terrorized northern black neighborhoods. Mass meetings erupted in nearly every major southern town, demanding of postmasters to, quote, detain and destroy all abolition papers. President Andrew Jackson called on Congress to pass a law prohibiting, quote, under severe penalties, the circulation of incendiary publications. The House adopted a gag rule the next year, banning consideration of all the anti-slavery petitions rushing into the US Capitol. The justification for the backlash was the same. Whereas in 2020, the conservators of racism and police violence claimed that the anti-racist movement, not gun laws and pandemic-related impoverishment, would yield more violent crime. In 1835, enslavers said the anti-slavery movement, not the violence of slavery, was exciting dissatisfaction and insurrection among our slaves, to quote an Alabama lawyer. And of course, those who resisted their enslavement were considered criminals. Those so-called fugitives who fled their enslavement were tracked by the nation's first police forces. In December of 1835, the United States Telegraph unveiled how enslavers planned to respond to the rising abolitionist movement. Quote, we must satisfy the consciences. We must satisfy them that slavery is of itself right, that it is not a sin against God, that it is not evil, moral, or political. In this way, and this way only, can we prepare our people to defend their institutions. In this way, they are still preparing the people to defend their institutions of racism. This newspaper was edited by a protege of Senator John C. Calhoun, the Yale-educated South Carolinian whom Boston editor William Lloyd Garrison called the champion of hell-born slavery. On February 6, 1837, a Virginia senator referred yet again to slavery as a lesser evil. Senator Calhoun rose on the floor of the US Senate to bury that old Jeffersonian concept that had dominated pro-slavery thought since the American Revolution. I hold, Senator Calhoun stated, that in the present state of civilization, where two races of different origins and distinguished by color and other physical differences as well as intellectual are brought together, the relation now existing in the slaveholding states between the two is, instead of an evil, a good, a positive good. By 1842, Senator Calhoun was in the market for research that proved slavery was a positive good, all to defend the nation's political economy and satiate the conscience of pro-slavery white Americans unsettled by the truth of abolitionist literature. That's the origin of the legacy of lies. Supply the demands of the richest and most powerful people. Supply the demand of the deniers who want to cover up the truth. Edward Jarvis undertook precisely what his alma mater undertook recently, in engaging a legacy related to slavery, except it didn't take him centuries to do it. Didn't take him centuries to begin to acknowledge and remedy it. Jarvis did not desire a legacy of lies. He started like we hopefully are today, trying to establish a future of truth. Jarvis had been disturbed by the striking number of northern black people whom the 1840 census identified as mentally ill. He looked closer at the census data sets from every northern city. He found statistical errors wherever he looked. Several cities listed more mentally ill black people than the total number of people. Some towns had more black people identified as mentally ill than the total number of black people in that town. On November 30th, 1842, just 2 months after his first article, Jarvis reported these errors and his own in a short 2-page article in the Boston Medical and Surgical Journal. He was disappointed and mortified, but optimistic the census would be quickly corrected. Enslavers ignored his correction. The census contrasts the happy, well-fed, healthy, and moral condition of the Southern slaves with the condition of the miserable victims and degraded free blacks of the North, U.S. Representative William Hammett of Mississippi told Congress. Black people grew more vicious in a state of freedom, someone wrote in the Southern Literary Messenger. Desiring to further publicize his blunder, as any real scholar would, Jarvis issued a complete refutation of the 1840 census in January of 1844. Errors were so widespread, Jarvis wrote in the American Journal of Medical Sciences, the census had contributed nothing, he stated, to the statistical reality of mental illness. Word had gone out that slavery was more than 10-fold more favorable to mental health than freedom. If the census was not corrected, he feared this spurious breakthrough might become, and I'm quoting him, not only a fundamental principle in medical science, but also one of the elementary principles of political economy. Jarvis called on the US government to correct the census. This is due to the honor of our country, to medical science, and to truth. Old John Quincy Adams answered Jarvis's plea. On February 26, 1844, upon Adams's motion, the House asked US Secretary of State Abel Upshur to investigate the errors in the census. But 2 days later, Upshur was among the 6 people killed when a gun exploded during a function on the warship USS Princeton. President John Tyler, at the time, named none other than John C. Calhoun as Upshur's replacement. On February 8, 1845, Secretary Calhoun reported to the House the results of the so-called thorough and impartial investigation. The errors were overstated to destroy its credit because it showed the horrible conditions of free blacks, Calhoun stated. The reason why black people suffer in freedom must be deep and durable. The census of 1840 was never corrected, and slavery's apologists never stopped wielding their purportedly unquestionable proof that slavery was a positive good. It's too good of a thing for our politicians to give up, a Georgia congressman reportedly told Jarvis. It was too good of a lie. It was so good of a lie that this legacy of slavery still lives with us to this day. We are living in a time when some people are constantly calling what is obviously harmful positively good. They are lying and saying fossil fuels are positively good for the environment. They are lying and saying banning books is positively good for young readers. They are lying and saying police and prisons are positively good for black, brown, and indigenous communities. They're lying and saying don't say gay bills are positively good for education. They're lying and saying eliminating the right to choose is positively good for women. They are lying and saying tax cuts for the super rich are positively good for the economy. They are lying and saying removing the social safety net is positively good for everyday people. They are lying and saying the easy availability of guns is positively good for public safety. They are lying and saying that stopping unions is good for workers. They are lying and saying their new voter suppression bills are positively good for democracy. And they are lying and saying that ignoring the legacy of slavery at Harvard is positively good for Harvard. They are lying and saying that ignoring the legacy of slavery in the United States is positively good for the United States. And many of these people who are lying are college graduates, and many of their lies are based on falsehoods invented by scholars sitting at universities. And many scholars, as they craft their research questions, as they pursue their studies, as they gather their findings, as they try to make sense of them, can't help but omit what they don't know, in many cases, the experiences and perspectives of Black people. Scholars, in many cases, are incentivized to merely grow another research branch on the tree of their field rather than reckon with the tree's roots in lies. To continue to lie about slavery is to continue to lie about America. The scholar was taught how to lie about this nation by lying about slavery and in omitting the truth of how foundational racial slavery was to the growth of American capitalism, of American politics, of American higher education. The scholar is able to just imagine this grand American project of freedom and equality. The scholar is able to imagine that freedom and equality is the creed of the United States. Scholars can thereby only argue over whether the United States has brought this creed into being, while with one scholar saying we're marching towards it and another scholar saying we've literally arrived. But both of these scholars are lying to themselves in imagining this single American creed of freedom and equality. The scholar is lying even about the singularity of the American creed. There is not a single creed of this nation. There are two creeds, two dueling creeds, as embodied in the work of Edward Jarvis, as reflected in the work of the Presidential Committee on Harvard and the Legacy of Slavery. The committee documented a long history of racism and slavery at Harvard and beyond. This is one creed, the creed of slavery and inequality, the negatively harmful creed that has been denied, cast away, disowned, and omitted, or it has been portrayed as positively good. You know, after the enslaver cast himself as positively good, then came the Confederate, then came the segregator, then came the lyncher, then the assimilator, then the incarcerator, all casting themselves as positively good for the people that they harm. But all the subjugation today, all the inequality today is not some diversion or outlier or move away from the ideals of America. It's not a side story in the grand American narrative of freedom and equality. Subjugation and inequality today are the legacy of this nation's founding creed of slavery and inequality. Acknowledging this other creed isn't unpatriotic, isn't a political statement. It is about ending a legacy of lies and starting a future of truth. Now, let me be clear, because, I'm often misrepresented. Slavery and inequality are not the creed of the United States. There is also the American creed of freedom and equality, as the committee documented in the long history of anti-slavery and anti-racist resistance at Harvard and beyond. Omitting the dreams of freedom and equality of the more than 70 enslaved people at Harvard and their descendants is as much of a lie as omitting the fortunes that institutions like Harvard made from their enslavement and the enslavement of others. But there's another aspect to this lie. The invention of falsehoods that enslavers and their ideological descendants today are the authors of the American creed of freedom and inequality, of freedom and equality. If anything, they authored the American, if anything, they authored the unbridled freedom to enslave and exploit, and established the equality of enslavers and settler colonialists, and their financiers and manufacturers and merchants around the Atlantic world. The truth is that the authors of the American creed of freedom and equality are the people who fought for freedom from slavery, from settler colonialism, from exploitation, from bigotry, in their enduring efforts to build a nation that respects the equality of all groups by ensuring equity and justice for all groups. Edward Jarvis never stopped fighting for a revision of the 1840 census as he emerged as the nation's leader on vital statistics when he was elected president of the American Statistical Association in 1842, a position he held until his death in 1844. This Harvard alum never stopped fighting for a future built on the foundation of science, and we can't either. This is the historical context of this very moment, when Harvard finally attempted to begin to tell the truth about itself. But it is precisely what we, members of institutions of higher education, must do: practice truth-telling, not lying, incentivize truth-telling, not lying, create conditions for truth-telling, not lying, teaching truth-telling, not lying, truth-telling, in all of its messiness and complexity and haziness and unpopularity and uncertainty and changeability. The truth is facing one of the most lethal bombardments in American history right now. The defenders of the creed of equality and the defenders of the creed of slavery and inequality are attacking the truth by not only spreading lies about bad being good, but by attacking the credibility of the searchers and deliverers of truth. In our case, universities and scholars and scientists, by reducing our research findings to beliefs, to politics, by framing us all as activists or grifters or operatives. This effect, science becomes belief, belief becomes science, expertise goes extinct, and without expertise, there won't be a need for formal training and expertise. And without a need for formal training and expertise, there won't be a need for higher education. Without higher education, dogma rules. When dogma rules, lies rule. And when lies rule, the defenders of an American creed of slavery and inequality can return the American people to one of the most outrageous lies in history. What is obviously harmful for human beings is positively good. It is dangerous to tell the truth today. I would know. But as we've learned in the last few years, it is dangerous to not tell the truth. To find and tell the truths about slavery is to find and tell the truths about the United States. We can be taught how to tell the truths about this nation by telling the hard truths about slavery. The work has just begun at Harvard. The work has just begun for Harvard, for history, and for humanity. Thank you.
I want to say thank you to Ibram for those provocative, insightful remarks, for telling the truth about all of this. As we've heard today, so much remains to be done. As I've said many times, this is a beginning, not an ending. And thank you all for being with us to bear witness to this and to help us bend the arc of the universe towards justice. Thank you and good night.